the CSI Baseball Complex on the campus of the College of Staten Island, CSI Sportsnet presents exclusive NCAA Division II baseball coverage. Today's East Coast Conference doubleheader features the Queens College Knights taking on the College of Staten Island Dolphins. Good afternoon, everybody. This is Joe Foreman, and I'll soon be joined by David Pizzuto, bringing you all the action live from behind home plate. But for just a moment, we'll step aside for the playing of the national anthem. And we're back here on CSI Sportsnet. The Dolphins and the Knights about to get underway from the College of Staten Island, kicking off a 4-game weekend set. Of course, only 3 of those 4 games will count in the ECC standings. As of right now, Game 1 of today's doubleheader will be the game that counts in the ECC standings. And those standings right now have Queens College on the outside looking in. They need at least a tie with Bridgeport University. They own the tiebreaker. If they play well enough this weekend to tie Bridgeport in the standings, they will take the final spot in the East Coast Conference playoffs. If the Purple Knights can exceed the Queens College win total by at least 1 game through their last 3 at Lincoln, they will take the final spot in the ECC playoffs. On the mound for the College of Staten Island today will be Kevin Ryan, and in just a moment I will have the starting lineup that Ryan will face. Leading things off for Queens College will be the left fielder number 4, Colin Diaz. Batting second will be the center fielder number 21, Liam Pulsifer. Batting third, the first baseman number 19, Reed Hoskins. In the cleanup spot, the catcher number 20, Brad Sekelaridis. Batting fifth is the designated hitter, number 23, Andrew Smith. Batting sixth and playing right field, number 3, Jason Rodopoulos. Batting seventh and playing shortstop, number 2, Corey Tingo. Batting eighth and playing second base, number 7, Nick Burke. And batting ninth and playing third base is number 15, Evan Christopher. As I mentioned, on the mound for the College of Staten Island is Kevin Ryan. Ryan comes in having appeared in 5 games this season, 3 of those starts. He has pitched to a record of 0-2 and an ERA of 6.97 in 20 2/3 innings. He has allowed 22 hits, 20 runs, 16 of those earned. He has walked 14 and struck out 17, opponents hitting at .275 against him. And the last time we saw Ryan was also the last time we saw this Dolphins team. They took on Deauville last weekend. 3 games played here at the College of Staten Island, all won by the Dolphins. And Ryan, with a good outing in his start against the Saints, 7 1/3, 9 hits, 5 runs, all of those earned. He walked 1 and struck out 7. He'll hope to build upon that effort this afternoon as we are underway from the College of Staten Island. And Colin Diaz looks at the first pitch of the game for ball 1. Here comes Ryan's 1-0 pitch, and that's taken outside for ball 2. Diaz comes in hitting at .319 on the season. 23 of 72 at the plate, slugging at .389. Here comes Kevin Ryan's 2-0 pitch, and that finds the outside corner for strike 1 as I am joined by the aforementioned David Pizzuto, who is providing our senior day speeches ahead of the start of today's game.
Thank you, Joe. Pleasure to be on with you. Caught your entire lead up here.
Well, I can't take credit for all of it, as you provided me with that playoff scenario information ahead of today's game. big games for the Knights upcoming this weekend against the Dolphins.
Sure, and for the Dolphins, a chance to spoil some postseason plans against their CUNY rivals that they have not faced in over 30 years. Otherwise, this used to be a CUNY matchup back when Queens was a Division III school from the late 70s through the 80s and leading up to 1990.
A matchup 30 years in the making, as that one is skied out to shallow right field. Ranging back is Ulaj, and he makes the catch for the first out of the game.
Yeah, Ulaj batting second in the lineup today for the Dolphins as he's worked himself up near the top of the order, gets the game's first put out on the pop.
And that will bring Liam Pulsifer to the plate. Pulsifer comes in hitting at 182 on the season in a very limited sample size. 2 of 11 at the dish so far this season.
Yeah, Queens comes in 9 up and 9 down in the ECC, and you mentioned how badly they need these games, and they'll be scoreboard watching Bridgeport against Lincoln this weekend because they need Bridgeport to lose at least one of those games if they want a chance. They do have the tiebreaker against the Purple Knights, but they need to get tied with them first.
We'll have an early scoring update from that game you just referenced, assuming that is baseball, at the top of the schedule page on the ECC website. It sure is. And in the bottom of the 7th, Lincoln leading Bridgeport by a score of 6-3. Ooh. So good news for the Knights.
Wow. And that might be just the one game they have scheduled today. So Queens, by the end of today, might know what they need to do to secure themselves a playoff spot.
Here comes Ryan's 1-1 pitch, and that's taken up high for ball 2.
And I'm sure if Queens is able to catch Bridgeport in the standings and make the playoffs, then Bridgeport's going to be thinking about that 14-13 loss that they suffered here, Joe, for the Dolphins' first victory of the season against the ECC.
That was a thriller to open up our 2021 spring schedule here on CSI Sportsnet at the baseball complex. And it's hard to believe that today is our final broadcast of the spring season in what was a very abbreviated season, getting started a bit late, but it went by very quickly as that's fouled away.
Yeah, Queens spoiling a lot of pitches here on top of the order, left and right. The only thing that's been in play was that lazy pop-up to Shendi Ulaj at second base. Otherwise, another deep count, this time for Pulsifer.
Next pitch, number 12 for Kevin Ryan. He's missed with 6 of his first 11. Here comes the payoff pitch to Pulsifer, and it's taken outside for ball 4. So 1-out walk for Liam Pulsifer will bring up Reed Hoskins with a man on, and 1 out.
Yeah, you mentioned Pulsifer with the limited at-bats this year, Joe. That was only his second walk of the season, an on-base percentage of just .230 coming into this. But Queens got themselves a start here, top of the first, as Hoskins now comes up, and he's no stranger to the lineup. He has played and started in all 21 games for the Knights.
The only player on this roster to have that distinction. Evan Christopher has played in all 21, started in 20 of those games, as Hoskins is behind 0-1 here.
Hoskins is also tied for the team lead in doubles with 6, does have a triple on the season, but second on the team in hits, third on the team in slugging percentage, but number 1 overall in on-base percentage, just under 500, 476 for the season.
He'll try and climb out of a 2-strike hole right here. 0-2 the count. And he takes inside for ball 1. Over at first base stands Liam Pulsifer. He's only attempted 1 stolen base this year and was successful. As the season has gone on, the Dolphins have done a better and better job at controlling the running game of the opposition. And Ryan will attempt to pick off here.
Queens does have 38 stolen bases on the season out of 46 attempts. And that's a large number more than the Dolphins this season, who only have 8 stolen bases as a team.
It's hard to believe how little the Dolphins have run as Hoskins strikes out, swinging for out number 2, and that's a big out against a very dangerous hitter for Kevin Ryan.
Yeah, that's the one thing with Queens is that they do strike out pretty often. That's their 147th strikeout of the year in 167 innings. So just a hair under one per inning this year, and they've left a lot of runners on base because of it. But nice job by Ryan against Queens' biggest hitter to register that second out.
So it will be left to the cleanup hitter, Brad Sakalaridis.
Yeah, batting .273 this season. This is his 20th game, 20th start for Queens. So he's been a mainstay in the lineup as well.
And he hits one on the ground to third. Nicely handled on the hop by Santiago, who throws out Sakalaridis for the third out of the inning. Knights strand one in the top half of the first. Dolphins come to bat for the first time with no score.
My dad was a soccer coach and bought this little book bag. I could sit in the book bag like facing backwards and look like my legs out. So I'd be in his book bag when my dad coaches and the ball's going around. I'm like kicking at the ball in the back and my dad was like, "We have a prodigy." So he put me into soccer and it just progressed from there. The catalyst was the opportunity to play soccer at a Division II school. On my team, I thrive to work as hard as I can. I mean, whatever you do on the field, there's a positive correlation to whatever else you do, be it personal relationships, homework, the way you carry yourself. I've changed since I got to King University. It's really helped me to develop as a leader. I think it's honestly the best thing that's ever happened.
And we're back here on CSI Sportsnet. No score between the Dolphins and the Knights. And at the top of the broadcast, we mentioned how important these games are for Queens. They need to be one game better than Bridgeport the rest of the way to secure a spot in the ECC playoffs. And right now, more good news for the Knights as they are headed to the top half of the eighth, Lincoln and Bridgeport, with Lincoln over the Purple Knights right now by a score of 6-3. So we'll continue to provide scoring updates from that matchup each half inning if we can. And taking the mound for Queens College will be Dean Faza. And the numbers for Faza on the season, he comes in having appeared in 7 games, 3 of those starts. He's pitched to a record of 2-1 and a 3.71 ERA. In 26 2/3, he's allowed 24 hits, 15 runs, 11 of those earned. He has walked 14 and struck out 37. Opponents hitting at .240 against him. And Dave, you have the starting lineup that he will face for the College of Staten Island.
Yeah, for the Dolphins, they will lead off with Thomas Martin, the designated hitter. Shendi Ulaj, as we mentioned, will play second base and bat second. Batting third is number 31, Peter Lombardo, the first baseman. Batting fourth is Angel Santiago, the third baseman. Batting fifth is the right fielder, number 14, Thomas Joyce. Batting sixth is the left fielder, number 25, Louis Mandil. Batting seventh is the center fielder, number 37, Brian Burkhead. Batting eighth, the lone senior for the Dolphins, catcher Sal Trancucci. And batting ninth is the shortstop, Nick Cipoletti. Of course, Kevin Ryan not in the batting order.
Into the box steps Thomas Martin, coming off an ECC Rookie of the Week selection for the College of Staten Island. And he has swung the bat well all season long. His average now just shy of 400 on the season, 24 of 61. And he takes an 0-1 pitch outside to even up the count.
Yeah, and most likely Thomas Martin will have some consideration for a ECC All-Star selection as a rookie, batting a little under 400 this year, has been nothing but a bright spot for this Dolphins team as he spoils that one foul. Should mention to our Queens fans who might be following from home, today's pitcher, Dean Faza, wearing number 9, I believe, Joe. He's listed in our program as number 28, but we've been assured that he is indeed the pitcher, even though he's wearing a different number, because Queens doesn't have a number 9 on their roster.
Could get awfully confusing if they did, as the 1 and 2 pitch is taken for ball 2. And going back to Martin's numbers on the season for one moment, the number that really jumps off the page, he is slugging at .623 on the season, which gives him an OPS up over 1,100 as he swings and misses at that 2 and 2 pitch for strike 3. So Martin, strikeout victim, to open the game for the Dolphins, and Shendi Ulaj will be the batter.
Yeah, well, Martin before Ulaj had 11 extra base hits, Joe, in his freshman season. And, that's not the biggest number in the world, but when you compare it to the fact that he only has 24 hits in this abbreviated season, it's pretty impressive. Just about half of his hits have gone for extra bases, and Shendi Ulaj is right behind him with 9 extra bases, 8 doubles. It's good for second on the team as he comes in batting just south of 300.
Taking a look at the spray chart that I have in front of me for Shendi Ulaj, I think actually all of his base hits that I've scored have gone to the right of center field. So Ulaj tends to drive the ball the opposite way as the count evens up on Shendi at 1-1.
Another reason why Shendi's moving up in the batting order, he leads the Dolphins with 11 bases on balls this season, which has lifted his on-base percentage up to .419.
And the 1-1 is swung on and missed. Ulaj tied up on that fastball up and in.
And for Faza, he has 37, now 38 strikeouts with that Thomas Martin K in 27 innings. So averaging better than 1 per, obviously.
That's just off the outside corner for ball 2. But for the Knights as a whole, very solid pitching numbers on the season, especially near the top of the stat sheet. Several pitchers with ERAs under 5. The Dolphins only have a single pitcher with an ERA under that mark, and that's senior Sal Trancucci. Trancucci, the lone Dolphin senior, recognized ahead of the game today as that's fouled back.
Yeah, Queens has a team with a 5.15 ERA, and that's very respectable here in the ECC and nationally as well. So they are getting it done. As a team, 192 strikeouts this season, so approaching the 200 number there.
Comes the 2-2, and that's upstairs for ball 3.
Queens pitchers have issued 109 walks this season in 166 innings. But teams are batting just .252 against the Knights.
As Ulaj swings and misses for strike 3. So Faza opens his game with back-to-back strikeouts, and there are 2 away.
Yeah, and that'll leave it up to Peter Lombardo. Lombardo, the only other Dolphin batting over 300 with Angel Santiago, but he's batting .333, limited duty. This is Lombardo's 13th start of the season, his 14th game, but he's 15 of 45, 4 extra base hits. He has walked 6 times.
And the first pitch to Lombardo is downstairs for ball 1, and watching Lombardo walk up to the plate, I was wondering if the excess fabric in those pants might hinder his ability to swing the bat.
Yeah, he definitely likes the baggy getup. Even the jersey is very baggy.
As that's taken for a called strike 1, I couldn't believe how much excess fabric he had going on in those pants. I'm not sure if they didn't have his size or if that was a request of his. 1 ball and 1 strike the count. And that's lined into shallow right center, falling fast, and it drops in front of Pulsifer for a 2-out single. So Peter Lombardo continues to swing a hot bat as he climbs the ranks in batting average for this Dolphins team, and CSI is a 2-out base runner.
Yeah, with the exception of one that was fouled off by Martin. That's the first contact that the Dolphins have been able to get against Faza. And now it leaves it up to Santiago, who we just mentioned, the only other Dolphin batting over 300. He's at .323, making his 19th start of the season in the Dolphins' 21st game. He's been a mainstay in his first year with the Dolphins. He was on the roster with St. Thomas Aquinas before transferring, didn't play for the Spartans, or at least didn't get in the game.
Right here he looks at a called strike 1, and he's a hitter. If you take a look at his spray chart, drives the ball well all over the ballpark, and a lot of line drives, a lot of deep fly balls. Santiago has been making good contact all year long as he looks at ball 1.
Yeah, he only has the 3 extra base hits out of his 21 hits, all of them doubles. But he has driven in 10 runs. He's walked 6 times. He's also been hit a pair of times. You could see him hugging that batter's box.
And the 1-1 is hit sharply through the middle for another 2-out base hit. Going first to second is Lombardo, and the Dolphins now have 2 on with 2 away, and Thomas Joyce coming to the plate.
Yeah, in the middle of the order, which has been good for the Dolphins. And once they've added Thomas Martin to the top of the order, they've gotten stronger there. But Dolphins making some noise here in the bottom of the first, and Sakalaritis wants to talk with his starter here, keep the Dolphins at bay as Thomas Joyce comes up to bat.
So Thomas Joyce, we mentioned it during our last broadcast, seen the average dip a bit as he struggled at the plate. Last time we saw him, his average at 267. That drop began fresh off an ECC Player of the Week selection for Joyce.
Right.
But he's been a key part of the middle third of this Dolphins lineup all season long, and now would be a great time to see him pick up a much-needed base hit with 2 away.
Lefty versus lefty matchup. First time that Faza is seeing a lefty in the order for the Dolphins.
Lefty versus lefty, also often described as an advantage pitcher.
Right.
See if that's how this matchup plays out. Comes the 0-1, and that skips in the dirt to even up the count at 1. Runner at second is Lombardo. Santiago stands over at first. Both singled with 2 away here in the bottom of the first inning. Here comes Faza's 1-1 pitch, and that breaking ball sails up high for ball 2.
And talking to head coach Mike Morrow, one of the things that he wants to work on in the offseason as far as recruiting is concerned is getting more speed, and the Dolphins don't have a lot of it on the base pads here, and so it's going to take something in a gap somewhere to score Lombardo from second.
That won't do it as Joyce swings through that 2-1 pitch, and count now 2 balls and 2 strikes.
But the Dolphins want to become a team that plays more small ball in the future, manufacturing runs, working the base pads, getting opponents to respect the runners on the bases. Something to keep our eyes on as the years move forward.
Most of CSI's speed concentrated near the bottom of this Dolphins batting order as Joyce looks at ball 3.
An interesting pitch upcoming here. Joyce has walked 6 times this season, but he has struck out 17 times, and that's second highest on the team. It's a big spot for him. Junior transfer who joined the Dolphins last year.
Runners will be in motion. Here comes the 3-2 pitch, and that's chopped foul.
And they'll have to redo it. But Joyce does lead the team this year with 15 RBI. And he does have 2 home runs this season, which is second on the team.
You said it before, Dave. Not a certainty the Dolphins would score on a base hit. The 3-2 count might help with that.
Right. Faza's got to come in.
And Joyce swings through that pitch on the black for strike 3. So Faza strikes out the side, surrenders a pair of base hits in inning number 1. We head to the second with no score.
Champions know how to seize opportunities. When they see moments of greatness unfold right before their eyes, they push as hard as they possibly can. And then they push harder. Because the heart of a champion never settles, never quits, and never stops giving its all. We are champions. We are Division II. We go big, we give it everything we've got, and we win. On the field, on our campuses, in our communities, for our causes, in our careers. We rise to become champions in everything we do. We are Division II, and there are no limits here. We make our time count. We set our own path. We become champions on our terms. It's time to up your game, because we're here to play and learn. But most importantly, we're here to discover ourselves, our vision, our heart, our drive, to achieve every goal we aim for, because we want to be champions at the highest level, life. At Division II, the opportunities are here. Are you ready?
And we're back from the College of Staten Island. No score, between the Dolphins and the Knights through the first inning of play. And we do have another scoring update in the game between Bridgeport and Lincoln. Bottom half of the eighth, 1 out. Lincoln at the plate. They now lead 7-3. So they've extended their lead to 4 since our last update, and we will continue to keep our viewers posted on that game in case you don't have multiple devices to view both games at the same time here on the ECC network. For the Knights in their half of the second, it will be 5, 6, and 7 due up against Kevin Ryan.
Yeah, so Andrew Smith will start things off, the designated hitter for this Queens College team.
Smith comes in hitting at .311 on the season, 19 of 61 at the plate, and he looks it outside of the zone for ball 1.
Yeah, Smith with the 8 extra base hits, 6 of them doubles. That ties him for the team lead, and he's also tied for the team lead in triples with the 2. Undoubtedly one of the reasons why he's in this spot as the designated hitter, batting 5th in the lineup.
Smith ahead in the count here, 2-0. And he takes that one right off the numbers. So Ryan hits his first batter of the game. Smith did not look particularly happy about it, but he will be awarded first base. That will bring up Jason Rodopoulos. Rodopoulos hitting at .254, 16 of 63 entering action today. The runner at first is Smith, and taking a look, he has not attempted a stolen base this season.
Yeah, so 2 base runners for Queens without the benefits of a hit, one via the walk in the first, and now the hit by pitch to Smith. With nobody out, Queens in business.
And Rodopoulos looks at that pitch inside for ball 1, so if you're a fan of the Dolphins and maybe a member of that CSI coaching staff, good to see Ryan still willing to come inside after hitting Smith. Don't want to see him deterred. As that's it on the ground to short. Cipolletti's flip to Ulaj for 1. And the throw to first is scooped out of the dirt by Lombardo for the double play. Nicely done by the Dolphins on that 6-4-3 double play. And they are quickly 2 away.
Yeah, I was going to say on that last hit by pitch, that was a lefty versus lefty matchup, and Kevin gets the righty to line into a double play. Nice job all around. Cipolletti, the transfer to Ulaj, and then Ulaj with the crisp throw over to Lombardo. So 2 away here. And Ryan with a chance to get out with facing the minimum, but that won't happen.
That won't do it as Corey Tingo lines a 2-out single into left field. So that will give Nick Burke a chance with 2 away in the road half of the second.
Certainly makes turning of that double play a lot more prominent now in this inning as Queens with their second base runner of this inning, the first erased via the double play, and Ryan working now towards the bottom of the order, and Nick Burke. Burke to very limited duty this season. This is only his 6th appearance, his 3rd start. He's only 2 for 10 at the plate. No extra bases. He does have an RBI and a run scored.
He's ahead in the count here, 1-0. Tingo, the runner, over at first. Tingo 1 for 2 on stolen bases this year, as the count evens up on Burke at 1-1.
And if that score at Bridgeport holds up, Joe, it would be Queens that would control their own destiny from here on in. So huge weekend here for the Knights.
And that's tapped softly back toward the mound. Will be a tough play for Ryan, but once again, another example of Kevin Ryan fielding his position incredibly well. Made that play look easy as he throws out Burke for the final out of the inning. We head to the bottom half of the second. Still no score between the Dolphins and Knights here on the ECC Network.
Hobra, a taco joint, Staten Island, where we're proud to have shared our family-first spirit with people from throughout New York City and the world. With indoor dining available both at the bar and on the floor. Or step outside for additional seating and an outdoor bar. Serving beer that's crisp, ice cold, and worthy of a day at the beach. Cocktails that explode with flavor. And great food made with the freshest and healthiest ingredients available. Events feature food and drink specials, live music, and the best of Staten Island nightlife. Your CSI Student ID saves you 10% on your dining order at Hobra. Visit us at 412 Forest Avenue, Staten Island.
And we're back here on the ECC Network with another scoring update for you in the game we were just discussing between Bridgeport and Lincoln. And more good news incoming for fans of Queens College as Lincoln now leads Bridgeport by a score of 10-3 heading into the top half of the ninth inning. So after a 4 spot in the bottom of the 8th, Lincoln over Bridgeport 10-3. Purple Knights down to their final 3 outs.
Yeah, so Queens 3 outs away from controlling their own destiny, their own playoff destiny within the ECC. And for Bridgeport, they're 3 outs away from becoming huge Dolphins fans this weekend.
As that one's hit in the air out towards shallow center field, and calling off his infielders is Pulsifer to make the catch for out number 1.
Yeah, nice job by Pulsifer to call off Burke, who was kind of backpedaling into his territory. But Pulsifer, we can hear him from here in the press box calling off Burke, and 1 away here after a pitch.
And that's exactly what you want if you're a coach of this Knights team. You want to see your outfielder take charge and call the infielders off on that play, especially here at the College of Staten Island where the wind constantly plays a role.
Yep, and brings up Brian Burkhead, who's been a nice bright spot to this Dolphins team, Joe. He's one of the true freshmen on this CSI team, and
Burkhead hits one hard, but that is right into Burke's glove over at second base. So Burkhead lines out to Burke, and there are quickly 2 away in the home second.
yeah, 2 pitches, 2 outs. This is exactly what you want if you're a Knights fan. And these CSI hitters not giving us much of a chance to talk them up while they're at the plate. We'll have to catch around to Brian Burkhead the second time around. But Sal Trancucci, who was honored during pregame as CSI's lone senior, will now do the hitting.
For Trancucci on the season, he comes in hitting at .235, 8 of 34. He's ahead 1-0 here, and he takes off the outside corner for ball 2. Trancucci hoping to make Faza work a bit out on the rubber. Though the Dolphins did make Faza throw 23 pitches in the first inning. As Trancucci took a big cut there at that 2-0 pitch and came up empty for strike 1.
Trancucci was very limited in plate appearances in 2019 when he first joined the team as a transfer. And I believe only had the 1 hit in 2019. Did a lot of work as a pitcher. He was also a catcher, which he still is, and probably has CSI's best pitching numbers this season. I'm sure we'll see him at some point this weekend on the hill.
As he fouls that one back, the count remains 2 balls and 2 strikes, but I think that's certainly a fair assessment of his season as Trancucci comes in with a 4.66 ERA. That leads the team. Also leads the team in wins and in strikeouts. So
yeah.
Trancucci among the leaders or leading in nearly every pitching category for the Dolphins as he chops that one foul.
Yeah, and only Nick Velarde is holding opponents to a lower batting average than Trancucci. But, yeah, he's also a very effective catcher. And, you know, you don't see that a lot, Joe, when your number 1 catcher is also your number 1 pitcher. Kind of a conflict of interest.
Just a bit, as it makes things difficult, especially with how well Trancucci manages the running game behind the dish. But he strikes out right here for the 3rd out of the inning. And for Dean Faza, that's strikeout number 4. We head to the 3rd inning, still no score.
For me, just kind of was the glue that kept my family together, I feel like. I don't know what it was that drew me in, but after I started playing for a while and started seeing some early success as a little kid, to see how much it meant to my parents to see me play the game and try to make a difference was really what fueled me to keep playing and stay competitive. Being a triple major is not necessarily easy, but at the same time, it is what you make it. Being a tighter-knit university, I have a lot of classes with the same professors, so they know me pretty well. I think it's that personal relationship that really helped me to thrive as a student. I was able to come here and get my triple major, as well as play a super high level of baseball against some of the best players in the country. There's a lot of options here in Division II with a lot of great ball players and a lot of great people, and they make sure that they give you every opportunity to succeed on and off the field.
Top half of the third inning about to get underway here from the College of Staten Island. It will be 9-1-2 for Queens College against Kevin Ryan, and both he and Dean Faza putting up zeros in each of the first 2 innings. Good work by both starting pitchers early in this game.
Yeah, both pitchers are going to want to work at some point with the lead, but for now they have to match wits on the hill. And Ryan, guilty of giving up some base runners via the non-hit. He did walk a batter in the first. Did hit a batter in the second, as well as yield his first hit of the game, but has been pretty good otherwise in his first turn around the order. He'll face 9-1-2 in this inning, as for the first time, some Queens batters will be waiting for their second time around against Ryan. But before that, it'll be Evan Christopher. Christopher playing third base for Queens, and he is batting .208 this season. As Joe mentioned, he's the only other Queens player to appear in every game this season, although one of them was coming in out of the dugout as a non-starter.
So Christopher leads things off for Queens College in the top half of the third, gets ahead in the count 1-0, and looks at that pitch on the inside corner to even up the count at 1.
And if you're Ryan, you want to be aggressive against Evan Christopher here, batting just over 200, but does lead Queens with 19 strikeouts.
Christopher, 11 of 53 on the season, 208 at the plate. As the count runs to 1 ball and 2 strikes here. Here comes Ryan's 1-2 pitch. That's chopped back toward the mound again. Ryan reaches down and scoops that up with another strong throw over to first. He retires Evan Christopher for out number 1.
Yeah, second straight out registered by the Dolphins, coming on the assist by Ryan, coming down from his position on the mound to make a good fielding play. Right-handed glove, left-handed throw over to Lombardo.
It's just too often we see pitchers unable to throw to bases. We've seen it throughout the year. Kevin Ryan has not had that issue once, as that breaking ball is just off the inside corner to Colin Diaz. Diaz is 0 for 1. He flew out in his first at bat.
He comes in as the leader in hits for Queens College this season.
And he'll add one more to that team-leading hit total right there as he lines that one through the middle and into center for a 1-out single. That hit number 24 for Diaz. That puts him in the team lead by a pair.
Yeah, and so Pulsifer now, who was walked back in the first inning, was Queens' first base runner of the game. And Pulsifer, only his 9th start of the season, 2 for 11. This year, the walk that he was issued was only the second one of his season.
Whenever I look at the batting numbers for a team, I always say it. Those hitters with very few plate appearances on the year are typically not the hitters that you want to issue the free pass to.
Right. Pulsifer does have wheels. The 2 hits that he has this season were both triples that he was able to leg out.
That's very unusual, as that one's chopped over toward first, and Lombardo has it, but in foul territory.
Yeah, there's a couple of players in the lineup that you wouldn't normally expect to be here for Queens. You know, one of the glaring omissions from their lineup is Teovaldo Estevez, who's not in the starting lineup, and we won't really know why. Maybe there's been an injury there, but Estevez came into the game with 20 hits for Queens, 6 extra bases, including 2 home runs. So his omission from the starting lineup is a glaring one. But, of course, we don't get injury reports here. But you have to think that Pulsipher being inserted in the lineup has something to do with that.
Count on Pulsipher even at 1 ball and 1 strike after that pickoff attempt. And he takes another breaking ball inside.
I guess that broke too late, as Ryan wanted it as a strike. It looked dead red here.
After that hitter's call, the count 2-1. And one last piece of good news for the Knights regarding that game between Bridgeport and Lincoln. We have a final. Lincoln wins 10-4, and that means Queens College now controls their own destiny in regards to their East Coast Conference playoff berth.
Yeah, it's big news for the Knights. And
there goes the runner. Pitch is swung on and missed for strike 3, and safe at second is Diaz.
Might be strike 2, Joe, on the batter.
That is strike 2. That's my mistake. It was kind of you to say it might be strike 2. It certainly was strike 2.
Well, I know Pulsipher really didn't move much. He had no intention of going back to the dugout. Looked up at the scoreboard, noticed that there was only 1 strike on him. So Queens has got a runner in scoring position for the second time today.
I blame the allergens. 2 balls and 2 strikes the count, and that is off the outside corner for ball 3.
So Pulsipher, who earned on via walk last time, might look to make it 2 at-bats in a row against Kevin Ryan again, the lefty-lefty matchup.
Payoff pitch upcoming, and that one's grounded down the line, just foul.
Yeah, that was close.
It sure was, and Lombardo appeared to be very certain of it, didn't make much of an effort to dive and knock that ball down.
Yeah, same thing with the first base coach for Queens, no protest at all. So I guess our angle with the white line there and the bag makes it a little bit deceiving for us, but no issues there. Line drive strike.
Another 3-2 pitch upcoming from Kevin Ryan. This pitch will be number 37 in the game. And that's fouled straight back, and we'll see at least one more 3-2 pitch. Queens with a runner in scoring position and 1 away. Pulsipher, if he could pick up the RBI, it would be number 6 for him on the season, which is surprising for a player with only 2 base hits. I had to double check and make sure that was correct, but he does have 5 runs batted in. As the 3-2 misses upstairs for ball 4, so it's a 1-out walk for Pulsipher, a very good at bat for him, as he made Ryan work hard, and that will bring up Reed Hoskins.
Yeah, it's a tough walk issued by Ryan, a long, drawn-out at-bat. And it results in a free pass over to first base. Kind of renders the Diaz stolen base moot at this point. But there's a big moment here in the game. Queens' best hitter, Reed Hoskins, who did strike out his first time up, looking to get some retribution against Ryan.
And Hoskins takes up and away for ball 1. And now every pitch out of the strike zone looms large as a walk could load the bases, and Ryan's command has come and gone early in this start. You mentioned coming into the inning how to walk, and issued another one here. Ryan comes set, takes a look over his shoulder towards second, and delivers the 1-0. And there's a big swing and a miss by Hoskins. Throw behind the runner, not in time.
Not a bad idea, though, for Trancucci. Pulsipher was kind of just lollygagging back to first base, no real urgency, and he almost got thrown out on the snap throw back.
Don't want to get caught napping on the base paths with Sal Trancucci behind the plate. It's a bad place to be, as the 1-1 pitch is swung on and missed, and Hoskins was way out in front of that breaking ball.
Yeah, that was a gorgeous pitch by Ryan. Fooled Hoskins completely. Hoskins with 13 strikeouts this season, actually 14 when you measure that first one up.
1-2 the count. Kevin Ryan looking for a big second out, and he will get it on the inside corner. So after a few moments of Hoskins waiting for the call, he is rung up for strike 3. And for Kevin Ryan, that strikeout will be his second.
Yeah, and for Ryan, he's missed that outside strike to the right-handed hitters, and so went inside that time and looked to be maybe too inside, but strike zone was there for the called strike 3. So Ryan missing on the outside corner but hitting on the inside corner. Put that in the memory bank for later. As Sakalaritis comes up, he grounded out to third his first time up to end the first inning.
Knights looking for a big 2-out base hit. They have a runner in scoring position, 2 on with 2 outs. And Sakalaritis hits one over to short. Nice play by Cipoletti, ranging to his right. And they get the force at second for the 3rd out of the inning. Still no score heading into the bottom half of the 3rd here on the ECC Network. Dolphins come to bat after this break.
Wayne State Medical School has been my dream medical school since I was 5. Athletics are important, but so is service, so is research, so is becoming a better person. And we expect you to do well athletically, but don't forget the reason you're here, which is to give back to your community and to get good grades. It was my sophomore indoor season. It was the first year with our new head coach. And he comes in and he's like, we could be a national contending team if you guys work hard. And I heard him and I was like, well, I want to be a national champion. I want to be an All-American. And I bought in because he bought into our team. And I qualified to go to indoor nationals. I decided I wanted it, so I went and grabbed it.
And we're back here from the College of Staten Island. Still no score between the Dolphins and the Knights, both teams with a pair of base hits in this game. And in the top half of this 3rd inning, the Knights stranded a pair on base. Brad Sakalaritis grounded out for the final out of the inning, but not to be overlooked on that last putout was a great play over at shortstop by Nick Cipoletti.
Yeah, you know, we've seen Nick struggle at times at shortstop with the tough hop here and the infield grass being what it is, but he's also made some really sterling plays in the field, and that was one of them. Understanding that he was off balance for a throw at first base, went over to second, threw it on a line to Ulaj, and makes a otherwise difficult play seem easy, and gets the Dolphins out of the inning to boot. So nice job, and now the Dolphins get their turn of the 3rd to make some noise, and they too will start this one 9-1-2 in the order.
And 9 is Nick Cipoletti, who made that play in the field over at short to bring the top half of this inning to a close. And he looks at that pitch out of the zone for ball 1. But for Cipoletti in the field, I think he's made more of those very good to great plays than he has mistakes. Unfortunately, it's the errors that always loom large in the final box score, especially when the unearned runs are tallied. And right here, Cipoletti hits that ball very well out to center field. It's over Pulsipher's head. The only question is 2 or 3. Cipoletti will head for 3rd. The relay throw is way offline, and fortunately for the Knights, Faza backed it up perfectly.
Well, I know it's hard to believe, Joe, but I was actually going to mention that I was on the field when the Dolphins were taking their batting practice, and Cipoletti was hitting them everywhere, and he was getting some power on them, and I wish I had a chance to say that before he smoked that one to straightaway center field for a triple, but if the hacks in batting practice were any indication, he was due for that. And this is a nice scenario for the Dolphins. They're number 1 hitter up to bat at the top of the order, Thomas Martin, this time with a runner at 3rd to work with. Got to like your chances here if you're a Dolphins fan.
Infield about halfway in at the corners for the Knights, but that won't help them right there as Martin hits one well out to left field, and Cipoletti trots home with the first run of the game. The Dolphins take a 1-0 lead, and to your point, Dave, you can't let Cipoletti's stature fool you. We've seen him hit the ball well a lot this season, including most notably that big base hit against Bridgeport that tied the game in extra innings. And he certainly has some power in that bat, as Thomas Martin does as well, as we saw right there on that sacrifice fly. And that puts the Dolphins ahead by a run. Yep,
and you're at the bottom of the order for a reason, too, to get things started for the top of the order when they get their turn up at bat, and that's exactly what Cipoletti did. So mission accomplished with the first 2 batters, as Martin's fly ball was perfectly placed, deep enough to easily score Cipoletti, as Diaz had no chance to knock him out. And the Dolphins have themselves a 1-0 lead, and the first lead of the game belongs to CSI.
Shendi Ulaj is the batter, and he fouls that one away to even up the count of the ball and a strike.
Struck out his first time up, number 12 on the season for him.
One and one upcoming from Faza. And that pitch is taken off the outside corner for ball 2. So I think it's very clear that the outside corner to the right-handed hitters is not a call that the pitchers will be getting in this game. A pair of lefties out on the mound right now, so they'll have to work inside.
Yeah, and, Faza, after he threw that and it was called a ball, he kind of dead stared the catcher and the umpire. In other words, looking to be like, where was that? If body language tells a story anyway. But it's been consistent.
As we saw in that last called strike 3 to Hoskins in the previous half inning, some of those calls take a bit to come down the pipe from behind home plate.
Yeah.
That's in for a called strike 2, and the count is full on Shendi Ulaj. And that's down and away for ball 4, so Ulaj works out the one-out walk, and that will bring Peter Lombardo to the plate with a man on and one out.
That's the first walk issued by Faza today. It continues the inning here for Peter Lombardo, who had the game's first hit, single to center field his first time up.
Lombardo comes to the plate with a man on, one out. Dolphins now lead by a run. Lombardo's base hit is one of 3 Dolphin base knocks so far in this game as he gets ahead in the count here, 1-0. Faza takes a look over towards first and delivers the 1-0 right down the middle for a called strike 1.
A lot of signs being given by Mike Morrow, head coach, who's coaching third base for the Dolphins.
Shendi Ulaj with one attempted stolen base. That attempt was unsuccessful, and that diving attempt by Nick Burke unsuccessful, as that one is just past his outstretched glove and into center field for a base hit.
So Lombardo now 2 for 2 on the afternoon, and the Dolphins now with their third base runner of the inning, 2 via a hit, 1 via the walk, and that brings up Angel Santiago, who had the Dolphins' second hit of the game, one that was laced right up the middle of the infield. Back in the first inning of play, that's when Faza gave up 2 singles sandwiched between 3 strikeouts.
First pitch to the Dolphins cleanup hitter is taken for a called strike 1. With that, Lombardo now a pair of base hits in the game, as you just mentioned, and Nick Cipoletti and the man at the plate, Angel Santiago, accounting for the other 2. As that one is ripped over towards third, it handcuffs Christopher and rolls into left field. Diaz has it, and his throw will arrive at third base on a hop. It's an RBI single for Angel Santiago, and the Dolphins now lead 2-0.
Yeah, I agree with that call, Joe. That came up and kind of bit Christopher at third base. The only thing he could do was kind of defend himself there, but it is an RBI single. And Shendi Ulaj scores the game's second run, and it's 2-0. And no action for Queens in their bullpen, no visit from the coaching staff for Faza. And Tommy Joyce looking to extend this inning.
Not much Christopher could do there. That ball was hit very hard to third. And unfortunate for the Knights, it got through him as Joyce lines a base hit into right field. Rodopoulos has it. Lombardo comes around third. He will score. Joyce thought about advancing to second on the throw, as that one sailed over towards third. And standing over at third is Angel Santiago. It is an RBI single for Thomas Joyce, and the Dolphins' lead is now 3.
Yeah, so Dolphins hopping on the first pitch that time against Faza. And a potential for a big inning getting even bigger as the Dolphins now with 3 runs in. Now runners at the corners. And we'll see what they decide to do here in this one-out, runners at first and third situation. Santiago at third base, Joyce at first. And Louis Mandiel, who gave it a good ride to center field his first time up, is the batter.
That's an on-the-ground foul down the third base line. And That's why you take your lead in foul territory if you're Angel Santiago, as that ball was hit right at him, leading off of third. For Mandiel, he's 0 for 1. Popped out in his first at bat. Chance to extend the CSI lead to 4 as he chases down in the dirt for strike 2.
Yeah, Mandiel had that shallow fly ball that sent Burke backpedaling at second base that Pulsifer made a nice job getting to.
Mandiel looks at up and away for ball 1.
Been a lot of feast or famine from Mandiel this season, as 9 of his 15 hits have been for extra bases, but he has struck out 28 times.
He's behind in the count here. 1 ball and 2 strikes. And just getting a piece to stay alive was Mandiel.
Mandiel tied for second on the team with 13 RBI in prime position to pick another one up. He's also homered 3 times, a career high for him, and has him with the team lead in that department.
Here comes another 1-2 pitch, and that is fouled straight back.
Mandiel getting that timing down now against Faza, who has now faced 7 batters in this inning. Dolphins 2 away from batting around.
I think it's clear the Dolphins are getting much better looks at Faza this second time through the batting order. Here comes the 1-2, and that's hit sharply on the ground. Foul once again down the third base line and out of play.
Yeah, and you know, for Queens is they don't have that 1 or 2 overpowering pitchers. Their entire pitching arsenal is, statistically all, pretty much on par with one another. So Dolphins got to feel comfortable here.
As that one is chopped foul yet again.
Yeah, that if they can touch Faza up in this way, that they might have a good chance against anybody that Queens decides to bring in.
This is a big out for Faza out on the mound. Would love to keep his team within 3, and getting Mandiel here without allowing that run to score could go a long way towards achieving that. And Mandiel fouls back yet another one.
Yeah, and of course, conventional thinking says the longer these at-bats go on, the more the advantage plays into the hitter, who's getting to see more and more pitches up there, getting more and more confident. Let's see who wins this battle.
Pitch number 55 upcoming from Faza. So he'll take the opportunity to attempt to pick off over to first, but Faza working hard early in this game.
Yeah, you mentioned 55 pitches. He started the second inning with 2 outs on 2 pitches.
Here comes the 1-2, and that is up high.
And lots of cheers coming up from the CSI dugout as well. They can sense a big inning here. Still nobody up for Queens. This is a 9-inning affair, so still plenty of baseball here to be had in this one.
2-2 the count on Mandiel. And Faza's pitch is fouled away yet again, much to the delight of the Dolphins dugout. And speaking about that pitching depth, I'd be very curious to see how the Knights utilize that today. This, of course, the first game of a pair. The second will not be reflected in the ECC standings. This game counts. Game 2 will not count in the conference standings. As the 2-2 pitch is swung on and missed for strike 3. So that is a huge strikeout on the mound for Dean Faza. That is his 5th, and there are 2 away.
Yeah, that was a big one, a really big one, because if you're Mandiel, what you want to do, obviously you don't want to bounce into a double play. That would have been the worst outcome, but you would like to put one in play there, get that runner moving at third base. So Queens doesn't get the perfect scenario out of that, the double play, but they do register an out with nobody moving, and that brings up Brian Burkhead, who chased after the first pitch in his last at-bat and lined one right at second base.
Glad you mentioned that, Dave, because they are holding the runner on at first, and with that hole on the right side, Burkhead has a lot of room to work with over there, and he chops one past the mound. Reaching up with the glove was Faza. He could not reel it in, but Tingo pulls that ball down and steps on second for the final out of the inning. So the Dolphins will settle for 3 in the inning. On 4 base hits, they strand a pair. Dolphins lead is 3 heading into the 4th, and when we come back, David Pizzuto takes over the call for innings 4, 5, and 6.
Champions know how to seize opportunities. When they see moments of greatness unfold right before their eyes, they push as hard as they possibly can, and then they push harder. Because the heart of a champion never settles, never quits, and never stops giving its all. We are champions. We are Division II. We go big, we give it everything we've got, and we win. On the field, on our campuses, in our communities, for our causes, in our careers. We rise to become champions in everything we do. We are Division II, and there are no limits here. We make our time count. We set our own path. We become champions on our terms. It's time to up your game, because we're here to play and learn. But most importantly, we're here to discover ourselves, our vision, our heart, our drive, to achieve every goal we aim for, because we want to be champions at the highest level, life. At Division II, the opportunities are here. Are you ready?
Welcome back here to the CSI Baseball Complex, home of the College of Staten Island Dolphins, and they have themselves a 3-0 lead against their CUNY rivals, Queens College, needing these games desperately to stay in the playoff picture. Queens controlling their own destiny thanks to the final score update from Joe Foreman. 10-4 was the final score there.
That is correct.
Bridgeport losing to Lincoln. That keeps the door wide open for Queens College, but they're down by 3 here on the scoreboard, Joe, and they need a start here against Kevin Ryan.
Kevin Ryan hasn't shown any signs yet that he will relinquish a 3-run lead, but still plenty of baseball left to be played as the Dolphins, following a 3 spot in the bottom half of the 3rd, will take a 3-0 lead into the 4th.
And Andrew Smith, who was hit by the pitch his first time up and then erased via a double play back in the 2nd inning, gets his second chance here against Ryan. Second lefty in the order that Ryan is facing. Ryan with the long look and now deals the 0-1, and that drops too low for a ball.
I think for Ryan right now, the biggest issue that he needs to get under control is the command. And the hit batter and a pair of walks, the biggest blemishes on his line so far. He scattered that pair of hits through 3 innings.
Yeah, Ryan's done a really great job of kind of knocking down that ERA that was really inflated in the first couple of weeks of the season after a couple of really rough starts. The ERA now 6.97. But next to the first couple of weeks, Joe, that ERA has come way down. And a lot of it is because of that control. But right now he stands to lose Andrew Smith. 3-1 the count. We'll see if Smith takes all the way here. He does and takes a strike, so the count goes full here on Andrew Smith. Smith making his 18th start in his 18th appearance. And he rocks that one down the first base line, but that hits the bullpen foul territory. Smith looking for hit number 20 on the season. We mentioned before he's tied with 2 others for the team lead in doubles and triples with 6 and 2 respectively.
That last foul ball, as well as the Knights have hit one all day. Smith just a bit early.
That one is swung on and hit right above us. And out of play.
Fortunately so.
Skipped.
Might want to slide that mixer to the left just a bit.
Skipped off of our roof here, but yeah, if that one came down a little bit, headed right for us.
Let's stop right there.
And that handcuffs Smith, but he is called out on the swing. And Kevin Ryan gets strikeout number 3 on the game. And there's one away. So in 3 out of 4 innings, Ryan has started off with an out. And he will take on Jason Rodopoulos here, the right fielder. Rodopoulos hit into a double play, his first time up back in the 2nd inning. A well-turned double play at that, all started by the glove of Nick Cipoletti, who's made a couple of really nice plays in the infield for the Dolphins. Rodopoulos takes ball 1.
It's been a great day overall for Cipoletti so far. Scored the first run and hit one well out to center field for a triple to get on ahead of scoring the first CSI run of the game.
Yeah, great start as the leadoff in the last inning, and he'll bat in the next inning as well, number 2 spot. As Ryan gets even with Rodopoulos. Queens is 11-10 overall this season, 9-9, right down 500 in the ECC. And that one is roped towards left field, but well foul.
Nice timing on Ryan's breaking ball. Not quite there yet, but we saw some very early swings the first time through the order. Now they're making contact, but still a bit early here in the second pass.
And that one is skied up in the air. Plenty of room for Lombardo to call off his peers and make the catch in fair territory. And 2 up, 2 down here in the top of the 4th inning for Queens.
Ryan out on the mound. Really could have used a quick inning, and he's on the doorstep of that right now as the next pitch he throws will be number 55. That's a mark that Faza reached in the previous half inning.
Well, Tingo ruined what could have been a 1-2-3 second inning with a base hit against Ryan. One of 2 hits in the game for the Knights. Tingo roped his to left field in front of Louis Mandil. He'll get a 1-0 to look at. And that's swung on and missed for strike 1 against, again, Ryan having success with that inside pitch. That's well outside for a ball. First of 2 games here at the CSI Baseball Complex. Game 2 will start about half hour after this one. It'll be a 7-inning contest that will not count towards the ECC standings, a straight-up non-conference game. Queens had a 4-game series like this one against Mercy, and they did win the non-conference game between those 2 schools. Mercy receiving votes in the the Northeast top 25 this past week. And that one is roped again towards left field, but hung up and foul. Should mention that St. Thomas Aquinas is first in the ECC standings. They are followed by Malloy, which has been on a recent tear, in second. Mercy in third place. Those are the 3 schools that have clinched playoff spots in the ECC. And that one is hit again towards left field. Another base hit for Tingo. Second time he has been on in the game. And that'll bring up Nick Burke with a chance to get things moving here in the bottom. I keep saying the bottom, the top of the 4th inning. Queens looking to make a run here with 2 outs.
We saw Tingo a bit early on the breaking ball 2 pitches ago. Made no mistakes on that last Ryan breaking ball. He was right on it.
And late on that one is Burke. Burke grounded out back to the pitcher to end the 2nd inning for Queens. When that happened, Tingo was at first base. And that one's fouled straight back, so Ryan will be well ahead here of Corey Tingo. I'm sorry, to Nick Burke, as Tingo is at first. And that one is bounced again weakly towards short. Cipoletti, the throw is high, but Lombardo applies the tag on the way down. And the Dolphins are out of the top half of the fourth inning. Another great play made in the infield by the Dolphins. And at the end of 3.5 innings of play, the Dolphins continue to lead the Knights 3-0.
The Kettle Black on Staten Island, a top 5 wing joint in America by Food and Wine magazine. Serving daily lunch and dinner at the bar or on the floor. Perfect for family and group parties with top shelf drink and delicious food. From great times with good friends, live sports and watch parties, to Staten Island's hottest nightlife. The Kettle Black features live music and DJs weekly. The Kettle Black features daily and nightly food and drink specials. The best Staten Island has to offer is at the Kettle Black. We'll see you there at the Kettle Black, located on 415 Forest Avenue, Staten Island.
We welcome you back here to the College of Staten Island, New York, where the CSI Dolphins are up 3-0 over their CUNY rivals, Queens College Knights. We are heading into the bottom of the fourth inning. The Dolphins with 3 runs in their half of the third in their last go-around against Dean Faza, and they will bring up 8-9-1 this time for the bottom of the fourth inning. Want to say hello to those of you watching and listening to us at home, including my wife Jennifer and our dog Toby, who are both hanging in, probably in the family room with this on in the on the television or on the computer. No fans this year, Joe, for us in the building except for that one game. The doubleheader on Saturday last week, so most of our contingent have been tuning in all season long and listening to your voice predominantly, and I've been lucky enough to sit in on a lot of these baseball games, and it's nice to be able to deliver our events to our contingents at home.
Plenty of ways to watch on the ECC network. I'm not sure there's a device I own that does not have that app downloaded, so
yeah.
Plenty of ways to view our broadcasts this season and beyond.
Definitely been getting a lot of traffic, so we thank all of you who have been watching and tuning in. Our live stats are, of course, our website, csidolphins.com, and, of course, you can get all of our games via archive on the ECC network and, of course, at csidolphins.com/CSI Sportsnet. CSI Sportsnet, Joe, one of probably the things that I'm most proud of here at CSI. We started it back in 2007, one of the first web streaming services in the nation at the time, doing audio only. We were on the road for that first couple of seasons. The thought was get people in the stands for home games, and then when we go to the road, our fans can continue to follow our sports teams. And who would have known 13 years later that most every college would be doing streaming? It's come a long way.
Back in 2007, I was frequenting Six Flags Great Adventure. I remember you had to email or comment in videos to ask whoever it was that made the content what song was being used in the video. That's the kind of time it was in 2007. And I'm not even sure I knew web streaming existed in 2007, so you were ahead of me. Back then, I was 14 years old.
Yeah, I still remember the first equipment we used back then. It was so rudimentary, but it was cutting edge back then. It was like, wow, look at all these high-tech things. And meanwhile, it was one of those, like, old-school Walkman headsets and, these little external sound cards, they were called. And that was how we'd hook up to the computer and broadcasting to an FTP site, and then the FTP is encoding the media over the internet. It was really, I don't want to say it was cutting edge because it was pretty rudimentary and basic, but it was interesting. Let's put it that way. And taking a little high was Cipoletti. Cipoletti was the man to get things started in the bottom of the third for the Dolphins. He tripled, and he later scored the Dolphins' first run on a sacrifice fly by Martin, who's on deck. Inside and low for ball 2. So 2-2 the count goes now to Cipoletti.
It's amazing. Everything you just described can now be done with this device
right?
here
Yeah.
in my hand.
That's right.
I remember in 2008, 2009, I received a digital camera and thought I was on the cutting edge of technology.
Long run for the shortstop, Tingo, to make that catch in the infield. And the Dolphins are down to their final out here in the bottom of the fourth.
So bouncing back from a 3 spot in the bottom of the third, Dean Faza is 1 out away from a 1-2-3 inning, but certainly not an easy out stepping into the box, as Thomas Martin will be the batter. Hit the ball well, and his last time was credited with a sacrifice fly.
Yeah, and at the start of this bottom half of the inning, couldn't see it on your screen, but there was some light warming up getting done in the Queens bullpen, more stretching than anything else. So Queens fully expecting Faza to take them at least in this inning and until we move on, as Joe whips out the binoculars to figure out who's out there in that bullpen.
Looks like 42, Dave. 42 or 45. I don't think there is a 45.
42 is Dylan Hughes, and 45 is Dimitri Papazoglu. I think you just wanted me to say that name, Joe.
I don't know. My first instinct was 42, so I think you volunteered that name.
5-3, the putout to end the fourth inning for the Dolphins. They go 1-2-3 in the fourth, and we head to the fifth inning of play. It's the Dolphins 3 and Queens College nothing. Stay with us. More CSI baseball action right here on CSI Sportsnet, ECC Network.
Champions know how to seize opportunities. When they see moments of greatness unfold right before their eyes, they push as hard as they possibly can. And then they push harder. Because the heart of a champion never settles, never quits, and never stops giving its all. We are champions. We are Division II. We go big, we give it everything we've got, and we win. On the field, on our campuses, in our communities, for our causes, in our careers. We rise to become champions in everything we do. We are Division II, and there are no limits here. We make our time count. We set our own path. We become champions on our terms. It's time to up your game, because we're here to play and learn. But most importantly, we're here to discover ourselves, our vision, our heart, our drive, to achieve every goal we aim for, because we want to be champions at the highest level, life. At Division II, the opportunities are here. Are you ready?
Welcome back here to the CSI Baseball Complex. The Dolphins with a 3-0 lead, all three of their runs in the bottom of the third inning. We head to the top of the fifth. Kevin Ryan still on the hill for the Dolphins, as we fully expected him to be. He will face 9-1-2 in the order. The 9 being Evan Christopher, the third baseman, who will see his second pass at Ryan. He grounded back to Ryan his first time up weekly to start the third inning.
Ryan remains in search of his first 1-2-3 inning. The Knights still looking for their first run, trailing by 3.
And putting on the bunt, but taking it off, was Christopher for ball 1, as that one got away from Trancucci, who was set up on the outside and then had to reach back inside for that one. Probably why Christopher took off the bunt. And that one is cut on and hit towards right field. Tom Joyce got a late break on it, but backpedals and makes the catch. And there's one away here in the top of the fifth.
Seeing balls hit like that out towards right field, I automatically assume off the bat it is going all the way to the wall, the way the ball has been carrying here this year. And some of the miscues we saw out in right field last weekend, it's just my instinct, but nicely done there by Joyce to get under it and settle underneath the ball with plenty of time to make the catch. The wind not a factor today.
That'll bring up Diaz on his third time around against Ryan. Diaz 1 for 2. He popped out to second, and he singled up the middle, had a stolen base as well in the bottom of the third. Keep saying bottom, top of the third. That one hits down low for a ball. Yeah, if you're unfamiliar with CSI, the winds can be deadly here, swirling all over. As that one is fouled back for the first strike. Right now, the wind lazily going from right to left and in, if anything.
Dolphins with fairly pronounced shift on against Diaz here. On the right side of the infield, the middle of the infield is wide open to the right of second base.
Yeah, and a monster gap between center field and left field as Burkhead cheating a little bit to his left. And that one is smoked foul, so the count will run full now to 3-2.
Diaz, not the man you want to walk. He's attempted 18 stolen bases, successful on 14 of those attempts.
Yeah, Queens has had base runners in every inning, as Joe alluded to. And they'll get another one here. So Ryan with his third walk issued of the game, the first against Diaz, who is a danger on the base pads, and Liam Pulsifer, who has the other 2 walks in the game, will now get his third turn against Ryan. It's been against the lefty hitters, really. Joe, I believe all 3 walks and the hits batters have all been against lefties in this order for Ryan. And that one hits the outside corner for a strike.
Be very interested to see those types of breakdowns in the stats, batting average against for lefties and righties for each pitcher, but I don't think the stats go that in depth.
Yeah, those would be situational stats that we do have, but that's only on our Stat Crew application back at the office, as this one is skied up in the air to Burkhead in center field. He makes the catch easily, and a big second out registered by Ryan. And now he will face a batter he's had a lot of success against, Reed Hoskins, who came into this one batting .338, leading the Knights in that area. He has struck out twice, once swinging, once looking against Ryan. And I wonder if the Knights will send Diaz in motion, try to get him in scoring position. Ryan knows it and checks him back.
He's dancing over there off of first base, the legs churning, but not moving towards second. Definitely has Ryan's attention.
Yeah, Joe mentioned his numbers, 14 of 18 in stolen base attempts. He holds there, check swing by Hoskins, and yes, he did go for a strike. No other Queens player has more than 7 stolen base attempts, so Diaz more than twice that. And he's going. He gets a huge jump, and he will take second base standing up easily. Stolen base, second of the game for Diaz.
Well, Diaz was dancing off of first base on the previous pitch, as I mentioned, but he was doing so well off of the first base bag. He had a massive lead, and as you said, Dave, got an excellent jump. Didn't even need to slide, and that's saying something with the arm of Trancucci behind the plate.
So now he's in scoring position. And that one gets a piece of Hoskins. So the second hit batter by Ryan today puts runners at first and second now. And Sakellarides will be the batter.
That hit batter really hurts you. We're ahead in the count 0-2. Hoskins has struck out twice. And the cleanup hitter, Sakellarides, looming on deck, and will now get a chance as the tying run at the plate with 2 on. And if you're Ryan, that's a hit batter that you hate to issue.
Yeah, and Sakellarides has grounded out twice in this game, but both times on really sharp hit balls. One to Santiago at third, one to Cipoletti, that he was able to get to second base for the force out. But both took pretty good infield plays to convert, and Ryan is down 1-0 in the count to the catcher. Tying run at the plate for Queens and Sakellarides, who does have a homer this season. And also leads this Queens team with 16 RBI.
Big hole on the right side with Ulaj playing behind Diaz over at second.
And obviously, anything hit to the outfield is going to score Diaz. And Mike Morrow wants to talk very quickly to his infield and his pitcher. It's a rare first visit to the mound by Morrow. Usually we see pitching coach Pat Daddio go out first, and then Morrow usually comes in just to take a player out of the game. But there is no one up in the Dolphins bullpen.
I think it's safe to assume the Dolphins are talking strategy here, and this isn't as much of a counsel for Ryan as it is alignment of the infield and exactly what they intend to do. But with 2 outs, there are only so many scenarios that could play out here on the infield.
Now you wonder if a hit and run is put on here, what the Dolphins need to do with hitting cutoffs and all that stuff. Kind of a reminder, but Ryan was 1 strike away from being out of this inning. Instead, hit a batter and now is down 2-0. And now 3-0 to Sakalarides.
And that pitch wasn't even close. It looked like Ryan really reared back and tried to throw one by him, and that fastball just sailed on him, and now he's 1 pitch away from walking the bases loaded.
Taking all the way is Sakalarides, and that's a balk. I think that's a balk. But
Sure is.
But that would have been ball 4, though.
You know,
Something
I
happened
think we
there.
had this discussion,
Might have been
not
an
you and I, but on the air we mentioned this, and I thought a balk did result in a ball. Apparently it does not.
Does not, huh?
I'm not
unless it's
well-versed
an
enough in the
illegal.
rules.
Unless it was an illegal pitch, I'm not sure. Could be a difference there, and a strike comes in, and now we'll get a official ruling on that when we can. In any event, Diaz is now at third, and Hoskins is now at second, so a base hit could bring in 2, and a swing and a miss. Big swing by Sakalarides, and now the count runs full to him. First base is open. Andrew Smith is on deck. He was hit by a pitch and struck out his last time up. Doesn't have to be all or nothing here for Ryan, but a big pitch for him. And that one swung on and hit sharply down second base. Gets under the glove of Ulaj. 1 run will score, 2 will score easily. And just like that, Queens has narrowed the gap to just a run. It's 3-2.
And when Ulaj was playing behind the runner over at second a few pitches ago, he would have found himself in perfect position to make that play. But with the advancement of the runners to second and third, Ulaj was playing a bit further on the right side of the infield, and those few steps ultimately cost him the play. And for the Knights now, they are 1 run away. Smith at the plate with a runner on first and 2 outs.
So 2 runs in on the benefits of just 1 hit. That was it. So Ryan guilty of walking Diaz, and then the hit by pitch to Hoskins costs him dearly. And that one is roped into right field. That'll drop down in front of Joyce for another base hit. And now runners at first and second with 2 outs.
And the bat's starting to come alive for the Knights now in this half inning. You mentioned scored a pair of runs on the benefits of only that 1 base hit, but now it's back-to-back hits for Queens College, and they have the tying run now standing in scoring position with Jason Rodopoulos coming to the plate.
And again, Kevin Ryan, I think, was 0-2 to Reed Hoskins with 2 outs in this inning and a runner at second base, and ends up hitting Hoskins. And that one is roped to left field. That is going to stay fair, and 1 run will easily score. Coming in now to help take the lead, a play at the plate way offline. It's a 2 RBI double for Jason Rodopoulos, and Queens takes a 4-3 lead.
And the Knights dugout erupting with that 2 RBI extra base hit by Rodopoulos. They have jumped in front 4-3. Both teams now even in the hit column at 6. And Dave, you said it. Kevin Ryan was so close to getting out of this half inning unscathed. Instead, 3 straight 2-out RBI base hits have put the Knights in front by 1.
And they're not done yet. 3 straight hits here for the Knights, all in the middle of the order. And it brings up Corey Tingo, who's 2 for 2 today with a couple of singles to left field. Looking to keep the hit parade coming. 3 hits in the inning have all been RBI hits.
Well, that was my mistake, Dave. 2 of the 3 were RBI hits.
Right. 2 of the 3. 2 RBIs each for Sakalarides and Rodopoulos. Count is now 2-0 to Tingo, who, as I mentioned, with the 2 singles coming into this inning, he had 2 of the 3 Queens hits. On deck is Nick Burke, who's 0 for 2, but Burke would represent Queens batting around in this inning. Dolphins got all 3 of their runs in the bottom of the 3rd, and now Queens with all 4 of theirs in the top of the 5th.
I mentioned it during his last at-bat. Tingo was seeing Ryan pretty well at the plate. Might have chased ball 3 on that last pitch there.
Not even close, as that one hits Tingo square in the back. And I think it's Stephen Kalika who is warming up for the Dolphins, and that might be it for Kevin Ryan, as this is Mike Morrow's 2nd trip. And yes, indeed, umpire telling Kalika to come in, and that will do it for Kevin Ryan, who yields 4 runs on 3 hits in this inning. He has walked a batter in the inning, and that was the 2nd time he's hit a batter. And so Stephen Kalika will take his warm-ups. We're going to step aside, take a break. When we come back, pitching change will be complete, and Stephen Kalika will come on to face Nick Burke. Stay with us.
Whatever you need.
Welcome back here. Stephen Kalika taking some warm-up pitches. He will face Nick Burke, as the Dolphins have made a pitching change. And while we were at break, Joe, we mentioned how Kevin Ryan, we mentioned it on the air too, of how close he was. 2 strikes was down. Queens was down to their final strike of the inning, but the tough hit against Hoskins right on the elbow, it was all downhill from there. He ends up hitting another batter. That was the last batter, and 3 straight hits as well. So it went downhill pretty quickly for Kevin Ryan.
It sure did, Dave. And the big issue for Ryan in this game was the free passes. Issued 3 walks, hit 3 batters, ultimately gave up 6 base hits. And I said it before, the Knights certainly getting better swings against Ryan the 2nd time through the order. But up until just a few minutes ago, Ryan had limited the Knights to only 3 base hits. But credit to Queens College, great 2-out at-bats for them, and now 3 straight hits have put them ahead by a run and a chance for more with 2 on, and one of those 2 stands in scoring position over at second. And as you said, Nick Burke will be the first man to face Stephen Kalika.
And Kalika, who leads the Dolphins now, this is his 10th appearance of the season. He is 1-1 with a 5.75 ERA. He's pitched 20.1 innings. So you could do the math over 9 appearances. So he's getting about an inning or 2 of work every time he comes into the game. And he delivers that one low and inside for a ball. The runners at first and second, obviously Ryan's responsibility at this point. Kalika with 17 strikeouts, 14 walks in the 20.2 that he's pitched. He's given up 20 runs, 16 of them earned, as that one's high and outside for a ball 2. Teams are batting .266 against Kalika. That is 3rd best on the team. Got to come with something good here, but instead well low and well inside for ball 3. So the first 7 batters in Queens' order have all been on base at least once. Nick Burke has not, and Evan Christopher, who led off this inning, has not. Nick Burke trying to change that here, looking at a 3-0 pitch. And he takes that one on the inside corner for a strike.
Looking at a 3-0 pitch is right. There was no way he was swinging the bat there. But You hate to see, if you're the Dolphins, Kalika coming out of the bullpen and missing badly with 3 straight.
Here's the 3-1, and that one is hit to Cipoletti. A rocket throw to first is in time for the final out. Nice play again by Cipoletti. And the Dolphins get out of the 5th, but not before Queens puts up 4 runs on 3 hits. And at the end of 4.5 innings of play, the Knights have taken the lead. Stay with us. More CSI baseball coming up.
My dad was a soccer coach and bought this little book bag. I could sit in the book bag, like facing backwards and like my legs out. So I'd be in his book bag when my dad coaches and the ball's going around. I'm like kicking at the ball in the back. And my dad was like, "We have a prodigy." So he put me into soccer and it just progressed from there. The catalyst was the opportunity to play soccer at a Division II school. On my team, I thrive to work as hard as I can. I mean, whatever you do on the field, there's a positive correlation to whatever else you do, be it personal relationships, homework, the way you carry yourself. I've changed since I got to King University. It's really helped me to develop as a leader. I think it's honestly the best thing that's ever happened.
Welcome back here. The Dolphins, for the first time in the game, will have to come from behind. They are falling behind 4-3 here as we head into the bottom of the 5th inning. Shendi Ulaj, Peter Lombardo, and Angel Santiago due up. And the one highlight here, Joe, is that the Dolphins have 6 hits, and due up in this inning are 4 of those hits. So looking to do some more damage here against Dean Faza, who got in trouble in that 3rd inning, but otherwise has been pretty efficient and consistent. And now for the first time, pitching with a lead.
And with the Dolphins trailing by a run, you said it, 2, 3, and 4 due up for the College of Staten Island. And those are the men you want coming to the plate as you try and play from behind in this 9-inning game. So still a lot of time for the Dolphins, but if they're looking to get back in the game quickly, they have the right men coming to the plate to do it.
Faza is guilty of walking just one batter, and that was Ulaj back in the 3rd inning. He is officially 0 for 1, does have a strikeout, skies this one to right field, and there is Rodopoulos to make the catch easily and cleanly for the first out.
And I said this during our last softball broadcast, but cleanly and easily did not describe anything that went on in right field last weekend, and I think this is as tame as the wind has been all season. Great weather. Not sure if that will continue through the night and into tomorrow, but it's good to see those routine plays turn out routine without the elements playing a role.
So with 1 out, Peter Lombardo now digs in, and he is 2 for 2. He and Angel Santiago both 2 for 2 in this game. Both base hits to center field. He does have one of CSI's 3 runs scored as he scorches that one foul, first base side. Lombardo looking to have a day, as they say. Trying to get 3 hits in the game. Lombardo, coming into this one, had 15 hits, 4 of them for extra bases.
He's hit the ball right back from where it was pitched very hard twice in this game.
And that one is hit weakly towards second base. The throw is in time to Haskins, who has to extend to make the catch. And there's 2 out.
For Faza out on the mound, it was a very quick 4th inning. He set down the Dolphins 1-2-3 and is now 2/3 of the way there in the 5th as well. Angel Santiago stands in the way of that 1-2-3 inning.
Yeah, aside from the 1st and 3rd, it has been 1-2-3 so far as Santiago puts one through the left side. Maybe getting a piece of a glove on it was Christopher, but a base hit for Santiago, his 3rd of the game. And the Dolphins with 2 outs have a runner on for Thomas Joyce, who's got another one of the Dolphins' hits, an RBI single in that 3rd inning that he smoked to right field. He's 1 for 2 today.
Let's hoping that last base hit for him was a slump buster.
And he takes that one high and outside for a ball. Joyce has definitely flashed some power this season with a couple of home runs. We've seen him put one over the right field wall here at the ballpark, and he skies that one high in the air, deep infield, and it's the catch is made easily by Burke, and Queens is out of the inning. So we are done with 5 complete here at the CSI Baseball Complex. We go to the 6th. Queens leads Staten Island 4-3.
Wayne State Medical School has been my dream medical school since I was 5. Athletics are important, but so is service, so is research, so is becoming a better person. And we expect you to do well athletically, but don't forget the reason you're here, which is to give back to your community and to get good grades. It was my sophomore indoor season. It was the first year with our new head coach. And he comes in and he's like, we could be a national contending team if you guys work hard. And I heard him and I was like, well, I want to be a national champion. I want to be an All-American. And I bought in because he bought into our team. And I qualified to go to indoor nationals. I decided I wanted it, so I went and grabbed it.
CSI Sportsnet welcomes you back to the CSI Baseball Complex. The Queens College Knights with a 4-3 lead over the College of Staten Island. All 4 of their runs coming in the top half of the 5th. They've chased Kevin Ryan from the game. Stephen Kalika coming in and recording the final out of the top of the 5th. And now we'll take on batters 9, 1, and 2 here in the 6th. And for the 3rd time in this game, Christopher leads off, and he swings and misses at the first pitch.
The Knights had their opportunity against Kalika in the previous inning, but Dolphins reliever was able to close the door.
And that one is hit out to right field, and it will stay fair. Absolutely. Might have kicked up some chalk there, and Christopher is in second base easily with a double. Great start for Queens here in the top of the 6th.
Great job by our engineer and preparer of the field, Joe Masha, with those lines down in the outfield corners, as the umpire was right there on top of it, and Joe's line making that an easy call, as we were giving him a hard time last weekend after what was, to put it mildly, a controversial call along the line during the doubleheader between the Dolphins and Saints.
Not easy to line that outfield. It's like Rocky Road out there.
That was exactly what he said.
And first pitch is a ball to Colin Diaz, who's been very busy today. He's been on base twice. He's officially 1 for 2, a single, a walk. He's got a couple of stolen bases, scored a run, and that one is bunted well foul. And the count will go to 1-1. Christopher, who is at second base, is a perfect 4 for 4 in stolen bases this season. Not to say he's going to look to steal third, but certainly on anything extended could drive in a run for Diaz, who's been hard to put out in this one. Did pop out to second his first time up. Squares up to bunt, pulls it back, but the strike is called. And the count will go to 1-2.
I think any bunt attempt that would have been successful by Diaz here would be doubling as an attempt for a base hit.
Right. Definitely has the wheels for it. And that one's well outside. Good stop by Trancucci to keep that one in front of him. Pulsifer is on deck. He's 0 for 1. He flied out his last time up, but otherwise has been walked twice. As Queens has done a bit of damage here with their top of the order. And that one is skied up in the air, but well foul. Only the number 8 hitter, Nick Burke, has not been on base for Queens. Everybody else has been pretty active for Queens College today. They do have 7 hits. 3 walks, 3 hit by pitches in this game for Kevin Ryan. Another one that skips just ahead of Trancucci for a ball, 2-2. Last time we saw Kalika pitch, Joe, he was motoring through his pitches, and it's taking a little time, taking a few breathers between pitches here.
He sure was, and I think that's the difference between pitching with a lead and pitching from behind a run.
And another one that drops in front of Diaz, and for the second time in the game, he is walked. 4th walk issued by CSI pitchers today. And Diaz, who's always a threat to steal, has Evan Christopher at second base. Nobody out here. Liam Pulsifer, the batter. The big spot here between Kalika and Pulsifer. Pulsifer, like I mentioned, 0 for 1. He flied out to center field his last time up, otherwise has been walked twice. Squaring up to bunt, pulls it back. The check back to second, and safe.
Trancucci thought he had him, and you could see the frustration as he slammed his face mask down on the shin guard.
Yep. Tag just could not be applied in time. Looked like the throw might have beaten Christopher, but the tag not applied in time.
I thought he was safe at second.
So did I, as that one is bunted straight up the third base side, but foul. As Santiago wisely sees that one through to foul territory, and the count will go to 1-1. Pulsifer this season has not laid down a sacrifice bunt. Does have a sac fly this year, but as we mentioned, he does have 8 starts this year. This was his 9th, but only the 11 at-bats coming into this game. Here comes a 1-1 pitch. Lombardo creeping up, and that one is well low and outside for a ball, 2-1.
You said 8 starts with only 11 at bats?
Yeah.
That's hard to believe.
I know.
I think I mentioned it earlier in the broadcast too, but I had to double check right there to make sure.
I mean, he was only walked once, so that takes off. He did have a sacrifice fly, so if you add those to the...
He must pitch, right?
Skied up with the bunt, and making the basket catch. The running basket catch was Sal Trancucci. Nice job by Trancucci to catch up to that one. And that's a big, important out registered here. And again, a failed sack attempt could come back to haunt them in this inning. Reed Hoskins will be the batter. He's 0 for 2, but he was up on base courtesy of a hit by pitch. His last time up, also scored last inning.
As I suspected, Dave, Pulsifer also a starting pitcher.
Makes sense now.
One of the better pitchers on this night's staff. Among qualifiers, leads in ERA.
Yeah, interesting. He has made 6, so 6 out of those 8 starts coming in were in pitching roles where you'd like to think he obviously wasn't a part of the batting lineup, so that would leave 3 starts as strictly a hitter, and now those at-bats make a lot more sense. Meanwhile, an 0-2 here to Hoskins, and he smokes that one towards the right side, but that will drift foul onto the grass. Hoskins was down 0-2 in the count with 2 outs when he was hit by a pitch in the last inning, and that led to the cascade of hits and runs for Queens in the inning. Swung on and roped left field, and that one is about 10 feet foul.
Hoskins really turned on that pitch. That was a breaking ball that got in on his hands. He broke the wrist quickly and was all over that one, but a bit out in front.
Should mention that CSI President Dr. William Fritz is here in the house along with his wife. Nice to see our CSI President in the house enjoying this CUNY, all CUNY matchup. CSI Athletic Director TJ Tibbs down there as well, Assistant AD Alberto Sanchez. So even though no fans in attendance, Joe, we have some administration here supporting our Dolphins in what is their final home games of the 2021 season.
Always great to see, and it will be better to see them mixed in with, hopefully, in the fall, fans on a consistent basis.
And that one is foul down the third base line. Santiago made a nice stab at it. Would have been, I would say, impossible to get it registering out there, but
he would have had to step on third. That was his only play.
Yeah.
No play at first.
Right.
Not from back there.
1-2 pitch upcoming here to Hoskins. Here's the delivery. The swung on and missed. Strike 3. And a big strikeout there leads to the second out of the inning. For the third time in the game, Hoskins is down on strikes.
For Kalika, that is his first punch out. And as you said, Dave, that's a big one, as it retires a dangerous hitter with 2 away. But we saw what Brad Sakalaritis is able to do in his last at-bat.
Yep, Sakalaritis 1 for 3 today, but the one was a 2 RBI single through the right side under the glove of Shendi Ulaj that got things started for Queens, made the score 3-2 at the time. And Sakalaritis would later come in to score himself what was the game-tying run, and Queens since took the lead. That all happened last inning. Dolphins looking to hold Queens to just 4 runs. Swung on and missed, strike 1. Everything Sakalaritis has hit today has been hit very sharply. He had a laser shot, 1 hopper to third base and another 1 hopper to short. Very sharp hit ground balls. The 0-1 is smoked down the left side. And looking to bring in a run, and overrunning it was Mandiel. That'll be an error on the play on top of the run. Queens will score 2, and they are up now 6-3.
And that's not the first time we've seen Mandiel overcharge a ball. Typically, it's been fly balls hit right at him in the air where he's come in too hard and too aggressively and then overrun the ball and nearly lost plays. That time he was charging a ball on the ground. I think he was preparing to make a strong throw home, and he simply overran the ball and didn't get a glove on it. It then rolled right past him and allowed an additional run to score.
So for Sakalaritis, it's an RBI single and an advance on the error. Scoring on the hit was Evan Christopher, and scoring on the error was Colin Diaz.
Give Andrew Smith a chance with a runner in scoring position and 2 outs as Dave tries to pass that official ruling next door just to confirm.
Yes, sir. Trying to get that scoreboard at the stadium updated and making sure everybody has the right call there. Andrew Smith, 1 for 2, and he hits that one sharply, and Ulaj sees that one go through. Runner will hold at third base and will stay on the corners. And so the inning continues for Queens on their 9th hit of the game, puts runners at the corners with 2 out.
No action in the Dolphins bullpen. At least the remainder of this inning belongs to Stephen Kalika, who right now is being hit hard by the Knights. And I think the swings throughout the day overall have just gotten better for Queens College. The first turn through the order, Kevin Ryan was in control, but as this game progressed, the Knights have hit the ball hard more and more often.
One of the best hits of the game came off the bat of Jason Rodopoulos, who had a 2 RBI double last inning and sees that one drip inside for a strike. Rodopoulos officially 1 for 3. He grounded into a double play, popped out to first base, and, of course, had that big double. And he skies that one in shallow, and making the catch is Shendi Ulaj over the shoulder. Tough catch to make, but the Dolphins are out of the top of the 6th inning, but not before Queens adds 2 runs on 3 hits. And at the end of 5.5 innings of play, it's Queens 6 and Staten Island 3.
champions know how to seize opportunities. When they see moments of greatness unfold right before their eyes, they push as hard as they possibly can, and then they push harder. Because the heart of a champion never settles, never quits, and never stops giving its all. We are champions. We are Division II. We go big, we give it everything we've got, and we win. On the field, on our campuses, in our communities, for our causes, in our careers. We rise to become champions in everything we do. We are Division II, and there are no limits here. We make our time count. We set our own path. We become champions on our terms. It's time to up your game, because we're here to play and learn. But most importantly, we're here to discover ourselves, our vision, our heart, our drive, to achieve every goal we aim for, because we want to be champions at the highest level, life. At Division II, the opportunities are here. Are you ready?
CSI Dolphins at one point were up 3-0 in this one, but now they are down by 3 runs, 6-3 here in the bottom of the 6th innings, scheduled for 9 innings. The Dolphins will have batters 6, 7, and 8 in the inning. Louis Mandiel will start things off. He's 0 for 2. He flied out to center field and struck out, the 5th strikeout victim for Dean Faza, who gets ready for his 6th inning of work. And after a rough 3rd inning, Joe, he's looked really solid.
He sure has. And Dolphins right now trailing by 3 runs and have Louis Mandiel leading things off. Will hope to atone for that 2-run error, as ultimately it does cost the Dolphins a run.
And that one is smoked out to left field if it hangs up there enough, but it will not. It goes off the wall, and Mandiel is up, just missing a home run, but standing up with a double.
Well, speaking of atonement, Dave, that error he made in left field cost the Dolphins 1 run, and he nearly got that run right back with one big swing, as that one hit about 3/4 of the way up the left field fence. And you mentioned Mandiel's power earlier in the broadcast. He came up just short of his 4th home run right there.
A little action warming up now in the Queens bullpen, as Brian Burkhead will be the batter. Burkhead swings high in the strike zone for strike 1. Burkhead officially 0 for 2. He did reach base via a fielder's choice back in the 3rd inning. Actually, check that. He ended that inning on the fielder's choice. And that one is up high for a ball, 1-1. That's the second hit yielded by Faza since that 3rd inning, but the 2nd and 3 at-bats that he's given up. And that one is skied in the air, deep part of the infield. Backing up is Burke. He makes the catch easily, and there's one away.
And if you're the Dolphins, you of course wanted to get Mandiel over to 3rd with less than 2 outs in the inning. Of course, Louis should probably score from 2nd on just about any base hit. He has good speed, but it makes things much easier on you if you have that runner over at 3rd with only 1 out in the inning. And we may have a pitching change up coming right here ahead of this at-bat for Sal Trancucci.
Yeah, we'll see. This is the first official visit to the mound for Queens and Faza. Whoever's in the bullpen, I believe that's 42 again, Joe.
I believe you're right. I will double-check for you right now, and you are correct.
Yeah, Dylan Hughes. It's the 2nd time he's been up, and he's kind of throwing pretty rigorously down there in the bullpen, looking to get warmed up as quickly as possible. And yes, indeed, that'll be the end for Dean Faza. So Faza pitches admirably with the exception of that rough 3rd inning. He yields 3 runs on 8 hits. And coming into the game will be Dylan Hughes. We'll get you his line when we come back from this commercial break. Queens with the pitching change here in the bottom of the 6th.
Kettle Black on Staten Island, a top 5 wing joint in America by Food and Wine magazine. Serving daily lunch and dinner at the bar or on the floor. Perfect for family and group parties with top shelf drink and delicious food. From great times with good friends. Live sports and watch parties. To Staten Island's hottest nightlife. The Kettle Black features live music and DJs weekly. The Kettle Black features daily and nightly food and drink specials. The best Staten Island has to offer is at the Kettle Black. We'll see you there at the Kettle Black, located on 415 Forest Avenue, Staten Island.
Welcome back here. Dylan Hughes taking the last of his warm-up tosses. Hughes making his 7th appearance this season. He's made 3 starts. He's 2-1 with a 4.08 ERA, 17.2 innings. He's allowed 21 hits, 9 runs, 8 of them earned, 7 walks, 17 strikeouts. He has given up 6 extra base hits. Opponents are batting just south of 300 against him, 296. And he is a right-hander, of course, who will get ready to take his pitches against Sal Trancucci, who, when he gets up, is coming in 0 for 2. He was Faza's 4th strikeout victim, and he recently flied out to right field. But Louis Mandiel is at second base for the Dolphins here in the bottom of the 6th. The Dolphins down by 3 after taking a 3-0 lead in this game. So shades of last week, Joe, when the Dolphins were down early in games and came back. Queens now playing that role in what is a big game for them with the playoffs on the line.
And we spoke about it at length last weekend during those games against D'Youville. The Dolphins trailed by at least 3 runs in all 3 of those games, were able to come back and win them all. And as you said, Dave, a very similar scenario for Queens. They trailed in this game 3-0, now lead by 3. And I think right here they are managing the handedness of the batter and the pitcher. Brian Burkhead is the last lefty in the Dolphins lineup, ahead of 6 straight right-handed batters, the first of which is Sal Trancucci at the plate right now.
Encouraging for the Dolphins as Hughes misses badly on the first pitch, well outside the strike zone, as Trancucci hugs that batter's box. Hughes with the glance over to Mandiel, deals in the strike zone for strike 1, 1-1. The delivery is on the outside corner and for a strike 2. Hughes looks like he has a little bit more speed on that fastball, Joe, than Faza did.
He locates it there. He will be successful right on the black at the knees.
The 1-2 pitch, well outside for a ball.
2 pitches in the dirt were both breaking balls, and the 2 that found the zone were the fastballs.
First base is open, but Hughes looking to attack Trancucci, the number 8 hitter. Here's the pitch, and that one is skied high in the air. Shallow part of the infield, giving it a run and making the extended catches. Tingo for out number 2.
So often this year we've seen infielders not taking charge, outfielders not calling off their infielders. The Knights have not had that issue today, as on most plays on the infield, it's been Tingo taking command, and we saw earlier in the game a fly ball out to shallow center, and on that particular play, Pulsifer took command, rightly so.
So Nick Cipoletti, who had one of the loudest hits for the Dolphins, a leadoff triple back in the 3rd inning, perhaps with the exception of Mandiel's double to lead off this inning, but that one gets to the backstop as Hughes goes wild, and Mandiel is now 1 base away from coming in to score as Cipoletti takes ball 1.
If you're a Dolphins hitter right now, you have to realize that Hughes doesn't seem to have command of that breaking ball, and I'm not sure what his repertoire is out on the mound, but if it's breaking ball and fastball, he becomes a 1-pitch pitcher, and you can sit dead red in the strike zone here if you're Nick Cipoletti.
Cipoletti has showed us that power, as you've mentioned, Joe. Let's see what happens here as he takes inside for a ball 2, and we've got a good
What was that?
Got a good look at that on our screen there as you got to see home plate umpire do a little shimmy. I guess shimmy's a nice word for that, Joe.
I'm not sure what that was.
Outside for a ball. Ball 3. So now 3-0 to Cipoletti. Thomas Martin on deck, CSI's best hitter, who has yet to get a base hit in this game. He had a sac fly. And that one's high for ball 4. A 4-pitch walk issued to Nick Cipoletti. He's on base for the second time. Dolphins will have runners at the corners with the top of the order, Thomas Martin, the batter.
And this is the man you want at the plate as the tying run. If you're CSI, a base hit brings you within at least 2. An extra base hit likely makes it a 1-run game, so certainly an opportunity here for the College of Staten Island to get either a little bit or a lot closer with Martin at the plate.
So Martin 0 for 2 officially. He struck out, grounded out, did have a sacrifice fly back in the 3rd inning that scored the runner at first base, Nick Cipoletti, after he had a leadoff triple in that inning. Dolphins have been quiet since, with a 0 in both the 4th and the 5th innings of play. This one's scheduled for 9. Here's the pitch, and that's swung on and roped into left field, but Diaz has enough of a run on it to make the catch, and the threat is averted here in the 6th. We take you to the later innings. Joe Foreman has the call for innings 7, 8, and 9. We're through 6. Queens with the 6-3 lead.
Wayne State Medical School has been my dream medical school since I was 5. Athletics are important, but so is service, so is research, so is becoming a better person. And we expect you to do well athletically, but don't forget the reason you're here, which is to give back to your community and to get good grades. It was my sophomore indoor season. It was the first year with our new head coach. And he comes in and he's like, we could be a national contending team if you guys work hard. And I heard him and I was like, well, I want to be a national champion. I want to be an All-American. And I bought in because he bought into our team. And I qualified to go to indoor nationals. I decided I wanted it, so I went and grabbed it.
And we're back here on CSI Sportsnet. Dolphins trailing by a score of 6-3. CSI had an opportunity in the previous half inning, 2 on and 2 out, with Thomas Martin at the plate. And for the second straight at bat, Martin hit the ball well, but unfortunately for CSI, it was right into the glove of Colin Diaz out in left field.
Yeah, tough break for the Dolphins in that inning, who really, for the first time since the 3rd inning, made a little bit of noise there, got some couple of base runners on, but they couldn't salvage the leadoff double by Mandiel. And now they have to try and keep Queens off the scoreboard. And Queens' last 2 innings, Joe, have been really hot.
They've gotten their best swings of the game over the last 2 frames, and it is the bottom third of the order due up for the Knights in the road 7th. 7, 8, and 9 with Corey Tingo at the plate right now, and he takes high to even up the count at 1 ball and 1 strike.
Yeah, Tingo was the batter who spelled the end of Kevin Ryan in this game. He's 2 for 2 officially, but he's been on base all 3 times. A couple of singles, he was hit by a pitch, and that's, of course, what chased Ryan out of the game.
Kalika's missed badly with several pitches in this game, but has still thrown 20 strikes, make it 21 as opposed to only 11 balls, and has only issued 1 walk. However, he has been working from behind in the count quite a bit.
Yeah, it'd be nice to get a 1-2-3 in this inning for the Dolphins as Tingo stays alive, but Dolphins haven't had one of those all game, Joe. I'm looking down my scorecard, but they have not had a 1-2-3 inning at all in this one. And Queens has just chipped away, and finally were able to hit pay dirt in that 5th inning and haven't looked back since.
Here comes the 2-2 pitch, and that's hit well out to left, and that falls just inside the line for a base hit. And taking the turn and heading for second will be Tingo. And That ball ran in on the hands of Corey Tingo. I thought he got more of it than he did, and he tucks it just inside the chalk for a leadoff double.
Yeah, and Angel Santiago, the third baseman, was pretty adamant about that one going foul. He was jumping up and down, pointing at the line, but he does not win that battle, as that's the home plate umpire's call there. And Queens has got a leadoff double, same thing that the Dolphins had last inning. Let's see if they can make it hurt.
So Tingo is now on base for the fourth time. He stands at second with nobody out, and the man at the plate, Nick Burke, is looking to avoid grounding out for the fourth time. He's 0 for 3, hit one back to Ryan in his first at-bat, and then hit back-to-back ground balls to short in his second and third at-bats. He's behind in the count here, 0-1, and that is at the knees for a called strike 2.
Burke is the only member of the Knights to not be on base today. He's 0 for 3. 3 ground outs, 1 lazily back to the pitcher, and his last 2 were grounded out to short.
Looks like there's action in the Dolphins bullpen as that's grounded softly towards short. Cipolletti sliding stop and a great throw for 1 at first base. The throw back to third is in time for the unconventional 6-3-5 double play. What a job by Nick Cipolletti on the diving stop, a strong throw, and then Lombardo with his throw over to third cuts down the runner trying to advance.
Yeah, every Dolphin infielder on the same page there. Cipolletti starts that play with a huge play just to knock that ball down and then stay with it and make the throw. That would have been good enough for me, Joe, that out at first. But Lombardo, seeing the runner go, able to double up there. And just like that, a leadoff double is erased with an unconventional double play, as you say.
6-3-5 on the scorecard, as that will leave it to Evan Christopher with the bases now empty, and he's quickly ahead in the count, 2 balls and no strikes.
A very loud double Christopher had against Kalika his last time up, just down the right field line that kicked up some chalk. He ended up scoring the first of 2 runs in the top half of the 6th for Queens. And there's a strike delivery from Kalika.
Count now 3-1 on Christopher. Kalika looking to face the minimum, but that won't do it, as it's a 2-out walk issued by Kalika to keep the inning going. And back to the top of the order for the Knights with Colin Diaz.
5th walk issued by CSI pitching today against Queens, and 2 of those walks by Colin Diaz, who is officially just 1 for 2 in the game, but has been on base 3 out of 4 times. Diaz's single was back in the 3rd inning. He does have 2 runs scored in this game. He has stolen 2 bases. He's had a very active game, left field as well.
He's behind in the count, 0-1. The runner at first, Christopher, is going, and that ball down in the dirt allows Christopher to swipe second base easily.
And that's the 3rd stolen base for Queens today as well. The first 2 by Diaz, who's at the plate right now. For the 2nd time in this inning, Queens has a runner to second base.
Diaz with a single and a pair of walks has been a tough out in this game. He hits one out toward left center, and coming over from left field to make the play is Louis Mandil for the 3rd out of the inning. Knights strand a runner in scoring position. Their lead remains 3 heading into the bottom half of the 7th. Our score, 6-3 Queens.
Well, for me, just kind of was the glue that kept my family together, I feel like. I don't know what it was that drew me in, but after I started playing for a while and started seeing some early success as a little kid, to see how much it meant to my parents to see me play the game and try to make a difference was really what fueled me to keep playing and stay competitive. Being a triple major is not necessarily easy, but at the same time it is what you make it. Being a tighter-knit university, I have a lot of classes with the same professors, so they know me pretty well. I think it's that personal relationship that really helped me to thrive as a student I was able to come here and get my triple major, as well as play a super high level of baseball against some of the best players in the country. There's a lot of options here in Division II with a lot of great ball players and a lot of great people, and they make sure that they give you every opportunity to succeed on and off the field.
Comment, what color?
And we're back here on CSI Sportsnet. Our score 6-3 in favor of Queens College. And Dave, the Dolphins have not been on the scoreboard in the last 3 innings. And once again, it will be 2, 3, and 4 looking to get the Dolphins back in the run column.
Yeah, and they've had some hard luck. Obviously, in the last inning, they had the leadoff double that they need to work with and need to push across, but unfortunately, Mandiel never did get off of second base after he roped one and really was 6 feet, from going out of the ballpark. So it's been a little bit of hard luck for the Dolphins, but also Dolphins really haven't gotten that big hit when they've needed it either. And even though they have 8 hits in this game, they've kind of been quiet hits since that 3rd inning. And Hughes came in as a relief pitcher and was able to get 2 out of 3 down for the Dolphins to get out of that jam in the last inning. But Dolphins have 9 outs to work with. We've seen them.
Shendi Ulaj taps one to the left of the mound. And
wow.
What a play by Hughes, who was falling down to the grass. He fired a strike over to first base, and all Shendi can do is smile as he jogs back to the dugout.
Yeah, it was a good effort. Maybe if he places that a little bit more to his left, that bunt he's on with an easy single. But what a play made by Hughes. Those pitchers making those plays in the field are so valuable. As it brings up Lombardo, who singled his first 2 times up and grounded out last time. So he's 2 for 3.
We mentioned the 3 spot for the Dolphins back in the 3rd as Lombardo has his 3rd base hit of the game. He's now 3 for 4 with that single.
Really interesting just to see that ball just die. As soon as it hit the ground, it just died. Might have taken like a little baby hop, but that was it. You don't see that a lot.
I've said that several times this year, reacting to a ball that lands on the grass here at the CSI Baseball Complex. We'll have either yourself or someone else, maybe Sal, doing some play-by-play, and the ball will be hit, and out of nowhere, you'll hear me say, that just died.
Yeah.
Chiming in right after the ball lands, and that was the case right there as well, as Lombardo drops that one into shallow right for a base hit. Angel Santiago, the batter, he's behind in the count here, 0-1, but I mentioned that 3 spot for the Dolphins. It was on the back of 3 straight base hits, 4 hits in the inning, and not much since as they've scattered 3 hits over the next 3 innings.
And Santiago and Lombardo have accounted for 2/3 of the hits in this game for the Dolphins. Lombardo, that was his 3rd hit. And Santiago, coming into this at-bat, 3 for 3. 3 singles as that one gets away from Sakalaridis, but Lombardo gets back. Santiago's singles, one up the middle, one towards third base, and the other through the left side. He does have an RBI in the game.
Count 0-2 on Santiago, and the pitch from Hughes is lined right back into center field, falling fast. It's in for a base hit. Lombardo takes the turnaround second. He's heading for third, and he will slide in safely. It's a one-out single for Angel Santiago. Tying run at the plate for the Dolphins. Runners on the corners, only 1 out.
Yeah, nice job by Lombardo. He took a look over his shoulder, and as soon as that ball fell, he just made a beeline right to third base, never hesitated. And Dolphins get runners at the corners for it. Second base is open, and Thomas Joyce is the batter. Joyce is 1 for 3. He does have an RBI single in the game. He is struck out and popped out as well. Another big moment in the game as the Dolphins have equaled Queens on the scoreboard in the hits column with 10.
And Joyce is plunked by the first pitch, and that will load the bases. So now the tying run is on base for the Dolphins. Joyce on first, Santiago on second, and Lombardo over at third. And I spoke about atonement earlier. Louis Mandiel now coming to the plate with the bases juiced, 1 out, an extra base hit could tie this game, and one big swing could give CSI the lead.
Yeah, and Mandiel definitely with the hardest shot that the Dolphins have had in this game. He put one 3/4 of the way up the wall in left field, just missed a home run, was about 6 or 7 feet shy. And Mandiel with a big opportunity here, just 1 out. So a deep fly ball that registers as an out should score at least a run. A base hit possibly could score 2. A deep base hit or a double or triple obviously will score 3 runs. Lots of different scenarios. Hugh had a quick conversation with Sakalaritis.
This inning belongs to Dylan Hughes on the mound. There is no action in the Knights bullpen. And the first pitch from Hughes to Mandiel misses upstairs for ball 1. Here comes the 1-0 pitch, and that misses badly up and in for ball 2.
Yeah, so Mandiel can be selective here, or look, obviously Hughes has got to come in with a strike at some point with obviously no base open.
Here comes the 2-0. There's a swing and a miss by Mandiel. He got a fastball right down the middle and couldn't get around on it.
Yeah, power versus power that time. Mandiel was swinging for the batter's eye, and Hughes was just able to overpower him with that fastball.
2-1 the count on Mandiel. And there is action now in the Queens College bullpen. As the 2-1 pitch is swung on and missed for strike 2, and Mandiel looked a bit early on that one.
Yeah, I think he was expecting something harder. Might have taken a little bit off was Hughes, and now 2-2, and Hughes with the upper hand, having Mandiel swing and miss at the last 2.
2 balls and 2 strikes, the count. A big pitch upcoming for Dylan Hughes. And that is taken up high for ball 3. So the count on Mandiel is now full, and there is nowhere to put him with the bases loaded.
Yeah, tough to lay off that pitch, but wise of Mandiel to do so. That was a little too high in the strike zone. We've seen so many players offer at that, but Mandiel laying off.
3-2 the count. Bases loaded with Dolphins. CSI trails by 3, and that misses up and in for ball 4. So Mandiel, who got ahead in the count 2-0, faced a 2-2 count, and he takes back-to-back pitches. The Knights force in a run, and the score is now 6-4.
Yeah, and the only out that's been registered in this inning as we get a pinch hitter coming for the Dolphins was that really great fielding play by Hughes. Otherwise, Hughes would be in really big trouble because he's given up a single, he's hit a batter, and now he's walked a batter. So officially spelling trouble, and Noah Lunn will be the batter here for the Dolphins. How about this for a situation? Lunn batting 167 this season, but has a chance to be a hero here.
We spoke about it during one of our breaks, and I mentioned it when we came back from that break. We saw the Knights playing the left-handed, right-handed game. I think that's what the Dolphins are doing right here, though. Burkhead actually is a left-handed hitter, so not quite sure why Brian Burkhead was pinch hit for in this spot now that I realize he's also a lefty.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting to see what they do in the field, Joe, at the conclusion of this, because Burkhead plays center field and plays a good center field. We'll see how the Dolphins shuffle things. You'd like to think maybe Manzo comes in right field.
So Noah Lunn gets the big at-bat off the bench as a pinch hitter, and he's quickly behind 0-2. I did mention action in the Knights bullpen. That's Johnny Rodopoulos throwing out there.
Maybe that plays into to Mike Morrow, trying to give his young freshman a chance in a big spot to see what he could do as he takes the ball outside. But Lunn, Joe, no RBI this season. He's 2 for 12 at the plate. He does have 3 runs scored. No extra base hits, no RBI. What a boost to this freshman's confidence this could be.
Count now 1 ball and 2 strikes on Lunn. And the pitch from Hughes is on the outside corner for a called strike 3. A huge strikeout for Dylan Hughes. and he is 1 out away from keeping his team in front.
Yeah, it's a tough at-bat for Lund, but there was no doubt about it. Joe, that was right on that outside corner for a strike. And all things considered, if Queens can get out of this inning having just yielded the 1, that is a win for Hughes and this Knights team.
Sal Trancucci is the batter, and he looks at a called strike 1. And if you're Trancucci, what better way to celebrate Senior Day than with a go-ahead base hit?
Yeah, and he is due. He's 0 for 3 today. Came in batting .235.
The 0-1, and that one skips in. It's blocked by Sakalaritis, and the count evens up at 1.
Yeah, nice job by Sakalaritis to let that hit him right square in the chest protector off the hop. Counts 1-1. Trancucci has struck out, flied out, and popped out. Got to keep one down, hit a line drive somewhere into real estate.
And the 1-1 misses for ball 2. And there's the shimmy again.
Yeah, I like it. Seems like, there's a call strike, a call ball, and then the shimmy, something in between, Joe.
Something in between. That's a good way to describe it because I'm not quite sure what it means. Seems like maybe an itchy trigger finger to me. Here comes the 2-1, and that one's hit sharply on the ground over to third, and that's handled by Christopher, who throws to second just in time to force out Mandil for the final out of the inning. CSI gets one back in the bottom half of the 7th, but they strand the bases loaded. Our score heading into the 8th, 6-4.
Wayne State Medical School has been my dream medical school since I was 5. Athletics are important, but so is service, so is research, so is becoming a better person. And we expect you to do well athletically, but don't forget the reason you're here, which is to give back to your community and to get good grades. It was my sophomore indoor season. It was the first year with our new head coach. And he comes in and he's like, we could be a national contending team if you guys work hard. And I heard him and I was like, well, I want to be a national champion. I want to be an All-American. And I bought in because he bought into our team. And I qualified to go to indoor nationals. I decided I wanted it, so I went and grabbed it.
We're back here on the ECC Network. Dolphins trail the Knights by a score of 6-4, heading into the top half of the 8th inning. Changes for the College of Staten Island. As we mentioned during the previous half inning, the Dolphins electing to pinch hit for Brian Burkhead. That opened up a vacancy in center field, and Jack Verone will come out of the Dolphins dugout to take over in center field. So Burkhead pinch hit for by Lund. Lund comes out of the game in favor of Verone in center. All else remains the same for the College of Staten Island. And for Queens College, it will be 2, 3, and 4 due up in the top half of the 8th. Knights leading by a pair.
Yeah, and that bottom half of the 7th, that's a win for Queens. They got into a rough shape. Hughes walks a batter, hits a batter, big hits in the inning, but able to get out, just having yielded the 1 run. That is a win for Queens, and now a chance to get some insurance here against Kalika, who's working into his 3rd full inning. Kalika came on in the middle of the 5th, registered that final out of the 5th inning when Ryan got in trouble, yielded a couple of runs in the 6th.
There was action in the Dolphins bullpen, and I believe there still is. So
yeah, it looks like
Kalika has backup.
Looks like DeForty might be warming up.
You are correct. That is number 20, Michael DeForty, in the Dolphins bullpen, but it doesn't look like he will be needed right here as Liam Pulsifer is quickly retired on that pop out for the first out of the inning.
Yeah, and Reed Hoskins, who came into this game as Queens leader in batting, is 0 for 3 today. He did reach base via a hit by pitch, but he has struck out 3 times. And CSI's pitching has only accumulated 4 strikeouts in the game, Joe, but 3 have been against Hoskins.
Count 1-0 on Hoskins, and he fouls that pitch back to even it up at 1.
Hoskins is 0 for 1 against Kalika in the game with a strikeout swinging.
This game has become a battle of the bullpens. Both starters long removed from this game now. 2-1 the count on Hoskins. And the pitch from Kalika is off the outside corner for ball 3.
Yeah, Kalika wanted that one, but that's with the ball pretty much all game long.
Consistency is what you ask for behind the plate. As that one misses down and away for ball 4. So it's another walk issued by Dolphins pitching. And with that base on balls, that makes 6.
Yeah, and then you add in the 3 hit by pitches. That's a lot of free bases, and you add 10 hits in the game, a CSI error in the game, although the error was an extension of a hit. That's a lot of base runners, and Queens with the 6 runs to show for it. And now with 1 out, they have a runner at first for Sakalaritis, who after starting the game 0 for 2 has hit 2 straight RBI singles.
The free bases have absolutely hurt the Dolphins in this game, prolonging innings, and right now they trail by just a pair down to their final 6 outs. Sakalaritis gets ahead in the count 1-0. Base hits in his last 2 at-bats. A 2 RBI single, and then another single in his last plate appearance.
Yeah, so 2 for 4, 3 RBI, 1 run scored for Sakalaritis. He's also had a really good game behind the plate.
And the 1-1 is hit high in the air, out toward left center field. Mandiel loses the hat, but makes the catch for out number 2.
Seen a lot of those high skied fly balls in this game as well. They could be adventurous here at the CSI Baseball Complex with the wind swirling around. The wind has been pretty tame today, although you could see it when we have our long shot on the screen of the American flag waving. It is going from right to left.
And there goes the runner from first. Hoskins takes off, and Trancucci lost it on the transfer. So stolen base for Reed Hoskins, and a runner in scoring position now for the Knights with 2 out. Andrew Smith is the batter. Smith with a couple of base hits in this game.
Yeah, and for Queens, they're also 5 for 5 in stolen bases today.
Here comes the 1-0, and that's fouled straight back.
Actually, check that, Joe. They're 4 for 4 in stolen bases. Gave them credit for 1 too many.
Smith looking to add a late inning insurance run for the Knights. As that misses low for ball 2.
Smith 2 for 3 in the game. His 1 put out was a strikeout, but does have 2 runs scored in the game as well.
I mentioned the walks for Dolphins pitching. 4 strikeouts in the game for CSI pitching. 3 belong to Kevin Ryan, 1 to Stephen Kalika, as that's grounded foul into the Knights' bullpen.
Yeah, and the runner at second base guilty of 3 of those 4 strikeouts, and Smith guilty of the other.
2 balls and 2 strikes the count on Andrew Smith. Hoskins stands over at second. Kalika takes a look over his shoulder and delivers, and there's another hit batter.
That's the second time he's been hit in the game, so the magnetic back of Andrew Smith puts runners now at first and second, and Jason Rodopoulos will be the batter. Rodopoulos 1 for 4. His 1 hit was a monster. It was a 2 RBI double to left field.
Smith, as you said, Dave, hit in the exact same spot for the second time in this game by two different left-handed pitchers.
Yeah.
They've had trouble coming inside against him. As that's it on the ground over to short, and Cipoletti bobbles for a moment, but recovers, and I wasn't sure Ulaj had his foot on second base, but the force out is recorded, and the top half of the 8th inning is over. Knights strand a pair in the road half of the 8th. Dolphins will trail by 2 when they come to bat in the bottom half.
The Kettle Black on Staten Island, a top 5 wing joint in America by Food and Wine magazine. Serving daily lunch and dinner at the bar or on the floor. Perfect for family and group parties with top shelf drink and delicious food. From great times with good friends. Live sports and watch parties. To Staten Island's hottest nightlife. The Kettle Black features live music and DJs weekly. The Kettle Black features daily and nightly food and drink specials. The best Staten Island has to offer is at the Kettle Black. We'll see you there at the Kettle Black, located on 415 Forest Avenue, Staten Island.
And we're back here on CSI Sportsnet. Dolphins still trail by 2 with 6 outs to play with in the bottom half of the 8th inning. 9-1-2 due up for the College of Staten Island against Dylan Hughes, who returns to the mound for Queens College. And it's been a good outing for Hughes thus far, has only surrendered the 1 run. He came on in the middle of this game in relief of Dean Faza, who surrendered 3 runs. All of those were earned. Faza struck out 5 and allowed 8 of the 10 Dolphins base hits. So back to the mound for Hughes, and Nick Cipoletti will be the first man he faces in the home half of inning number 8.
Yeah, Dylan Hughes has faced 10 batters, so from here on in, everybody's seeing him for the second time. Nick Cipoletti walked his last time up. He is officially 1 for 2, has a triple popped out, and of course the walk was against Hughes the last time he was up.
So Nick Cipoletti will be the batter. Cipoletti in the game, as I'll have to advance the inning on my stats. So I don't have Cipoletti's line in front of me right now. He's behind in the count 0-1. Still have to score that last play of the previous inning.
Yeah, Cipoletti 1 for 2, Joe. He had the triple. It was one of CSI's best hits of the game. Then he popped up to short, and the last time he walked and was stranded.
They make the fielder's choice a very difficult play to score here. Cipoletti is down on strikes very quickly for the first out in the bottom half of the 8th inning, and that will bring Thomas Martin to the plate.
Yeah, 7th strikeout for Queens pitchers, and that was a 3-pitch strikeout for Hughes. And Thomas Martin, who is certainly due, he is 0 for 3. He does have a sac fly RBI in the game. But Dolphins would love to get things started here with the top of the order. Their chances waning now. They're down to their final 5 outs.
As you said, Dave, a rare offer for Thomas Martin in this game, though he has hit the ball well in each of his last 2 at-bats. 1 sacrifice fly, I should say, in 2 of his last 3 at-bats. Had a sacrifice fly and then a line out to left. That line out came with 2 men on.
Martin comes into this game with a 6-game hitting streak. And that is very much in jeopardy here. It's the longest hit streak of the season for any Dolphin. It's part of what got him the ECC Rookie of the Week honors last week. Each one of those games against the Uval was a multi-hit game for Martin as well.
He was a big reason why the Dolphins were able to come from behind and win each of those 3 games, as taking an odd path to the ball there was Hoskins, and that may be the first time the wind has really influenced the ball in the air, but Hoskins stays with it to make the catch for out number 2.
So Dolphins going very quietly here in the 8th. Shendi Ulaj, who tried his hand at a bunt to lead off the 8th, his last time up was called out. He is 0 for 3 today. He has reached base via a walk. He scored a run in that 3rd inning.
Here he looks at a called strike 1. Dolphins just need 1 base runner to bring the tying run to the plate. Shendi Ulaj looks at that pitch outside for a ball.
Yeah, and, due up, the next two batters for CSI, Lombardo and Santiago, are combined 7 for 8 in this game. So you'd love to get on base for those two hitters who've been really great. All 7 of those hits have been singles, but all the same, they've gotten some great swings.
Ulaj behind 1-2 here. Hughes looking for a 1-2-3 inning, and that might do it, as that's a chopper over to third. Long throw right on target from Christopher. And the Dolphins go down 1-2-3 in the bottom half of the 8th. We head to the 9th. Knights leading 6-4.
Hobra, a taco joint, Staten Island, where we're proud to have shared our family-first spirit with people from throughout New York City and the world. With indoor dining available both at the bar and on the floor. Or step outside for additional seating and an outdoor bar. Serving beer that's crisp, ice cold, and worthy of a day at the beach. Cocktails that explode with flavor. And great food made with the freshest and healthiest ingredients available. Events feature food and drink specials. Live music. And the best of Staten Island nightlife. Your CSI Student ID saves you 10% on your dining order at Hobra. Visit us at 412 Forest Avenue, Staten Island.
Top half of the 9th inning about to get started at the College of Staten Island. Queens College leading CSI by a score of 6-4. And we've mentioned it several times already through the broadcast, but for the Knights, this weekend set against the Dolphins, huge. A 3-game ECC series this weekend. A 4th game is being played, but that game will not count in the conference standings. That game that will not go down in the standings is the 2nd game of today's doubleheader. So this game counts in the standings. Our 2nd game today, a 7-inning game, will not. And for CSI, looking to keep them right where they are, down by 2 is new pitcher Michael DeForty. And for DeForty on the season, he comes in having appeared in 5 games and having pitched 9 innings. He has pitched to an ERA of 9, has allowed 9 base hits, 10 runs, 9 of those earned, as we had a word passed to us from next door. He has walked 10 and struck out 6, opponents hitting at .257 against him.
Yeah, I think one of our mics was elevated, Joe. Looked like it might have been mine. Not sure, I might have had an echo, but that was...
the sandwich bag,
maybe.
Turning the knob.
Yeah, I think it was. I'm not sure if that's the way I had it or if not, but I think we're okay. My levels are good here, so we'll see. DeForty, like you mentioned, his line, a lot of appearances, not a lot of innings. This is only inning number 10 of work for him this season. True freshman for the Dolphins.
Not a lot of appearances, but there were sure a lot of 9s in that line. At least 4 of them, as that is fouled away. Count 2 balls and 1 strike on Corey Tingo. Tingo is 3 for 3 and has reached base 4 times in this game. 2 singles, was hit by a pitch, and doubled. He looks that up and away for ball 3.
Yeah, on base is all he's known today. And, up by 2 runs, you got to feel comfortable if you're a Knights fan, but you'd feel a lot more comfortable with another couple of runs on the board, especially with Lombardo and Santiago due up next inning for the Dolphins. They were combined 7 of 8.
So after that last pitch finds the outside corner, the count is full, 3 balls and 2 strikes. Here comes the payoff pitch from DeForty, and that one is ripped foul into the CSI bullpen.
And Corey Tingo, knowing that the strike is coming or that DeForty's got to get in that strike zone, fouls that one away, was looking for extra bases with that swing.
Another payoff pitch upcoming on 3-2 from DeForty. And that's chopped foul again. There is some action down in the Knights bullpen, but it doesn't appear as if anyone is throwing with a purpose yet. Just a pair of players out there having a catch, and in the Dolphins bullpen, nothing going on except some stretching. Here comes the 3-2 yet again from DeForty, and for the third straight time, it's fouled away. You mentioned it, Dave, for the Dolphins in the bottom half of the ninth, middle of the order due up, 3, 4, and 5. Lombardo, Santiago, and Joyce. Michael DeForty hoping to keep his team within 2 runs as that 3-2 pitch hit up in the air toward the left field line. Mandiel ranges to his right and makes the catch for the first out.
Yeah, that was a long run that Mandiel had to make on a very long at-bat, but DeForty wins that battle. So a good first at-bat for DeForty into the game as we have a pinch hitter coming in for Queens College. It will be number 26, Daniel Deutsch. Deutsch making his 12th appearance of the year. He's batting .294, 5 of 17 from the plate.
He hits one very hard and pulls it foul into his own team's bullpen.
More numbers on Deutsch. 1 of his 5 hits has gone for extra bases. That was a double. He's got 2 RBI. He's walked twice, struck out 4 times.
Here comes the 0-1 pitch, and that nearly hit him as Deutsch just got out of the way.
Deutsch is replacing Nick Burke, who is the only member of the Queens team to not reach base today. He was 0 for 4.
And the 1-1 just off the outside corner. DeForty didn't think so, as that breaking ball bent around the plate for ball 2.
Evan Christopher is on deck.
That's chopped foul, and count evens up at 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Christopher on deck had a big double in the game. He also walked his last time up, so he's been on base 2 out of 4 times.
Two and 2 the count. And the pitch from DeForty is off the inside corner for ball 3. That's 2 full counts since DeForty has come into the game, and he had to throw 4 3-2 pitches to the previous batter. As that's chopped foul.
Well, it's been one of the Achilles' heels for Michael DeForty. You mentioned it in his line, Joe. 10 walks in 9 innings. So the Dolphins would love to see him become a little bit more efficient with his pitches, get in and out of at-bats quicker, throw some more first-pitch strikes. I think as his career progresses, that's what the Dolphins want to see out of him.
And that one misses upstairs for ball 4, and a lot of disappointed Dolphins after that call.
Yeah, you can hear a collective groan coming from just about everywhere on the field, especially to our left side, which is the Dolphins' dugout.
And you can be sure that if a call goes against the Dolphins, there will be some noise to our left as we have, of course, the Dolphins' dugout and some CSI softball players gathered as well. So it's a 1-out walk issued by DeForty. Evan Christopher is the batter and showed bunt for a moment there, but takes ball 1.
Base runners in every single inning for Queens in this one. 9 of 9 now.
1-0 the count, and the pitch from DeForty is taken on the outside corner to even up the count at 1 ball and 1 strike. And the Dolphins' corners not creeping in too far with the threat of a bunt. Santiago about halfway, still on the dirt, to the left of third. And they'll check on the runner over at first.
All things considered, the Dolphins having yielded base runners in the previous 8 innings, the fact that they've only given up runs in 2 innings has definitely been a testament to their good defense.
As that one is popped up on the infield, Ulaj is there, and he makes the catch for out number 2. That will bring up Colin Diaz.
Diaz officially 1 for 3, but he's reached base 3 times. He has a single and 2 walks in the game. He's got 2 stolen bases, and he's scored 2 runs. So a very busy day for Diaz.
A 6 at-bat day for Diaz.
Yep.
In this game. Not often you see a hitter get 6 plate appearances in a game, 6-4. 10 hits per side in this game, but we've said it already, how many free passes the Dolphins have issued with the walks and the hit batters. As they added another walk to that total in this half inning.
Yeah, and that's just it. You know, for the Dolphins, they've hit this season. I mean, they've played 20 games. They have 127 hits, so you know it's a little over 6 hits a game. But you know, Queens came into this game having played 1 more game and only having had 2 more hits than the Dolphins have all season. So you know, they've stayed with just about every team in the hit column, aside from some of the truly lopsided games at the very beginning of the season that got away from them. You know, they've shown that they can hit with every team in the ECC.
1-1 the count on Diaz, and that's blocked nicely by Trancucci to keep that potential insurance run over at first.
The thing that we've seen, though, is, you know, CSI opponents have walked 37 less batters than the Dolphins have this season. They've hit 13 less batters, and that's the difference.
Here comes the 2-1, and that finds the outside corner for a called strike 2. And I said it at about the midway point through the season that free passes and errors were really hurting the Dolphins, but the bats were a bright spot. CSI was hitting, and that has remained true through to the end now, with this being one of 2 home games on the day, the last 2 home games for CSI, and they wrap up the season tomorrow at Queens, weather permitting.
Yeah, right now the weather looks like it's pretty significant in the forecast for tomorrow, so we'll have to see what happens to those 2 games tomorrow. Right now they fully intend to play them, but obviously Sunday's Mother's Day, so not quite sure if that's even an option. And, of course, bleeding into next week, CSI's season is over after their final 2 games against Queens, no matter when they play. For Queens, they're looking to extend their season with the playoffs, which start next weekend.
Another 3-2 count for DeForty, the runner going with 2 outs, and taking ball 4 is Diaz. So for DeForty, that is the second walk he's issued in the inning. Still no throwing in the Dolphins bullpen, so this inning belongs to DeForty, and he will face Liam Pulsifer with 2 out and 2 on. Knights leading the Dolphins 6-4 at the top of the ninth.
Yeah, you know, lost in all this, Joe. I mean, obviously CSI wants to win the game. I mean, that's for certain. But this entire season is almost like an audition for a lot of these young faces for the Dolphins to show that they belong on this level, that they can, you know, fight for innings next year, and that includes pitchers like Michael DeForty. So, yeah, you want to win the game, you want to get the outs, but even more than that, you want to showcase for next season. And DeForty's walked 2 batters here, and has walked 12 this season.
So that's it out to left center. Could be trouble, and that falls in between 3 Dolphins in the outfield, and that will be a soft RBI double off the bat of Liam Pulsifer. Holding at third is Diaz. And for the Knights, a big insurance run to put them ahead 7-4.
Yeah, and again, to thank for that are the bases on balls. You know, I mean, granted, Deutsch could have singled or doubled or tripled in the inning, or, you know, obviously the same thing with Diaz, but the free passes come back to haunt you. That's a run that's due to that walk.
First pitch to Reed Hoskins is in for a called strike 1.
And I think that's only the second time that DeForty has started an at-bat with a first pitch strike. So that becomes important here. These little micro fights here, pitcher to batter. Got to win those battles.
Hoskins couldn't believe that pitch was
yeah,
called
neither
strike.
could I. That was about
I
8
so
inches,
either.
8 inches on the inside part of the plate, especially when it broke.
Yeah, I was shocked that was called a strike. And Hoskins agreed. That puts the 40 ahead 0-2.
Hoskins does well to lay off that one, but he's 0 for 3 today as the Dolphins appeal, and he went around. They're going to call him down on strikes, the sombrero for Hoskins.
So Hoskins strikes out for the 4th time. The Knights strand a pair, but they do tack on an insurance run in the top half of the 9th. Heading into the bottom half of inning number 9, Dolphins trail by 3.
Champions know how to seize opportunities. When they see moments of greatness unfold right before their eyes, they push as hard as they possibly can. And then they push harder. Because the heart of a champion never settles, never quits, and never stops giving its all. We are champions. We are Division II. We go big, we give it everything we've got, and we win. On the field, on our campuses, in our communities, for our causes, in our careers. We rise to become champions in everything we do. We are Division II, and there are no limits here. We make our time count. We set our own path. We become champions on our terms. It's time to up your game, because we're here to play and learn. But most importantly, we're here to discover ourselves, our vision, our heart, our drive, to achieve every goal we aim for, because we want to be champions at the highest level, life. At Division II, the opportunities are here. Are you ready?
And welcome back inside the CSI Baseball Complex. Dolphins trailing by 3, entering the bottom half of the 9th inning. It will be 3, 4, and 5 due up for the College of Staten Island, and returning to the mound for Queens College is Dylan Hughes. Hughes has done a great job in relief in this game and will look to close the door on a Queens College victory. As we mentioned earlier in the broadcast, Lincoln defeating Bridgeport by a final score of 10-4. That opens the door for Queens. If they can sweep the College of Staten Island this weekend, they are in the ECC playoffs. And for the Dolphins, they will look to play spoiler and are down to their final 3 outs.
Yeah, Hughes came in the 6th inning after the starter, Faza, gave up a leadoff double in that inning, and since then, he has been very efficient. Dolphins did, of course, score a run in the bottom of the 7th.
As Lombardo quickly ahead, 2-0 in the count.
Yeah, Dolphins have to find a way to score 3 runs in this inning, and these are the players you want up at bat. Lombardo swinging at, I think, a 3-0 pitch.
That was a 2-0 pitch.
2-0 pitch?
I'm still shocked he swung at it, trailing by 3 runs, but you have to think he had the green light, and why not? He's 3 for 4. Just not the typical approach, trailing by multiple runs with the bases empty in the 9th.
Yeah, and all 3 hits have landed in the outfield somewhere, so nothing through the infield.
And did Lombardo go? Yes, he did. And that was certainly a swing. As we saw the previous half inning come to an end on an appeal. No appeal necessary there, as the count evens up at 2 balls and 2 strikes. And the pitch from Hughes misses badly in the dirt for ball 3. If you're Hughes, you have to think he goes right at Lombardo here on 3-2.
Yeah, you know, you're up by 3 runs. You can afford to stay aggressive. You don't have to dance around these hitters.
Home run and a walk are the same thing right here, and Lombardo was ready for that challenge pitch on 3-2, and he lines it right back up the middle into center field for his 4th base hit of the game.
Yeah, so 4 for 5 is Peter Lombardo, the 1 mar, a ground out, but otherwise 4 singles for him, and 4 singles already under the belt of Angel Santiago, who looks for number 5, his first 5-hit game as a member of the College of Staten Island. And we're going to have a visit here to the mound from Queens College.
So a mound visit for the Knights, a pinch runner for the Dolphins as Julian Iacono replacing Lombardo over at first base. There is still action in the Knights bullpen. As I mentioned before, it was Johnny Rodopoulos throwing, and that is still Rodopoulos throwing out in the right field bullpen. So it doesn't appear as if we're going to have a pitching change here, but it didn't look that way either ahead of the first pitching change. And then once the mound visit was over, the pitching change was made. Home plate umpire breaking up this conference, and it will be Hughes remaining in the game to face Angel Santiago, who is 4 for 4, 4 singles, 2 line drives right back up the middle, and 2 ground balls through the left side.
Rodopoulos, who you mentioned warming up, does have 2 saves for Queens this year. Queens as a team with 5. This is still a save situation, I believe, for Hughes, who would get 3 innings of work. That one is fouled back.
So Angel Santiago, as I just mentioned, is 4 for 4. He and Lombardo have had a great day together. 8 of the Dolphins' 11 hits now. For Lombardo, his day is done. And you have to think that there's a chance Santiago, if he gets on, could be pinch run for as well.
Yeah, for sure. And big hitters upcoming, too. Thomas Joyce, Louis Mandiel, who had very close to what was a home run in this game. Santiago ducks out of the way of a pitch that would certainly easily would have put him at first base.
Not easy to stand in there and take
No, for sure.
But that was a breaking ball.
That's a self-defense move for Santiago.
2 balls and 1 strike the count. And Santiago fouls back another one.
All of Santiago's 4 hits have been singles. He does have an RBI in the game.
Thomas Joyce would be next, and as Dave mentioned, Louis Mandiel behind him. Here comes the 2-2 pitch, and that's up high for ball 3. That last pitch for Hughes was in the ballpark of 55. My pitch count not official. Here and there I may miss a couple, but approximately 55 pitches for Hughes. Runner going on 3-2. The throw skips into second, and Iacono is safe. So Santiago goes down on strikes for the first out, and stealing second by a slim margin was Julian Iacono.
Oh, slim is the right word, Joe. I mean, that could have been called either way. Naked eye, I would have given him, the safe call as well, but that was very, very close at second base.
I agree with you on that call, but it was absolutely a razor-thin call over at second base. Definitely could have gone either way as Thomas Joyce takes ball 1. Joyce 1 for 3, struck out, singled, flew out, and was hit by a pitch. Dolphins looking to get one more base runner any way they can to get the tying run to the plate as Joyce swings through that fastball for strike 1.
Yeah, Hughes put everything he had behind that pitch and blew it by Joyce, who will have another turn here, 1-1 count.
That's a really tough pitch to get around on and on the hands.
Right.
Here comes the 1-1. And Hughes working Joyce almost exclusively inside as we have another shimmy.
Yep. That means it was close, but more of a ball. The shimmy's been consistent, though, Joe.
The shimmy's been a consistent borderline ball. Here comes the 2-1. That pitch looked like it could have hit Joyce, and he swung through it for strike 2.
Yeah, breaking in on him and just couldn't get around on it in time. So now another big pitch here for Hughes, who's made a lot of them in this game.
2 balls and 2 strikes the count. And Joyce appeared to certainly hold up, and that is a tough call from the infield.
My goodness.
Wow.
I don't know if we have a replay hooked out. I don't even know if we can get it in time, but man, that didn't look like Joyce went around at all. But Dolphins are down to their final swings of the bat with Louis Mandiel, who just missed a home run earlier in this game, but got on base via a bases-loaded walk his first time up, the Dolphins' first run since the 3rd inning. That was back in the 7th.
To make a note, as that one's fouled back by Mandiel with the tough calls against Hoskins in the previous half inning and that tough call going against Joyce. This game is at the 3-hour mark, not the 4-hour mark. So I'm
not bad.
Sure.
22 hits, 11 runs, 22 hits, just an error, a lot of walks, a lot of hits batters. 3 hours, I'll take it.
Well, the point being, we don't need calls to expedite the pace of play, as that one's in the dirt.
I know what you're
Ball
thinking.
one.
I know what you're thinking. There's another one after this.
Well, that's not what I'm thinking.
Let's
I'm
get this going.
positing that might be what the thought is on the infield right now for the umpires after 2 tough calls against a hitter from each side.
Yeah.
1-1 the count on Louis Mandiel. And that's chopped on the ground toward third. That's a fair ball. And here comes Iacono as that one gets away into the bullpen for the Knights. And Dave, I did not see the ball thrown.
Really?
As that was a hidden ball trick on me. I thought they decided not to throw. That's incredible. I guess the monitor did obstruct me a bit, and maybe I turned my head around the window pane in the monitor after the ball was thrown, but I lost it until it wound up in the Knights' bullpen. Iacono scores from second. Mandiel is now in scoring position. That insurance run for the Knights is huge right now, and Jack Verone is the batter.
Verone skies this one, see if it stays in. I don't think so. But that's going to be they didn't rule it a hit, Joe, but I would give that a hit and an error for sure. Mandiel beat the throw by a mile, and it was an errant throw by the third baseman, so that should be a hit and an error. There's no RBI on the play because Iacono only comes home because of the error.
I agree with that scoring, as that is in for a called strike 2 to Jack Verone. Verone quickly in a 2-strike hole. For the Dolphins, they are down to their final strike, trailing by 2. Verone is the tying run at the plate. And he swings and misses for strike 3. The Dolphins strand a runner in scoring position in the bottom half of the ninth. And for the Knights, they pick up a much-needed victory in their stretch run towards the East Coast Conference postseason. As I mentioned earlier several times already, Lincoln over Bridgeport 10-4. That opens the door to the postseason for Queens College, and they are 1/3 of the way towards clinching a spot. If they can sweep CSI this weekend, they are in to the ECC playoffs, and that brings Game 1 of today's doubleheader to a close. Game 2 is coming up in approximately 30 minutes. Keep in mind, only Game 1 counts in the East Coast Conference standings. Game 2 will count in the record column for both teams, but will not count in the conference standings. So until the start of Game 2, we thank you for watching. This has been Joe Foreman on the call alongside David Pizzuto. Be sure to rejoin us in approximately 20 to 30 minutes for the call of Game 2 between the Knights and Dolphins here on the ECC Network.
And welcome back, Dolphins fans, to CSI Sportsnet right here on the ECC Network. We are almost set for Game 2 of our scheduled doubleheader between the CSI Dolphins, now 6-15 after their loss in Game 1 to Queens College, taking on the Knights in Game 2. This game not counting towards the ECC standings. This one will be a 7-inning affair. In case you joined us late, the CSI Dolphins falling to Queens by a score of 7-4 in Game 1, a game, Joe, where they had a 3-0 lead in the third inning, but great relief pitching by Dylan Hughes and some timely hitting for the Knights puts them in control of their own destiny for the final ECC playoff spot. And before they ultimately clinch that spot tomorrow, or if the Dolphins play spoiler tomorrow, first comes this non-conference 7-inning affair to finalize the CSI home regular season.
And a good day if you're a fan of the Knights so far. We mentioned it several times throughout Game 1, but if you're just joining us, Lincoln did defeat Bridgeport by a final score of 10-4. And as you said, Dave, the Knights control their own destiny heading into the East Coast Conference baseball playoffs. If they outperform the University of Bridgeport by a single game, they are in. And if they win their final 2 games against the College of Staten Island tomorrow, they will have accomplished that. But you mentioned Game 1, a 7-5 victory for Queens College. There were opportunities throughout that game for the College of Staten Island, who scored 3 runs in the 3rd and then tacked on 1 in the 7th before scoring again in the 9th. A huge insurance run for the Knights gave them some breathing room in that game. You mentioned the great relief pitching from Dylan Hughes. He did a great job out of the Knights bullpen, locking down the Queens College victory in Game 1. But at the plate, a very good game for a couple of Dolphins, as we mentioned several times throughout the game. Peter Lombardo and Angel Santiago each had 4 hits in the game. Louis Mandil had a pair. The Dolphins as a team had 12 hits in the first game. So you have to like what you saw from the Dolphins offensively during the early game. And once again, unfortunately for CSI, it was free passes out on the mound issued by Kevin Ryan. Later in the game, Stephen Kalika and Michael DeForti, to a lesser extent, that ultimately allowed Queens College to score just enough to outlast the Dolphins. And those free passes are certainly something that CSI will have to correct here in Game 2.
Yeah, and Game 2, a chance for a little bit of a lineup shuffle for both teams, Joe. They look a little bit differently than they did in Game 1. And, of course, this, not counting towards the ECC standings, allows both coaching staffs to, be a little cute with their lineup in certain ways. We see some different things. Let's take a look at the starters. Dolphins will throw Frankie Golko to Queens' lineup.
Starting lineup for the Queens College Knights is as follows. Leading off the shortstop, number 1, Jordan Ramlogan. Batting second is the center fielder, number 3, Jason Rodopoulos. Batting third is the designated hitter, number 23, Andrew Smith. In the cleanup spot is the catcher, number 17, Nick Barreros. Batting fifth and playing first base, number 26, Daniel Dowich. Batting sixth and playing right field, number 5, Teovaldo Estevez. Batting seventh is the third baseman, number 33, Juan Vasquez. And batting eighth is the left fielder, number 10, Mike Tagliarini. Batting ninth is the second baseman, number 12, James Mahoney. On the mound for Queens is John Rodopoulos.
Yeah, so only Jason Rodopoulos and Andrew Smith, the constants for the Queens in their lineup. Everybody else is kind of new. We saw a little bit of Daniel Dowich in the first game as a pinch hitter, and then later in the field. But for the most part, Queens with almost an entirely new roster. And defensively, Joe, new face in right field for the Dolphins, and they'll go again with Golko throwing out the pitches.
In the field for the Dolphins, very quickly in the top half of the first, from right to left on the infield. At first base is Thomas Martin. At second base, Julian Iacono. Over at shortstop is Nick Cipoletti, and at third is Angel Santiago. From right to left in the outfield, you mentioned a new face in right field. That will be Stephen Kalika. In center, a familiar face in Brian Burkhead. Another familiar face in left in Louis Mandil. Behind the plate is Nick Campisi, the Dolphins' freshman catcher. He will be receiving pitches from Frank Golko.
Yeah, so for Campisi, only his 4th start of the season. Behind the plate, Iacono for CSI getting his 5th start at second base. Thomas Martin, of course, who's been the terrific DH, gets another start at first base, and Kalika at right. And, of course, doing the pitching for the Dolphins is the true freshman Frank Golko. Golko 0-2 this season. He's pitched 11.2 innings with an ERA of 15.43. That ERA has come down a bit in recent starts for Golko this season. He has given up 19 hits, 25 runs, 20 of them earned, 16 walks, 8 strikeouts. Opponents are batting a hefty .373 against him. But for Golko, Joe, the main theme with him is trying to find the strike zone. He's had some issues this season with the walk. We talked about the fact that he has 16 walks in the 11 innings. He needs to utilize these 7 innings today potentially to find his strike zone, get in a groove, and give his Dolphins hitters a chance.
And when you're issuing as many base on balls as he has in his 11 2/3 inning of work this season, your pitch count gets up there. And
right.
He's already started 2 games and come into games in relief 3 times. Despite all of that work, you said it, only 11 2/3 innings, and that's due in large part to his pitch count being run up when he can't find the strike zone. So he should look to attack these hitters in this game, especially with some of the regulars not in the lineup for Queens College. Certainly an opportunity for Golko to get right, especially in terms of finding the strike zone and being consistently in the strike zone to keep that pitch count down.
And head coach Michael Morrow giving him this opportunity after a 9-inning game against this Queens team, getting a good look from the dugout, but he's facing what is seemingly a brand new lineup for Queens as they roll out 7 new starters this time around, not including, of course, their starting pitcher. And Jordan Ramlogan starts that off. For Ramlogan, this is his 9th start of the season, his 14th appearance, and he wastes that one foul, so the count quickly 0-2 on Ramlogan. Quick numbers for him, 5 out of 23 from the plate. One of his 5 hits for extra bases, that was a double. He does have 6 RBI and 6 runs scored this season. 0-2 pitch is swung on and hit towards the outfield in left field. Mandiel is there to play it, but one at-bat and 1 hit here for Queens. They're in business with Ramlogan, a base hit.
Golko got ahead in the count there, 0-2 on Ramlogan, but then that 0-2 pitch was a hanging curveball over the heart of the plate, didn't break far enough out of the strike zone. It sat right up there for Ramlogan, who didn't get all of it. It was in on his hands, a good location, inside out, but didn't get low enough, and that allowed Ramlogan to loft it out into left field for a leadoff single.
So Jason Rodopoulos, who batted 6th in Game 1, bats 2nd here in Game 2. Rodopoulos played right field in Game 1. He's playing center in this game. He went 1 for 5 in the opener and spoils that one back for a foul. His 1 hit was a 2 RBI double that gave Queens the lead that it would not relinquish the rest of the way. A 7-4 win. The Dolphins got out to a 3-0 lead in Game 1. That was in a big 3rd inning. But after that, the runs were hard to come by. Quick snap throw back to first. And almost getting Ramlogan was Golko. Ramlogan 3 of 6 in stolen bases this season.
That was a good move from a right-handed pitcher by Golko right there.
Ramlogan is going, and that one is skied into the very shallow outfield, long infield, and they're going to be able to double up Ramlogan easily. And so 2 up, 2 down, unconventional 6-3 double play.
That's a bad break right there for the Knights, and the Dolphins will certainly take it, as that one did hang up in the air for quite a while, but it was such a good jump over at first by Ramlogan. He didn't immediately make the read and had no chance to get back.
So Andrew Smith, the only other Knight that was in the starting lineup in Game 1, he ended up going 2 for 3, but he reached base 4 times, had a couple of singles, was hit by 2 pitches. His only other at-bat was a strikeout against the Game 1 starter, Kevin Ryan. Smith batted 5th in Game 1. He bats 3rd this time around, and he strikes that one through the right side. Iacono does well to stop it. Throw to first is in time. Heck of a play by Julian Iacono. And Queens is 3 up, 3 down in their turn of the first. We go to the bottom half of the first inning here from the CSI Baseball Complex. Queens with no score, and the Dolphins coming to bat.
Hobra, a taco joint, Staten Island, where we're proud to have shared our family-first spirit with people from throughout New York City and the world. With indoor dining available both at the bar and on the floor. Or step outside for additional seating and an outdoor bar. Serving beer that's crisp, ice cold, and worthy of a day at the beach. Cocktails that explode with flavor. And great food made with the freshest and healthiest ingredients available. Events feature food and drink specials. Live music. And the best of Staten Island nightlife. Your CSI Student ID saves you 10% on your dining order at Hobra. Visit us at 412 Forest Avenue, Staten Island.
Welcome back to the CSI Baseball Complex. The College of Staten Island getting set for their first action offensively, and they'll do it against Johnny Rodopoulos. Rodopoulos coming into this game a record of 1-0. This is his first start of the 2021 season. He has an ERA of 12.71. He's only pitched 5 2/3 innings, Joe. Again, his first start.
And the Dolphins lineup he will face is as follows. Leading things off is Thomas Martin. Batting second is Peter Lombardo. Batting third, Angel Santiago. In the cleanup spot is Stephen Kalika. Batting fifth is Brian Burkhead. Batting sixth is Louis Mandil. Batting seventh is Nick Campisi. Batting eighth is Julian Iacono, who made a great play in the field to bring the top half of the inning to a close. And batting ninth is Nick Cipoletti. But for the Dolphins and Frank Golko in that top half of the first, Golko only had to throw 7 pitches, and the Dolphins got a great play in the field from Iacono at second base on a tremendous diving stop, and then the throw to first over with plenty of time for the third out of the inning.
Yeah, and talked about the new look lineup for Queens. It's also kind of a new look fielding crew, so we'll see how they react to the game. Queens fielded a very good game in Game 1. They did have the one error. That was a throwing error at third base, but the new third baseman is Vasquez here for Queens. Thomas Martin, who had a rough Game 1 for CSI, looking for his first hit of the entire afternoon. Martin's 6-game hit streak came to an end in Game 1, although he did have a sac fly RBI. Chops that one down third base, but foul. So the count will go to 1-2.
Despite that hitting streak coming to an end, I mentioned it during Game 1, he did hit the ball pretty well on more than one occasion. Did pick up an RBI and a sacrifice fly, and then with 2 men on, hit another one well out to left field.
So Martin will take a 1-2 pitch from Rodopoulos. That one's too low for a ball. I mentioned on the CSI website this morning that Thomas Martin seems well on his way to the CSI batting title, but both Peter Lombardo and Angel Santiago might have something to say about that, as they both put up 4 hits in the opening game. That one well too high and inside for a ball, so the count will go to 3-2 on Martin, who has walked 9 times this season. That's good for second on the squad. The pitch is skied into the outfield in right. A long run for Estevez. It goes over his head as he gets circled around, and Martin's up with a stand-up double, his 10th double of the season, a team high, and the Dolphins are in business.
And that ball was hit incredibly well by Thomas Martin. The wind is blowing in from right field, right to left, and he still managed to put that ball over the head of Estevez in right field. And if you're not familiar with the right field here at the College of Staten Island, it is no easy task to navigate that area of the CSI baseball complex. And once Estevez got turned around by that ball, he had no play, recovered nicely to chase it down and hold Martin to a double.
Yeah, Estevez started by kind of looking over his left shoulder for that ball and had to spin around and look over his right. You said it. He did a nice job of just trying to catch up to that and fielding it cleanly on the bounce over him. Otherwise, Martin could be at third base. But Martin with his 10th double and his first hit of the day as Lombardo takes low and outside for a ball, 2-0. So Lombardo, who came into the afternoon 15 of 45, added 4 hits in that opening game. One of a couple of bright spots for the Dolphins, who actually out-hit Queens in the opening game, 12-11.
Walks and other forms of free passes, Dave. That was the difference in Game 1.
That's it. I think my last count, it was 6 walks and 3. And safe is Thomas. 3 hit by pitches. Meanwhile, Rodopoulos checking Martin back at second. Might have been onto something there. He'll have to come to Lombardo, down 3-0 in the count. Lombardo shows bunt, takes it off, and walks on 4 pitches.
I'm not sure anybody bought that feigned bunt attempt by Peter Lombardo. Maybe the distraction paid off.
I was going to say, probably trying only to distract Rodopoulos as he's in his stride. 2 men up and 2 men on base for CSI. Angel Santiago will be the batter. He, too, had 4 hits in the opening game. on his first 4 at-bats, finished 4 for 5. And Rodopoulos needs to come in with a strike now as he's delivered 4 straight balls to Lombardo and then starts out with a ball here against Santiago. And that one hits the inside corner for a strike. Santiago, an all-star candidate this season, who has come into this game batting .323 in his freshman season with the Dolphins. Well high and outside for a ball, 2-1.
Santiago definitely helped his case in game 1 with those 4 base hits. You mentioned he came in hitting at .323 and bumped that up quite a bit.
Yeah, he had an RBI in that game. And he splits that one foul down the first base side. For Santiago, that was his 11th RBI of the season in game 1. These two teams will pick things up tomorrow afternoon at 12 o'clock in Flushing, New York, on Queens College's campus. Both of those games will count towards the ECC standings. This one does not, as Santiago fouls another one down the right-hand side.
The true fans are still with us, Dave, despite the game not counting in the standings.
That's right. And a lot of Queens contingent we know checking into this game, and all of our CSI followers all year long. As that one fails to get to the outside corner. No swing by Santiago. Not sure what they were checking there, Joe. I didn't even think Santiago checked it.
I thought he might have swung.
Yeah? Oh, okay.
He definitely did check his swing.
I missed that. So 3-2 payoff pitch with 2 men on, nobody out. Runners are in motion, and Santiago spoils that one away.
This monitor needs to be mounted on the wall next year, and I'm going to make it happen.
Yeah.
I have the tools.
All right. Rodopoulos, a long look on the rubber. Finally comes to Santiago, and Santiago skies one into the outfield in left field, looking up but watching it sail over the wall for a home run. Angel Santiago, a 3-run blast, his first career home run, and the Dolphins are up 3-0.
Santiago put a charge into that ball. He hit it a mile high, and it still cleared the left field wall. Looked like he might have gotten under it off the bat. The wind certainly didn't hurt. And Angel Santiago has plated the first 3 CSI runs of this game. For the second time today, the Dolphins lead 3-0.
Yeah, you know what, Joe, I kind of lost that ball when it was about halfway down the line, and I had to judge based on what Tagliarino was doing in left field. But he ends up just going all the way to the wall and looking up. And so Santiago's first career home run, only his 4th extra base of the entire season. What a day he's having now, 5 for 6 when you count the opening game. And he now has 4 RBIs in total and accounts for all 3 of these in this game. As Stephen Kalika gets his first at-bat of the day, he came on as a relief pitcher in game 1. Takes that one outside for a ball, 2-1.
I can't blame you for losing that ball. It's not often you see a home run hit that high. That ball was way up in the air.
And that one skips in the dirt past Barreros. And the sky here is bone white as well, as we have complete overcast that has engulfed us here after a sunny start to the day. Kalika this season batting .241 as he takes that one on the outside corner for a strike. And I'm with Kalika on that one, Joe. That seemed well outside the strike zone, and Kalika whipped the bat.
Well, Dave, I had already put it into my stats application as ball 4, so that's what I thought of that call.
Yep. And Kalika offers at that one, and it's a slow roller to third, and making the grab cleanly was Vasquez, and a great throw into first base for the game's first out in the bottom of the first.
Well, after looking at what he believed was ball 4, Kalika offered at what was likely ball 4 on that last pitch, lunging to try and get a bat on that ball and stay alive, but he grounds it weakly to third. and he is the first out of the inning.
That'll bring up Brian Burkhead, who was a starter last game, was lifted later in the game, but officially went 0 for 4 in his turns at the plate. So he's still looking for his first hit of the afternoon. Burkhead came into the day batting .267, and this is his 9th start of the season. And he smokes that one first base side, but that's foul.
I am curious if Burkhead is available for this game, which he obviously is, why he was pinch hit for in game 1. Just
yeah, Noah
wants to know why.
Yeah, Noah Lund was the pinch hitter, and that was kind of a head scratcher for me too, Joe, unless you just want to put the young catcher Noah Lund in a big spot and just to see what he can do. And Burkhead, I think, was 0 for 4 at that point. Might have been a good move if it plays out. Listen, Noah Lund gets up, smokes a single somewhere, Joe, the Dolphins score. The coaching staff looks like a genius for making the move, but Lund went down on strikes, I believe, in 3 pitches and offers a lot to second guessing.
I was just curious why.
Yeah. No, I'm with you. Because I thought, at least coming into this game, Brian Burkhead has really been swinging a pretty good bat.
I think the 0 for might have had something to do with it, as you mentioned, 0 for 4, but also maybe they saw something in Burkhead's first at bat against Hughes that they didn't like.
Yeah, could be. He did strike out in his last at bat against Hughes. Staying alive in this one as Rodopoulos bounced one in through the 5-hole of Barreros, and a 2-2 pitch is upcoming with 1 out. That one is chopped up the middle, a long run by Mahoney. Tough throw across the body, but safe at first is Burkhead, who legs out the single.
That small bobble by Mahoney cost him the play. He had an opportunity to throw out Burkhead, and after fielding that ball in the glove, he bobbled it for just a moment, and that extra second or two allowed Burkhead to reach. With 1 out, Dolphins have a base runner over at first for Louis Mandiel.
So Mandiel, who went the distance in the opener, went officially 2 for 4. And he skies that one in deep infield on the outfield grass. Making the catch is Ramlogan. And there's 2 away. And we'll get our first look on the afternoon of Nick Campisi. For Campisi, we mentioned it, looking for his first career hit with the CSI Dolphins. This is his 4th start, and he is 0 for 8 from the dish. He does have a run scored and an RBI, and that was on a bases-loaded walk earlier in the season. He has walked once. He's been hit by a pitch once. So he has been on base, but that first career hit is going to be one he'll remember for his entire career, and he is hoping it happens today. 2 outs and a runner on first is Burkhead, and that one skips right in front of Barreros for a ball, 2-0.
Well, Campisi needs to see a pitch to hit
right
before he can get that first hit. First 2 in the dirt from Rodopoulos, who's now thrown 31 pitches in the inning, 16 out of the strike zone.
Another one that catches the feet of Barreros, and Barreros able to keep it in front of him and keep Burkhead at bay at first base. Rodopoulos has walked Lombardo in the inning, and of course Lombardo came in to score on the Santiago home run. 3-0 pitch is too low for Campisi, so a 4-pitch walk, the second of the inning for Rodopoulos. And Julian Iacono, the 8th batter of the inning, approaches the plate now with 2 men on and 2 out.
So for Rodopoulos now, you mentioned that's the second walk. He's also allowed 3 base hits, one of which was the 3-run homer, and he's really struggling through the opening frame. And the Dolphins now are within 1 batter of batting around in the bottom half of the first inning with the 8th place hitter, Julian Iacono, coming to the plate.
So Iacono making his 5th start for the Dolphins. He's had 21 at-bats, 3 hits, 3 RBI, 4 runs scored. He has not walked this season. He has been hit once. And that one catches the low corner for a strike, strike 1. It's one of the first times Rodopoulos has opened up a at-bat with a called strike one. Cipoletti on deck. As Joe mentioned, he represents batting around for the Dolphins in this inning as Rodopoulos misses low again.
Stark contrast from the top half of the first, where Frank Golko threw 7 pitches, all strikes. Rodopoulos now 5 times that amount.
And that one is smoked foul. Rodopoulos is a sophomore pitcher for this Queens team, trying to find a home in this bullpen for Queens, which is crowded. Gets his first start, and that one is hit on a line and into the outfield. They will send Burkhead home. There'll be no play there. Instead, the throw gets away at third base, and coming into third, sliding is Campisi, and able to extend to second is Iacono. It'll be an RBI single and an advance on the throwing error, I would believe. And the Dolphins are up 4-0.
So for my scoring, Dave, did that throw get away from the third baseman, or was it a bad throw?
I think it was.
Third baseman?
I think it was a bad throw. It was a short hopper, Joe, that I don't even think needs to be thrown. At that point, Campisi is stationary at second base, and obviously took the lead on the throw. But absolutely, I think that's got to be a throwing error on the center fielder.
That brings Nick Cipoletti to the plate as that one got away, and racing home and sliding in safely is Nick Campisi.
Wow, heads up base running by Campisi, not once in this inning, but twice. And that's got to feel good for the young man as the Dolphins improve their lead now to 5-0. And making his way all the way to third base, just a couple of pitches after hitting a single, is Julian Iacono. Dolphins 5 runs on 4 hits. We've had 2 walks in the inning. Was that a wild pitch or a pass ball, Joe, that last one?
I only saw the batter, or I should say the runner on third, racing home. I was scoring the previous play.
So was I.
That's why I picked up the call.
So was I. So we'll get an official ruling on that. Either way, if it's a pass ball, it's unearned. Well, it's still unearned.
Judging by where the ball ended up to the right of home plate, I would guess it's a wild pitch that must have bounced in the dirt and been blocked. If it was a pass ball, I think it would have went through the catcher, but that's just an assumption on my part.
Got a host of activity in the Queens bullpen, mostly just stretching arms, nobody throwing yet. 3-1 pitch to Cipoletti. He's swinging and laces one to the left side. Great job to catch up with it and make the throw by Ram Logan. He makes a couple of good plays in the inning, and Queens is finally out of it, but not before the Dolphins post 5 runs on 4 hits. They're aided by a Queens error, and at the end of 1 full inning, the Dolphins lead 5-0.
My dad was a soccer coach and bought this little book bag. I could sit in the book bag, like facing backwards and with like my legs out. So I'd be in his book bag when my dad coaches and the ball's going around. I'm like kicking at the ball in the back. And my dad was like, "We have a prodigy." So he put me into soccer and it just progressed from there. The catalyst was the opportunity to play soccer at a Division II school. On my team, I thrive to work as hard as I can. I mean, whatever you do on the field, there's a positive correlation to whatever else you do, be it personal relationships, homework, the way you carry yourself. I've changed since I got to King University. It's really helped me to develop as a leader. I think it's honestly the best thing that's ever happened.
We are back here getting ready for the top of the second inning. The Dolphins, with a big 5-run first, have given their starter, Frank Golko, a big lead here as we head into the second inning. Remember, this one scheduled for just 7 innings, and it was a very efficient top of the first for Frank Golko, Joe.
It sure was. 7 pitches and 7 strikes. He did allow a base hit in the inning. that was quickly erased on an unconventional 4-3 double play. That was on a pop-up beyond the infield with the runner going from first. Gulko immediately recorded the third out after that on a great play by Julian Iacono. And then in the bottom half of the first, it was all Dolphins. Johnny Rodopoulos up near 40 pitches in the first inning. 5 runs for CSI, an error committed in the field by Queens as well, helping CSI along later in that inning. And for Gulko here, you return to the mound with a comfortable 5-run lead. Now is the time to attack the strike zone and get your pitches under control out on the mound. That's been an issue for him this season.
And he will face 4, 5, 6 in the order, all new insertions in the order for Queens. As we begin with Nick Barreros, the catcher. For Barreros this season, he's making his 8th start. He's 6 of 25 from the plate. He's batting .240. 4 of his 6 hits have gone for extra bases, all doubles. He's got 2 RBI, 5 runs scored. He's also walked 5 times. So pretty decent numbers for Barrero, all things considered. A slugging percentage of .400, an on-base percentage of .387. Trying to work himself more into this lineup, and he hits one on the ground towards short. Cipoletti gets it. The throw to first is in time to Martin, and there's one away.
Maybe kind of a weird time to bring it up, but on a routine ground ball there, it just made me think the Dolphins infield today has been flawless, and that includes the pitcher spot as well. We saw Kevin Ryan field his position well in the early game, and the infield today has been tremendous. Whoever's been out there for CSI has made all of the plays.
Yeah, CSI's lone error in Game 1 was in the outfield. As now it'll be Daniel Dowich, who did come in late in the game to replace Nick Burke down near the bottom of the order of Game 1. He walked and scored a run in the first inning. Big insurance run for Queens. And here he takes a strike, so the count runs even to 1-1. Dowich goes from batting 8th to batting 5th in this game. And that one drops too low for a ball. For Dowich, this is his 4th start of the season. He came into the game batting .294, 5 of 17 officially, 4 runs scored, 2 RBI, 1 of his 5 hits for extra bases. The wind from Gulko, and he overpowers Dowich on that one to run the count even at 2-2.
And that's as big of a swing as we've seen all day by Dowich right there. He took a home run cut on that 2-1 pitch.
Gulko, a resident of Santan Valley in Arizona. I wonder if he appreciates the northeast weather here. Joe, I know he's got family from nearabouts, Staten Island and the metro area, but much different weather between here and Arizona.
Sure is. The one time I took a trip to Arizona, the heat was stifling, but you get used to it after a few hours.
Yeah, I have a good friend who lives in Arizona, former women's basketball player at CSI, and she posted on Facebook, I think a couple days ago, first 100-degree day of the year. Here's to many more. Gives you an idea of what they deal with.
Deal with or enjoy?
I say deal with. Too hot for me. As that one is hit down to right field, Dowich is going to try and take 2. Throw is cut off. A double with 1 out here in the top of the second for Daniel Dowich.
And that's good base running there by Dowich, immediately recognizing that ball had found its way deep enough into the right field corner that he could take 2, did not assume a single out of the box, and easily made it to second base ahead of the throw. And the Knights have their first runner in scoring position in the game.
And it's for Teovaldo Estevez, who is batting .313 this season. This is his 17th start. We wondered about him missing in the starting lineup in Game 1. He's 3rd on the team with 20 hits. This season has 12 runs scored and is tied for 2nd on the team coming into the game with 12 RBI. So he was a big, notable omission in the starting lineup of Game 1.
That's another situation where I'm just curious as to why.
Right. And he swings big and misses for strike 2, 0-2. Juan Vasquez is in the on-deck circle for Queens. Another new face in the lineup. Goko takes a quick look at Dowich at second, actually a longer look, and now deals, and that one is flared over to first base. Mishandled by Martin. It goes off the top of his glove. Throw definitely not in time, and for Martin, that's going to be an E3. And now there'll be runners at the corners with one out.
That was a very odd play. The ball took a hop that appeared as if it could be handled by Martin, but instead of receiving the ball, he kind of stabbed at it with the glove and pushed it over towards second base. Just a very awkward attempt at fielding that ball on what I thought was a play that he should have made.
Absolutely. And we always talk about how weird the hops are here in this infield. It's not an easy infield at all to deal with, but that one seemed like a simple enough ball. Although Martin might have other things to say about it. Either way, it goes down as an E3. And the bases now occupied at first and third with Vasquez, the batter. We'll give you some numbers on Vasquez batting .250 this season. This is only his third start. He's 4 of 16 from the plate, 1 RBI, 4 runs scored. Campese sets up on the outside and check swing anyway, but that was right down the heart of the plate for a strike, strike 2. Goko given a big 5-run lead thanks to 5 first-inning runs for the Dolphins, 3 of them off the bat of Angel Santiago via the home run. 0-2 pitch upcoming for Vasquez. Swung on and missed, strike 3.
And that's what the Dolphins clearly see in Frank Gulko. We know he has that great curveball, and right there, the ability to power that fastball right by the hitter as Vasquez strikes out swinging. For Gulko in this game so far, 22 pitches, 19 of them for strikes.
That is a great sign for the young man. And, of course, for this Dolphins team, Gulko picks up his 9th strikeout of the season. And runners remain at the corners with 2 out. Mike Tagliarini is the batter. Also seeing him for the first time. And Mike Tagliarini given his 5th start, but he's 0 for 13 from the plate. He, too, looking for his first hit of the 2021 season. And after seeing a ball, that one goes high for ball 2.
Maybe I shouldn't have mentioned the percentage of pitches that had gone for strikes. First 2-0 count of the game follows.
Tagliarini, local from Brooklyn, New York, went to the same high school as Noah Lunn here for the Dolphins, who's also a true freshman. Millennium High School. Tagliarini looking for his first collegiate hit, and I'm sure he would take a walk, too. He does have 2 of those this season, along with 1 hit by pitch. 3-0 pitch upcoming, and Gulko wants to think things over. Campese looks over to his dugout for the signs from Pat Daddio. Relays them to Gulko, and here we go, 3-0 pitch. Inside for ball 4. So the bases are now loaded thanks to a double, an error, and now a bases on balls. And Queens, with a swing of the bat here, can get themselves right back into the game. This will be James Mahoney, the second baseman.
Mahoney with 36 at-bats on the season, 8 of 36 entering today's action.
And that one is hit right up the middle of the infield. That will score at least 1. Being waved home for the potential second run is Estevez, and he will get there. It's a 2-run single for James Mahoney, and the score is now 5-2 Dolphins.
Well, keep in mind, all of these runs will go down as unearned, but Gulko had a good chance to get out of this inning. The 8th and 9th place hitters coming to bat With 2 away in the inning, he issues the 4-pitch walk, and then the number 9 place hitter, Mahoney, comes through right there with the 2 RBI single. And with that, the Knights are 40% of the way back.
Yeah, and Ram Logan hopped on one of Golko's early pitches for a leadoff single in this game, his first time up. And Golko lands inside for ball 1. Tagliarini is the runner at second base, Mahoney at first with the 2-run single. RBIs number 6 and 7 for him this season. Ram Logan offers it that one and fouls it straight back. Count goes to 1-1. Queens was down 3-0 in the opener. They came back and won the game 7-4. Find themselves down by 5 here in game 2. But as Joe mentioned, 40% of the way back with 1 swing of the bat. Golko, the look over to Tagliarini, now comes in, and there's a swing and a miss for a strike 2 for Ram Logan.
And resilience always seems to be characteristic of these teams that are playoff caliber teams. The Knights right on the cusp of a playoff berth in the ECC. Of course, this game doesn't go towards those standings, but by no means are they going to roll over and take a defeat at the hands of the Dolphins, especially ahead of 2 more tomorrow.
Right. There's a swing and a hit and a drive through the left side. They are waving home Tagliarini, and the throw is going to be to home to Campisi. He tries to get third base out. It was Mahoney. He looked like he was out by a step. He's called safe. Runners are at second and third. It's 5-3 Dolphins.
For Ram Logan, that is his second base hit straight through the left side. This one plates a run. He will be credited with a single and an advance on the throw. And I agree with you, Dave. I thought for sure the runner at third was out. And maybe he got his foot in there ahead of the tag. We have an angle where we really couldn't see too well that back foot. But it looked like he was tagged on the thigh ahead of him reaching third base. Mahoney, however, stands at third base now. At second is Ram Logan, and at the plate is Jason Rodopoulos.
So Rodopoulos, who popped up into that 4-3 double play, hits one in foul territory. Martin looking to track it down, cannot make the throw as he tried to go over the shoulder. Cannot make the catch as he tried to go over the shoulder with that. And, you know, a tough play to make, but if he makes it, the Dolphins are out of this inning. And, you know, ever since that error, Joe, that Martin made at first base, Golko got Vasquez to strike out, but since then he's yielded a walk, a 2-run base hit, and another RBI hit. So it's spiraling downhill here, and the Dolphins need themselves to get out of this inning. Another single would likely tie this game up with the speed that Queens has on the base paths right now.
I spoke about it earlier in the season, Dave, and I actually think it was during one of Golko's relief appearances. An error was made behind whoever the pitcher was. I'm not sure whether or not it was Golko, but at some point, even though these runs coming in are unearned, it's up to the pitcher to eventually record that third out and stop the bleeding. And for the Dolphins, that has been such a big ask so far this year. Once a mistake is made in the field, it just seems as if it snowballs and the Dolphins can't escape the inning after that.
Yeah, that's a really good point. And finish that thought in a second here as we're going to see a 1-2 pitch for Jason Rodopoulos. And he takes outside. Nice job by Campisi to keep the runners there. But, you know, that's the difference between, you know, good teams and great teams, Joe, are the ones that can bounce back from, you know, an error or a mistake. And, you know, the other big difference is the teams that take full advantage of those mistakes. And we're seeing Queens right now do that, making the Dolphins pay for a couple of mistakes. I mean, you know, the error by Martin, but even that last fly ball that Martin couldn't field down. Do they take advantage of that here? Golko has now skipped 2 really in the dirt right in front of Campisi. Campisi doing well to stop both of them. First base is open, but a payoff pitch is upcoming here. It'll be Golko versus Rodopoulos. Long look, Golko winds, delivers, and that one is smoked into the gap in left center field. Mandiel is there to field it. The throw in holds Rodopoulos at first, but it is a 2-run single for Rodopoulos, and we have a tie score here in the top of the second inning.
Well, I touched on it during Game 1, and once again, the Knights are hammering the point home here in Game 2. Their 2-out hitting has been excellent throughout the day. They have been a tough out each and every at bat, but when the pressure has been on with runners on base and 2 outs, they have come through time and time again. This inning, a prime example of that.
So Andrew Smith, who grounded out to second on a nice infield play by Julian Iacono his first time up, that ended the first. And you could bet Smith does not want to end the second. He wants to keep this thing moving with Rodopoulos at first. It'll be an 0-1 pitch. Rodopoulos takes off, and that one is smoked down the first base line, but that one is foul. Smith tagged that one plenty, but a little too much out in front of it. And Golko will have to reset here and do it on an 0-2. Campisi sets up outside. Golko with the long look. Rodopoulos stays home, and the pitch is outside for a ball. Dolphins perhaps sensing that Rodopoulos was going to take off again. Campisi set up on the outside, looking to stand up and throw quickly. Here comes a 1-2 pitch. Swung on and once again laced first base side, but well foul.
Smith is on that breaking ball from Golko. He's just early. And now, for the Knights, they are getting their second look at Frank Golko. Smith, the third place hitter, and with this at bat, they have now batted around in the second inning.
Tommy Joyce.
I didn't need binoculars for that one.
Swing and a miss, strike 3, as Andrew Smith makes the final out of the second, but damage certainly done for Queens in that inning. They get 5 unearned runs to cross, and at the end of 1.5 innings of play, we got a brand new ball game. It's 5-5. Stay with us.
Wayne State Medical School has been my dream medical school since I was 5. Athletics are important, but so is service. So is research, so is becoming a better person. And we expect you to do well athletically, but don't forget the reason you're here, which is to give back to your community and to get good grades. It was my sophomore indoor season. It was the first year with our new head coach. And he comes in and he's like, we could be a national contending team if you guys work hard. And I heard him and I was like, well, I want to be a national champion. I want to be an All-American. And I bought in because he bought into our team. And I qualified to go to indoor nationals. I decided I wanted it, so I went and grabbed it.
Well, the Dolphins got 5 runs in the bottom half of the first inning. They'll need some more, as Queens was able to tie things up in the second, and we are back at 0-0 essentially. The Dolphins will have the top of the order coming up in the second inning like they did the first inning. So a couple of rough patches for our starting pitchers, Joe, but Queens' runs hurt a little bit more because of the unearned factor.
Nearly 40 pitches in the first inning for Johnny Rodopoulos, the pitcher for the Knights. For Frank Golko in the second, 34 pitches, 5 unearned runs come home, 5 hits for the Knights in the inning, and a lot of those hits were hit very hard. And I think that's concerning if you're Frank Golko and the Dolphins. As I said, those runs are unearned, but we spoke about it during the previous half inning. At some point, you have to record the third out. The Dolphins had a couple of chances, maybe. One play being that Thomas Martin ground ball, of course, should have been handled and that play made. But out in right field, that foul ball that he had a chance to grab as well could have brought the inning to a close. Unfortunately for the Dolphins, Golko just couldn't get the third out on the mound until it was far too late and the game had already been tied. There was action in the Dolphins bullpen. You may have caught Dave mention it. Thomas Joyce was getting warm, and he's 6'6" out there in the bullpen and gets plenty of action in the field, so I didn't need binoculars to tell me that was Joyce, as I did grab them when I saw it throwing, but quickly left them to my side. And As you said, Dave, top of the order for the Dolphins, beginning with Thomas Martin due up in the bottom half of the second.
Yeah, and didn't take long for Martin to get things started in the bottom of the first inning, where he had a leadoff double for the Dolphins to right field. He would score on the Santiago home run that opened the scoring in this one. Santiago's first career homer was a 3-run shot to left field. Martin smokes that one right up the middle. It finds some green out there. Catching up to it is Jason Rodopoulos, but Thomas Martin is now 2 for 2 with a leadoff single.
Speaking of hard hit balls, there's another one, this time by a Dolphins hitter, as Thomas Martin drives that one right back up the middle to get things started for the College of Staten Island in the second. He's now 2 for 2 at the plate.
So Peter Lombardo will be the batter. Lombardo also scored on Santiago's home run. He got on via the walk, one of 2 walks issued by Johnny Rodopoulos in the bottom of the first. That one is too high for a ball. We mentioned it many times. Lombardo and Santiago accounting for 8 of the Dolphins' 12 hits in Game 1. They both had 4 apiece. Santiago's added a 5th, so he's 5 of 6 for the day. That one's inside and low for ball 2.
And the top of the CSI order in the latter half of the season has been so dangerous at the plate. Mm-hmm. That combination of Martin, Lombardo, and Santiago, they've all been incredibly difficult outs. And you can throw Shendi Ulaj in that mix as well. He's not in the lineup here in Game 2, but did get the start in Game 1.
Right. Well high for ball 3, as Lombardo now will get a 3-0 count to deal with. No sign given from Morrow to Lombardo, so it's either known that Lombardo will take one or Lombardo's given the freedom to do whatever he wants.
Will he square up again as a distraction?
Right. That's a good point. He does. But that one is right down the meat of the plate for strike 1.
So if he has a 3-0 count next time, does he actually lay down the bunt?
Interesting.
I doubt it.
I did notice that the third baseman didn't move a single muscle when Peter squared up for that. And that one is well inside for ball 4. So Lombardo earns another walk, his second of the game in as many innings. And the Dolphins will have runners at first and second for Angel Santiago. Santiago, 1-for-1, 3 RBI home run that he took over the left field wall that Tagliarini ran out of real estate for. And so you wonder what Johnny Rodopoulos is thinking up there on the hill and how to attack the CSI freshman. Here's the pitch, and that one does cut in on the plate for a strike. Stephen Kalika is in the on-deck circle for the Dolphins. He grounded to third his first time up. And Santiago is quickly down in the count after spoiling that one foul. Santiago, one of the many bright spots on this CSI Dolphins team as they look forward to their future in the East Coast Conference and NCAA Division II. And that one is skied in the air, center field, and potentially tagging up, but then holding is Martin Jason Rodopoulos, able to get a nice running start into that catch, and there is one out.
Good thing that ball was cut off by Ramlogan. That throw was sailing up the left field line out towards left instead of toward third base, and he got there just in time. The pitcher, Rodopoulos, was backing up, but that's not where that throw was headed.
So Stephen Kalika will be the batter. His second at-bat of the afternoon. He was a relief pitcher for the Dolphins in Game 1. Did give up 2 runs in relief, 3 runs, I should say. And that one is smoked down the left field. Tagliarini misread it completely, and this will be a single. They're going to wave Martin in at home. There'll be no play there. It'll be an RBI double for Stephen Kalika. And the Dolphins have regained the lead at 6-5.
Well, you can see it right now on our wide shot. The American flag moving more than it has all day. Not too violently, but enough to completely fool Tagliarini out in left field. And I thought that ball was hit right at him. Instead, it carries over his head and goes as an RBI double for Stephen Kalika.
So for Kalika, that was his third double of the season, his fifth RBI. And now Brian Burkhead, who singled up the middle of the infield and scored in the first inning, tries to add more to the lead here, as something hitting real estate could potentially score two with two runners in scoring position. Burkhead spoils that one foul to run the count even at 1-1. Tagliarini definitely got spun around. We've seen that now a couple of times in the outfield for Queens, as that one also had some velocity to it from Kalika coming off the bat.
I'm wondering, on that home run, when he was chasing that ball out toward the wall, he ran face first into the fence.
Pretty much,
When
yeah.
he ran out of room, I have to wonder if he was a bit apprehensive, potentially, because of that, though. He wasn't near the fence on that particular play.
Yeah, but again, it seemed like Tagliarini started by breaking to his left and then had to kind of reverse his field and go over to his right. That spelled doom for him, as we have a swing and a miss for strike two as the count goes to 3-2. But we've seen the wind. We've seen this outfield play some havoc on opposing teams when they come here to this field. Even Staten Island has had some issues with it at times. Can't blame the sun on a day like today.
Takes a special breed of defensive player to navigate the expanse that is the outfield at the CSI Baseball Complex, especially on a windy day.
Right. This is basically a major league dimensioned field. And that one is chopped to second base. Fielding it cleanly is Mahoney. The throw to first is in time, but the Dolphins add another insurance run. It's an RBI ground out for Burkhead, and the Dolphins now lead 7-5.
Dolphins tack on one more, have now put up two in the bottom half of the second, and you have to like the response by CSI in this game. They saw a 5-run lead evaporate in the blink of an eye in the top half of the second inning, but they bounce right back to take the lead yet again, and it appears as if they want to close the doors on the CSI Baseball Complex in 2021 with a strong showing at the plate. They have 7 in the first inning plus.
7 runs on 6 hits. No action in the Queens bullpen. As looking to frame and doing it successfully is Barreros, and the count goes to 0-2 on Mandiel. Mandiel just missed hitting a home run in game 1. He popped up to short his last time up and swings and misses at strike 3. But the Dolphins do some damage. They score 2 more runs to retake the lead, and they are up on Queens by a score of 7-5. Stay with us. More CSI Baseball coming up.
My dad was a soccer coach and bought this little book bag. I could sit in the book bag, like facing backwards and look like my legs out. So I'd be in his book bag when my dad coaches and the ball's going around. I'm like kicking at the ball in the back. And my dad was like, "We have a prodigy." So he put me into soccer and it just progressed from there. The catalyst was the opportunity to play soccer at a Division II school. On my team, I thrive to work as hard as I can. I mean, whatever you do on the field, there's a positive correlation to whatever else you do, be it personal relationships, homework, the way you carry yourself. I've changed since I got to King University. It's really helped me to develop as a leader. I think it's honestly the best thing that's ever happened.
Welcome back to the CSI Baseball Complex. We're getting set for inning number 3. Queens with all 5 runs in the top of the 5th inning. The Dolphins got their 7 runs, 5 in the bottom of the first, 2 in the bottom of the second. So we have had an eventful first 12 outs here in this one. And we get ready for stage number 3, and we will start with the 4, 5, 6 hitters as Queens was able to bat around in the second inning, that 5-run inning, aided by a Dolphins error that made all 5 of the runs unearned in game 1. In inning number 2.
It certainly has been a very eventful start to this game, Dave. 12 runs, 11 hits, and we were only 2 innings deep in this one. Frank Golko handed the lead right back. We'll see if he can hold on to it this time.
Golko deals outside for ball 1. For Barreros, he grounded out to short his first time up. And there's a big swing and a miss for Barreros, so that'll run the count even at 1-1. If you joined us late, this game does not count towards the ECC standings. Queens controls their own destiny for the final ECC playoff spot. They'll look to lock that up tomorrow against this same Staten Island team. They're scheduled to play 2 in Flushing beginning at 12 noon. Of course, stay locked to CSIDolphins.com for the latest there, as we do expect some rain in the forecast. And if that game gets bumped for any reason, we'll have information posted there as soon as we get it, as we have a swing and a miss for strike 2, and the count goes even at 2-2 as Barreros looking to make some contact here.
I took a look at the weekend forecast in anticipation of today's games, and it's not looking good for tomorrow. It looks a lot better for Sunday. You mentioned that may or may not be an option with Mother's Day being on Sunday. So, as you said, stay tuned to CSIDolphins.com for all of the latest news and information regarding the next 2 games between Queens and Staten Island. They have to play them at some point.
Yeah, likely if tomorrow gets rained out for any reason, the likelihood will be that the makeups will be on Monday at some point at Queens. And there might be a lot of eyes on that doubleheader as that one sails upstairs. So Golko losing Barreros via the walk. That is the second walk of the game issued by Golko. I'd like to guess that if CSI gets rained out tomorrow, there's a chance that Bridgeport will also get rained out. They have 2 more to play against Lincoln. Those games being played in Pennsylvania. Fouled away by Dowich. Dowich got a double to right field to kind of get things started in the big 5-run second inning for Queens. He would later come in to score. The run he scored was Queens' first of the game. They would add 4 more. And that one too low to run the count to 1-1. Barreros has 1 lone stolen base attempt this season. He was successful on it. Takes a short lead at first. Long look for Golko. Uncomfortably long and asking for time is Dowich.
So we've seen a lot of Dolphins glancing over the shoulder and attempting several pickoffs to manage the running game. You've said it already. Golko appears to be using that long look in to manage the runners and try and throw their timing off stealing bases.
And that one is hit well in the air. It's trailing into foul territory. Giving way to Iacono was Martin. And the Dolphins register the first out in foul territory. And the runner stays at first base.
It looks like a lot of these Dolphins need to tighten the strap on the back of the hat. I think they're wearing snapback hats, as several Dolphins already have lost their hats today. I actually saw somebody in my gym wearing one of these hats. I'm not sure which player it was.
Yeah.
It had to be a current player if they have one of these pink hats.
Yeah. So fresh count now to Teo Estevez. Estevez bounced into that error at first base and would later come around to score. And that play, the reason why all 5 of Queens' runs in the second inning came in unearned against Frank Golko. The delivery is cut on and missed for strike 2. So Estevez now in the hole. Estevez has struck out a team-high 19 times coming into today. Golko would love to pick one up here. He has struck out one batter so far. And he strikes out Estevez on 3 pitches. Second strikeout of the game for Frank Golko. And Queens down to their final out here in the third.
And that's as dominant as Golko has looked at any at-bat in this game. Powered that last pitch right by Estevez, but had a good curveball in that at-bat as well. And that's what the Dolphins want to see from their freshman starting pitcher. And he's 1 out away from keeping his team ahead by 2 in this inning.
Juan Vasquez was Golko's other strikeout victim. Back in the second inning, he was the second out of that inning before Queens caught fire and picked up a walk and then 3 straight base hits to drive in 4 runs. And that one is hit up in the air. It is trailing in foul territory. Iacono makes a long run into foul territory, makes the catch, his second putout of the inning, and Queens is retired in the top of the third. We head to the bottom half of the third. Staten Island with a 2-run lead. Stay with us. More ECC baseball coming up.
Champions know how to seize opportunities. When they see moments of greatness unfold right before their eyes, they push as hard as they possibly can. And then they push harder. Because the heart of a champion never settles, never quits, and never stops giving its all. We are champions. We are Division II. We go big, we give it everything we've got, and we win. On the field, on our campuses, in our communities, for our causes, in our careers. We rise to become champions in everything we do. We are Division II, and there are no limits here. We make our time count. We set our own path. We become champions on our terms. It's time to up your game, because we're here to play and learn. But most importantly, we're here to discover ourselves, our vision, our heart, our drive, to achieve every goal we aim for, because we want to be champions at the highest level, life. At Division II, the opportunities are here. Are you ready?
Welcome back here as we get set for the third inning of play for the Dolphins offense. Nick Campisi will be the batter. Campisi walked and scored in the Dolphins' 5-run first inning. They since added 2 in the second. That's how they lead 7-5 as Campisi swings big but misses against Johnny Rodopoulos, who now works into his 3rd inning here for Queens. Rodopoulos misses high for a ball, 1-1.
Rodopoulos, another quick worker out on the mound when the bases are empty.
And he hits the outside corner there for strike 2. Campisi, we mentioned, looking for his first collegiate hit. He earned on via the walk the last time. Flares that one foul, first base side. Julian Iacono is on deck. He made 2 terrific plays, running down foul balls in first base side territory. 1-2 pitch to Campisi, well high for ball 2. Campisi from Marlboro High School, true freshman for the Dolphins. Dolphins hoping for big things from him. Open casting call at the catcher position past this year as Dolphins will graduate Sal Trancucci, who they honored before Game 1 for Senior Day.
They have a lot of young catchers on this team. I think Lund, Campisi, and Morrell have all gotten time behind the plate for the Dolphins in 2021.
Yeah. And that one drops low for a ball 3. And that's why I say, even wanting to get wins, obviously, and it's also an open casting call for the future for this team. And Campisi's locked in with that as well. And he lays off, but strikes out looking on that pitch that just hits the outside corner for Rodopoulos. For Rodopoulos, it's strikeout number 2 for him on the day, and that'll bring up Julian Iacono.
And you're sure they called that a strike on the outside corner? They didn't ring him up for the swing?
I don't know. I thought he definitely checked it a little bit, but I think it was a call strike 3.
Okay.
No point at the batter. And that one hits the low outside corner for a strike. Dolphins would love to see some offense from Julian Iacono, who's 3 for 21 this season, coming into this game and got the big base hit right up the middle of the field into the center field outfield. That was an RBI single, and Iacono would love to keep that going. As we know, we've seen Shendi Ulaj a lot at second base. Shendi, I know in 2020, played a little bit of first base as well. But Michael Crocco is there at second base sometimes. Iacono fighting for time. Another crucial position where potentially it is up for grabs at second. 2-2 is the count with 1 out. Down the heart of the plate for strike 3. Iacono knew it. And 2 up, 2 down via the K for Rodopoulos, who looks like a completely different pitcher, Joe, here in inning number 3.
He sure does, and this is the exact kind of inning he needed after allowing 7 runs on 6 hits in the first 2. Has been in command so far in the bottom half of the third against the bottom third of the Dolphins' batting order. Nick Cipolletti will look to change that.
Cipolletti ended the big CSI first inning with a grounder to short. That was actually a nice play by Ram Logan to make. And that one drops in for a strike, 1-1. But even the body language on Johnny Rodopoulos, a lot different, working quickly, working confidently, finding the strike zone a lot more. That one's inside corner for strike 2, 1-2.
And I think part of it in the first 2 innings is that he very quickly put runners on base, didn't get a chance to get comfortable out on the mound, and within moments of taking the bump, he had runners on.
And there's a swing and a miss for strike 3 as Rodopoulos strikes out the side, and the Dolphins are through the 3rd inning. Nothing on the scoreboard. The score remains 7-5. We go to the 4th inning where Joe Foreman will have the call coming up after this.
The Kettle Black on Staten Island, a top 5 wing joint in America by Food and Wine magazine. Serving daily lunch and dinner at the bar or on the floor. Perfect for family and group parties with top shelf drink and delicious food. From great times with good friends. Live sports and watch parties. To Staten Island's hottest nightlife. The Kettle Black features live music and DJs weekly. The Kettle Black features daily and nightly food and drink specials. The best Staten Island has to offer is at the Kettle Black. We'll see you there at the Kettle Black, located on 415 Forest Avenue, Staten Island.
And welcome back to CSI Sportsnet's coverage of East Coast Conference Baseball. College of Staten Island taking on Queens College as we get set to begin the top half of the 4th inning. Our score 7-5 in favor of CSI, and it will be 8, 9, and 1 due up for the Knights in the road 4th inning as Frank Gulko returns to the mound for the College of Staten Island, coming off of a 0 up on the scoreboard in the top half of the 3rd. He allowed 5 runs in the 2nd, all of those unearned, and also put up a 0 in the 1st. And you said it, Dave. Johnny Rodopoulos looked like a new pitcher taking the mound in the bottom half of the 3rd. The Dolphins hope for similar results from Frank Gulko in the 4th.
Yeah, and you said it at the time, Joe, but in the top of the 2nd inning, Gulko had 2 outs and was facing the bottom of the order and then got into trouble by walking Mike Tagliarini, who's up at bat now. And that kind of started this chain of big hits from Mahoney and then Ram Logan at the top of the order and Rodopoulos. So he faces the 8-9-1 in this inning, and Gulko would love to get to a better start.
I think the turning point for Gulko is when I mentioned that he had found the zone with 19 of 22 pitches. It all went downhill from there in that inning. And thankfully for the Dolphins and for Frank, he's back on track now as the count evens up at 1-1. Tagliarini walked in his first plate appearance, as Dave just mentioned. That walk set off a cascade of events that led to 5 runs in the top half of the second inning for Queens College. With that last called strike, the count runs to 1-2. Golko's pitch on the way, and that's it out toward right center field. Burkhead moving to his left. He's underneath it, and he makes the catch for out number 1.
Yeah, so nice job to not fall behind in the count to Tagliarini, forces him to be a hitter, and very easy routine play made by Burkhead.
That will bring James Mahoney to the plate. Mahoney singled and drove in a pair in his last at-bat. That came in the second inning.
Yeah, went right down the middle of the infield with that single.
That base hit opened the scoring for Queens College, plating their first 2 runs of the game, as Mahoney is behind in the count here, 0-1. And that pitch from Golko is off the outside corner to even up the count at 1-1. Mahoney, one of many new additions to the lineup for Queens College. Dave said it. 7 new players in the lineup for Queens in this game. Dolphins with a lot of new faces in their lineup as well, though not quite as many. Their 3 leading hitters all remain in the lineup. Those being Martin, Lombardo, and Santiago. Count 2-1 on James Mahoney. And pitch number 63 from Frank Golko is fouled straight back.
Yeah, understanding that there's another 16 innings of baseball tomorrow is a chance to get a lot of players in the game here in Game 2, the one that does not count towards the ECC standings. So a chance for both teams to kind of put in some faces who aren't used to getting in.
As that one sails up and in for ball 3, and the count's full. You have to wonder if the weather is on the back of the minds of these managers tomorrow. In jeopardy right now based on the forecast, and I'm sure they'll look to preserve whatever depth they have regardless, as this game will not factor into the standings, as Dave just mentioned once again. And going down swinging there is Mahoney for the second out. It's back to the top of the order with Jordan Ramlogan.
Yeah, but even with it not counting towards the ACC standings, the Dolphins would love to take a win off their CUNY rivals, maybe position themselves to show that, you know, they're the better CUNY side, and although they'll have some time to make up.
Well, in addition to the playoff positioning on the line for Queens in those games tomorrow and the ramifications of in the standings of Game 1 earlier today, bragging rights are also on the line between these 2 programs as well.
Yeah, of all the teams, say after this pitch.
And that evens up the count at 1-1 strike with that swing and miss.
Yeah, of all the teams that are in the ECC, the Dolphins have the most history with Queens, and it would make sense back when Queens was a Division III school in the 80s, as the count is 1-1. As these 2 teams met 16 times in 11 years between 1979 and 1990.
Ramlogan chased that one down into the dirt. That one hardly reached the plate.
Yeah, so, you know, the history has been missing with these 2 schools for 31 years, almost to the day. But they renew the rivalry. Queens had won 11 of the previous 16 games between these 2 schools. But that was a long time ago, and Dolphins looking to rewrite a little history.
Here comes Frank Golko's 1-2 pitch, and that is swung on and missed for strike 3. So for Frank Golko, that is strikeout number 5. He has put up zeros in each of the last 2 innings, and the Dolphins maintain a 2-run lead heading into the bottom of the 4th. Our score is 7-5.
Hobra, a taco joint, Staten Island, where we're proud to have shared our family-first spirit with people from throughout New York City and the world. With indoor dining available both at the bar and on the floor. Or step outside for additional seating and an outdoor bar. Serving beer that's crisp, ice cold, and worthy of a day at the beach. Cocktails that explode with flavor. And great food made with the freshest and healthiest ingredients available. Events feature food and drink specials, live music, and the best of Staten Island nightlife. Your CSI Student ID saves you 10% on your dine-in order at Hobra. Visit us at 412 Forest Avenue, Staten Island.
Bottom of the fourth inning about to get underway here from the CSI Baseball Complex. Dolphins lead over the Knights is 2. Our score 7-5 heading into the home half of inning number 4. And for the Dolphins, it will be the top of the order due up. 1, 2, and 3. Martin, Lombardo, and Santiago, CSI's 3 leading hitters coming to the plate in the fourth inning.
Yeah, and Dolphins' top 3 in the order are a combined 3 for 4 with a couple of walks as well. So this has been the part of the order that has really hurt Rodopoulos, who settled down really brilliantly in the third inning by striking out the side after a very rocky first and second frame.
The strikeouts for Rodopoulos, 2, 3, and 4 in the game during the previous inning. He made quick work of the bottom third of this Dolphins lineup, but very tough test ahead here in the bottom of the fourth. The count even on Martin at 1-1, and he takes strike 2.
For Thomas Martin, he is 2 for 2. He's got a double and a single. He has scored in both the first and the second innings.
Here comes the 1-2 to Martin, and a nice job trying to frame that by Barreros, but to no avail, and the count evens up at 2. Tried to bring that one back from off the outside corner. Here comes the 2-2 pitch, and that's chopped toward third. Nice stop by Vasquez, and his throw is in time to get Martin. Nice play over at third base by Juan Vasquez, and there's one away.
Yeah, that was a really nice play. It looked like Vasquez just kind of held out the glove and was hoping the ball would just find it, and it did. Really not much else you could do, making that run from deep in the third base hole to catch up to that, and then to complete the play with the good throw. That's a nice job.
That's a really tough play to make without diving and to maintain your footing through fielding the ball and putting the throw on target. Nicely done all around as Peter Lombardo takes up and away for ball 1. And Lombardo has already walked twice in this game, has reached base 6 times today, 4 for 5 in game 1. In addition to the 2 walks here in game 2. And he takes a called strike to even up the count at 1.
He too has scored in both the first and the second innings as well.
Lombardo holds the swing there and takes ball 2. Rodopoulos continuing to work very quickly out on the mound. He has wasted no time between pitches, and that fastball is in for strike 2.
Yeah, he's starting to find the bottom of the strike zone, though. He's gotten that strike a bunch of times.
You'll hear coaches preach it all the time. Keep the ball down, and that's exactly what Rodopoulos did right there. Strike 3 in at the knees, and for Rodopoulos, that is his 4th strikeout in the last 5 batters. Make it actually his 5th in the last 6 as he ended the second inning with a strikeout as well.
Yeah, he's feeling it, and I think it's that low strike that's really been helping him out. And Santiago, who's 1 for 2. Of course, he had the biggest hit of this game, a 3-run home run over the left field wall.
Rodopoulos has looked like a completely different pitcher over the last 2 innings. You said it when he came out for the third and made quick work of the Dolphins. He's now 2/3 of the way through the most dangerous part of the CSI lineup, but is behind here on Angel Santiago 2-0.
Finds that low strike again, even though Barreros didn't hold on to it. And, keep in mind, Rodopoulos has only pitched 5 2/3 innings the entire season. So this is easily his longest outing so far.
As that's it on the ground to short, and the throw to first is in time for the 3rd out of the inning. Dolphins go down 1-2-3 for the 2nd straight inning. Their lead is 7-5 over the Knights of Queens College. We'll be right back for the 5th inning.
Well, for me, just kind of was the glue that kept my family together. I feel like I don't know what it was that drew me in, but after I started playing for a while and started seeing some early success as a little kid, to see how much it meant to my parents, to see me play the game and try to make a difference was really what fueled me to keep playing and stay competitive. Being a triple major is not necessarily easy, but at the same time it is what you make it. Being a tighter-knit university, I have a lot of classes with the same professors, so they know me pretty well. I think it's that personal relationship that really helped me to thrive as a student. I was able to come here and get my triple major, as well as play a super high level of baseball against some of the best players in the country. There's a lot of options here in Division II with a lot of great ball players and a lot of great people, and they make sure that they give you every opportunity to succeed on and off the field.
And we're back, top half of the 5th inning, about to get started from the CSI Baseball Complex, as Dave just couldn't help but make me laugh as we came back in from break. But Dave and I did have a discussion during the break regarding the last play in the previous half inning. The catcher, Nick Barreros, for Queens College, on that ball hit by Angel Santiago, was running up the first base line, apparently to back up that throw. And I thought that was a very interesting play for a catcher to make, but definitely a high-effort play, as Barreros nearly reaching the bag at the same time Santiago did. I did say that if the throw did go wild, I'm not sure he could have backed it up from where he was, but the effort was there nonetheless. And I just found that to be a very interesting play that we couldn't discuss before breaking for the previous half inning. For the Knights in their half of the 5th, it will be 2, 3, and 4. And
The camera, I think.
Oh, I know exactly what happened. You have got to be kidding me. As Dave will go survey the damage, our camera feed is out. And we have the wide shot for you, thankfully. So Dave will go check out the condition of our equipment outside, and I'll stay with you here on the call. Joe Foreman alongside David Pizzuto from the CSI Baseball Complex, as we have one out in the top half of the 5th, as Jason Rodopoulos grounds out to short to open up inning number 5. Andrew Smith will be the batter. Smith 0 for 2 in the game, has grounded out and struck out. I hear what sounds like a good sign coming from down the hall. I think the camera has rebooted and will be stationed back upon the tripod and resume you shortly, as the count is 1-0 on Andrew Smith. Here comes the 1-0 pitch, and that's on the outside corner for a strike. Frank Golko up above 70 pitches now, as Dave was just locked out of the press box, the wind picking up here, and with the door open leading out to where our camera is positioned, you can feel the cold air, and I certainly don't envy the players out on the field or anyone assembled in the stands. Though right now, spectators are few and far between, with no fans allowed into the CSI Baseball Complex. And Dave, it appears as if our camera is okay.
Our camera is okay. Queens does not have to buy us a new camera, so that's good for them.
Who gets
But
the bill?
no, I think it might have hit the tripod, Joe, because the camera was completely fine. It was just the tripod was kind of tilted, and the HDMI cable that connects it to our booth was taken out. So,
as that one falls in between 3 Dolphins yet again, not the first time we've seen that today. But that being said, there was no play for any of the 3 Dolphins, and Dave, the first out in the inning was 6-3.
Thank you.
As Andrew Smith has a weak pop fly single. He's on with 1 away in the top of the 5th, and that will bring up Nick Barreros.
I'll tell you what, you can't really feel it because we're in the booth, although it is drafty in here, but it has gotten extremely cold outside. I went out, and the wind slammed the door, so I got locked out of the press box, but it is definitely at least 10, 15 degrees cooler than it was when we opened up this doubleheader earlier this afternoon.
Well, our viewers are well aware of your trip outside. I did mention that as soon as you opened the door, the temperature in the booth dropped significantly. I don't envy the players out there, and the door slam certainly came over the microphones. And with that, I mentioned that Dave must be locked out of the press box, and I think Sal came and rescued you.
Yes, he did. Thank you. It would have been so great if we had the camera going when that, when that play was hit the camera, and just to watch the camera and what exactly happened. But, of course, we switched back to the long shot, and that's...
Well, we did have this camera feed going when the ball
yeah?
came in. I don't know if replay was available.
No,
but
I don't think
if
so.
If there was ever a time to use it, that would have been it.
No, we'll get the replay when we go back home tonight.
Doesn't do us any good right now.
Well, I know.
But I'll certainly be watching. As that's hit sharply on the ground to short, Cipoletti handles it. Throw on to Iacono for one, and his relay on to first in time for the 6-4-3 double play. Once again, perfectly executed by the Dolphins infield. 3 consecutive scoreless innings for Frank Golko. Dolphins lead Queens 7-5.
Champions know how to seize opportunities. When they see moments of greatness unfold right before their eyes, they push as hard as they possibly can. And then they push harder. Because the heart of a champion never settles, never quits, and never stops giving its all. We are champions. We are Division II. We go big, we give it everything we've got, and we win. On the field, on our campuses, in our communities, for our causes, in our careers. We rise to become champions in everything we do. We are Division II, and there are no limits here. We make our time count. We set our own path. We become champions on our terms. It's time to up your game, because we're here to play and learn. But most importantly, we're here to discover ourselves, our vision, our heart, our drive, to achieve every goal we aim for, because we want to be champions at the highest level, life. At Division II, the opportunities are here. Are you ready?
And we're back on the ECC Network. College of Staten Island leading Queens College by a score of 7-5, and Dave is scrubbing through the last few minutes of the broadcast to try and get a look at what that foul ball that took out our camera looked like. It did knock the tripod down. Fortunately, did not hit the camera mounted upon the tripod, but for the Dolphins, they lead by 2 entering the bottom of the 5th, and Stephen Kalika chops that pitch foul. 7 runs up on the scoreboard for the College of Staten Island through the first 2 innings as we lose the camera feed yet again and switch to the wide shot. No foul ball responsible that time. But the count on Kalika is 0-1. His team, as I mentioned, scoring 7 runs in the first 2 innings, led 5-0. But the Knights answered right back with 5 runs of their own in the top of the 2nd. And with 2 more CSI runs in the bottom half of that inning, that is all of the scoring so far. Neither team has scored since that 2nd frame. 2 sides with 6 hits apiece. Stephen Kalika with one of those 6 Dolphins base hits. He's 1 for 2, has grounded out and doubled. As I think Dave found the play, and there it is.
It was just here 1 second and gone the next. So there was no in between. No seeing the camera fall. It was just here and gone.
No baseball in the shot?
Nope, not at all. Not at all.
Interesting. That must have been some path the ball took to evade the camera lens and find the tripod, as that one's bounced over toward the right side, and the flip on to first is in time to retire Stephen Kalika for the first out.
I really can't believe the way Johnny Rodopoulos has kind of rebounded after that first inning. It looked like this was going to be a really, really long day for him, or a really short day for him. I didn't think he'd last through the 2nd inning, but I'll tell you what, man, he has settled down in a fantastic way. That's now 3, 6, 7, 8, 9 in a row retired after giving up a double to Stephen Kalika. So he's gone around the order. What started it all was the Brian Burkhead RBI ground out.
Burkhead is the batter now. He's ahead in the count, 1-0, and he takes a called strike.
Since then, he's been perfect, as I guess our camera went out again, Joe. Is that it?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I guess it's my turn after this half inning to go take a look and see if we can fix that, as that one's down in the dirt for ball 2.
That would mean you taking a break from your vodka chicken roll over there, which you've been nursing since,
one bite per break.
Pre-game.
Yeah, it's down to the last few bites, and I'm struggling to make it through as that's fouled back by Burkhead, evening up the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes.
We want to thank our friends at Paisanos for their exceptional lunch today and potential man versus food episode with Joe.
Food is on the brink of victory right now, as the 2-2 is chopped over towards short. Playing it on the hop is Ram Logan. His throw in time to get Burkhead, and that's 10 in a row retired by Johnny Rodopoulos.
Yeah, and his defense doing an extraordinary job, too. The last 4 out of 5 putouts have been courtesy of the Queens infield. We've seen Vasquez make a nice play, Ram Logan a couple of times, and even the 3-1 putout on Kalika's at bat.
As that one is skied into shallow right. Backing up is Dowich, and he is there to make the catch for the 3rd out. Another 1-2-3 inning for Johnny Rodopoulos. His team still trails by 2. Queens College down to their final 6 outs, entering the top half of the 6th, and we come back. You can take over for the last 2.
Gotcha.
It just keeps restarting and going through a cycle where all the features and everything.
All right. Oh. Welcome back here to the CSI Baseball Complex. College of Staten Island up by 2, 7-5, as we head into the top of the 6th inning. Frank Golko continues to be the starter for the CSI Dolphins. Golko gave up 5 runs in the game, all in the top of the 2nd inning. Since then, he has settled down nicely. He is up to now 5 strikeouts in the game and an unconventional 1-2-3 inning in the 5th. He did give up a base hit, but that was erased on a 6-4-3 double play. Golko in this inning will face the 5, 6, and 7 hitters. Daniel Dowich, Teo Estevez, and Juan Vasquez will be the hitters, unless there's a pinch in there in some place. The Dolphins come into this one 6-15 this season. Their 3-game win streak came to a halt in Game 1 of this one. Joe has fixed our camera, as you can see on your screen. We are jacks of all here at CSI Sportsnet. Camera operators, engineers, on-air talent.
We do it all.
Yeah. So it will be Daniel Dowich. Dowich is 1 for 2. He had a double and scored in that big 6th inning, and then he flied out foul. Down the first base side as Julian Iacono made a great play. And that one is rope line drive right into the glove of Thomas Martin. Nice play there by Martin. That was hit on a rope. And Golko now has a leadoff out in this 6th inning, and Teo Estevez will be the batter. Estevez 0 for 2. He did reach on a big CSI error in that 2nd inning that led to all 5 runs for Queens being unearned. And he was Frank Golko's 2nd strikeout victim of the day. And there's a big swing and a miss for strike 2. So the count quickly 0-2 to Estevez, who we mentioned coming in 3rd on the team in hitting, batting .313. Queens as a team batting .269 coming into the game. They had 11 hits in the opener against the CSI Dolphins. Dolphins threw 3 different pitchers in Game 1. Kevin Ryan, Stephen Kalika, and Michael DeForty. Golko so far has taken every pitch for the Dolphins in this game, too. And that one's roped too short. Cipoletti on the one hop, big throw, and the tag applied at first base as Martin may have caught Estevez on the top of the head. They fist bump as they come off, and there are two away here in the top of the sixth, and it will bring up Juan Vasquez.
Fantastic day over at short continues for Nick Cipoletti. He has made no less than 3 or 4 highlight reel plays in this game.
Yeah, both infields have looked good. We've seen the error by Thomas Martin in the second inning of this one, but other than that, it's been a pretty clean sheet for both teams as Vasquez takes a called strike. Vasquez is 0 for 2. He struck out swinging and flied out foul first base side to Iacono. And that one is skied straight up in the air. Burkhead gets under it, has plenty of room to make the catch, and does. A 1-2-3 sixth inning for Frank Golko, and the Dolphins take a 2-run lead going into the bottom of the sixth. More CSI baseball after this.
Baseball for me just kind of was the glue that kept my family together, I feel like. I don't know what it was that drew me in, but after I started playing for a while and started seeing some early success as a little kid, to see how much it meant to my parents to see me play the game and try to make a difference was really what fueled me to keep playing and stay competitive. Being a triple major is not necessarily easy, but at the same time it is what you make it. Being a tighter-knit university, I have a lot of classes with the same professors, so they know me pretty well. I think it's that personal relationship that really helped me to thrive as a student. I was able to come here and get my triple major, as well as play a super high level of baseball against some of the best players in the country. There's a lot of options here in Division II with a lot of great ball players and a lot of great people, and they make sure that they give you every opportunity to succeed on and off the field.
Welcome back here to the CSI Baseball Complex. The Dolphins looking to add some insurance before Queens get their last chances at the plate in the seventh. We are in the bottom of the sixth. The Dolphins with a 2-run lead. They've led throughout the game. At the end of one inning, they were up 5-0 after Queens tied it at 5. In the top half of the second, the Dolphins sprinted ahead again, 7-5 in the bottom half of the second. Since then, Joe, all zeros.
And if you didn't know who was on the mound for both sides, you would think there's a good chance that there had been a pitching change at some point in this game, and there has not been a pitching change until right now, as it is a new pitcher for Queens College. I did not catch who was warming up in the bullpen. I'm not sure if you have a number, Dave.
Yeah, it's number 11, Dante Interlandi. Interlandi 1-0 with a 9.64 ERA. This is his 6th appearance. He's only pitched 4.2 innings this season, gave up 7 hits, 8 runs, 5 earned, 9 walks in the 4.2, Joe, 5 strikeouts. Opponents are batting .304, but can't stress enough the great job that Johnny Rodopoulos did after 2 real roller coasters of innings. And just trying to do it real quick, 6, 9, 10, 11 straight putouts for Rodopoulos to end his day. 5 innings pitched. Rodopoulos came into the game having only pitched 5 2/3 the entire season. So just about doubled that output today. And looking to keep the Dolphins at bay will be Interlandi, who hopes to pitch more in this game if his Queens team can tie the score or take the lead in the top of the 7th. For now, he's looking to register 3 outs as he will face 7, 8, and 9. Nick Campisi is 0 for 1. He walked and scored back in the first inning and struck out looking back in the third. He is still looking for his first collegiate hit. He is 0 for 9 this season. And he ropes that one up the middle, but getting to it and tracking it down is Ram Logan, but the throw is off the bag for Dowich. And, Joe, I believe that's going to be listed as an E3.
Oh, E6
E6,
on the throw.
okay.
Yeah, that's error. And
okay. I thought you were putting up the 3.
Oh, of course, no. He took him off the base. No way.
All right, so Joe rules error. Let's see what the CSI scoreboard operators, official scorers, note that one. That was a long run. I don't think they've put anything up on the
I think they just
score.
took the baseball for Campese's if it was a hit.
Yep. Okay. So I think, honestly, Joe, I would have given that a hit myself. I don't know. I kind of lost it right there at the end on the fumble, but yeah, they took the ball. So I think that's they're going to give him the hit.
Oh,
there.
they are giving him the hit.
Yeah.
I think once that ball is fielded, it becomes an error on the bad throw, personally.
Yeah.
It wasn't an easy play to get the ball, but once you have it, he had plenty of – Campese wasn't even halfway to first base.
Yeah, I think a good throw easily beats Campese at first, but I think just the fact that it was hit so deep in the hole right to the left of second base that Ram Logan made a great play just to catch up to it. If he doesn't even make that throw, that's on a speedier player, that's probably a good non-throw in that case. But I just think in circumstances, he probably could have gotten Campese out on a good throw. Either way, they scored a hit for CSI, so Campese is on with his first collegiate hit, and Julian Iacono's up. He's 1 for 2. We'll face a 1-1 pitch. He had an RBI single back in the first and was feigning a little bit like that might have hit him, but instead he just kind of skips out of the way, so it'll be a 2-1 count.
I think if there's one lesson that we've learned this season about me, it's that it's a good thing I'm not the statistician because there would be very few hits to go around on anything close.
Yeah, I always try to look at it like Major League Baseball, and I think in the major leagues that's probably an error. But at the same time, it's a tough play, and I don't know.
Well, I give everything an error, so
Yeah.
it's probably best that I stay in the booth.
Again, I think if Ram Logan just decides not to even throw that ball, I don't think it's a bad non-throw. But I think because of Campese's speed, he threw it, one run was off, but anybody else, and that's probably going to be legged out as a single. But who knows? The purist would probably give that an error. You know, I'm on certain message boards, Joe, where some people put up whether things are hits or errors just to get judgments, and it's amazing how many people are so passionate about what's a hit and what's an error, and the all-out wars that sometimes could go on online about, you know, how dare you call that a hit, how dare you call that an error, because it does mean a lot to a lot of people. But I think in this case, if you score that an error, if you score that a hit, either one I think you can make a case for.
Their motivations are always the most interesting part of the story. Why are you so invested in that call?
And that one goes through the 5-hole of Barreros. Meanwhile, taken off on the play was Campese anyway. A stolen base plus a wild pitch. And the Dolphins have runners at the corners.
Somebody has to ask, was that a slide by Campese into third base or a
Yeah,
stumble?
it was kind of like a stumble slide, a stide.
Slide. We're inventing words now. We
A
really
stide.
do it all.
We did it. We've invented a new word. It's called the stumble slide. And it's either a slumble or a stide. So you pick, Joe.
I really like slumble.
I like slumble too. I think we're onto something.
All right, so Campese slumbles into third, and Iacono is on with the walk.
Still, though, in either event, good heads-up base running by Campese because he was running on the play, and then knowing what he's dealing with there, he was able to take another base. And these are big insurance runs. As Campese gives that one a ride over to left center field. Scoring easily is Campese, and on his horse and being waved home. No play there. They try to make a play at third to get Cipoletti. There's no chance of that. Cipoletti with his second triple of the afternoon. It's a 2 RBI triple, and the Dolphins are up 9-5.
And Nick Cipoletti continues to hit the ball extremely well today. This has been a breakout day for him, a great day in the field and at the plate for the Dolphins shortstop. He's hit the ball incredibly hard, does so again right there, picks up 2 RBIs on the play. You said it, Dave, his second triple, and this has been Cipoletti's best game since that thrilling win over Bridgeport to open the season here at home.
There's some kind of wild animal on the backstop.
I think that's a groundhog, Dave.
That's an enormous groundhog. So, man, we've seen everything here. 2021 is really and like everybody else was unfazed by that except for us, Joe. I just thought that was the most peculiar thing in the world.
We had a cardinal fly by early in game one. I was greeted by no less than 5 deer in the middle of the road on my way into campus today.
Thomas Martin with Cipoletti at third base. The infield is in. Dolphins up by 4, and that one 2 inside for Martin, so the count goes to 2-0. Sorry, Joe, go ahead.
Back in the days when I didn't have a car and I was leaving campus on foot, I was regularly greeted by deer in the walkways, several at a time.
And that one is laced through the left side of the infield. That'll be an RBI single for Thomas Martin, his 3rd hit of this game 2, and the Dolphins have doubled up on Queens. It's now 10-5.
CSI breaking this game open in the bottom of the 6th. 3 runs of insurance for CSI against Interlandi on the mound, and no one warming up in the Queens College bullpen. This inning belongs to their most recent relief pitcher, their only reliever used in this game, and so far the Dolphins have gotten some great swings against him.
Yeah, 3 hits and a walk so far allowed by Interlandi, and he will face Peter Lombardo, who has been on 2 out of 3 times. He's officially 0 for 1. He's walked twice and scored twice. He did strike out looking his last time up, but that was against the former pitcher, Johnny Rodopoulos.
Lombardo hasn't gotten many pitches to hit here in game 2. They've been pitching around him quite a bit.
Yep, this after a 4-hit day in the opening game. Dolphins with 12 hits in that opener. They out-hit Queens 12-11 in game 1. They're out-hitting Queens in game 2 9-6. And that one drops down too low for Lombardo, so the count now goes to 3-0. Santiago waits on deck. He's 1 for 3. He had the 3-run home run back in the first, his first career homer. Lombardo looking to be another base runner for him. Nobody out. And that one well, low, and inside for ball 4. Interlandi struggling now as he has given up the first 5 base runners in this inning. Second via the walk. Runners at first and second for Angel Santiago.
Another Dolphin who had a great game 1. He and Lombardo both had 4 hits, as we've mentioned several times already. But unlike Lombardo, Santiago got a pitch to hit in this game, and he delivered with a 3-run homer over the left field wall to open the scoring in this one. That put CSI up 3-0 at the time, and he's 1 for 3 in the game overall.
CSI's 1, 2, 3 hitters have been on base 7 out of 11 times in this game. Santiago looking to make it 8 out of 12. And he will look at another one in the dirt, 1-0. That time Barrero's doing well to stay with it. Queens has shown it can score bunches of runs in a hurry. I mean, they had a 5-run second inning. They had a 4-run inning in game 1. So they are certainly not out of this game, but CSI certainly closing the door. And there's a strike, a very generous strike on the low inside corner.
I agree with that. And Santiago is a base hit here from breaking this game wide open and perhaps putting it out of reach. You mentioned the 5 spot already for the Knights. That is their deficit right now.
There's a big swing and a miss for strike 2, so the count goes even now as Interlandi about to deal a big pitch here. He's pitched 4 2/3 this season. He's yet to register an out here in this one. He's walked 11 batters, and that's well high for a ball 3. Mentioned CSI using this game as, well, this entire season really, as an open casting call at some positions. Well, Queens doing the same in these games that don't count, getting a good look at some of their youth. And that one's in the dirt, and it gets away from Barreros. That was ball 4. Martin takes a big turn at third, but will stay right there. And the bases will be loaded with Dolphins, still nobody out, and Stephen Kalika will be the batter.
And that will prompt a conference at the mound for Queens College. No action in their bullpen, so don't expect a pitching change here. Just a brief word for their reliever ahead of this at bat for Stephen Kalika, who will come to the plate 1 of 3. He's grounded out, doubled, and then grounded out a second time in 3 plate appearances, and he will face Interlandi for the first time. With the bases loaded and still nobody out in the home half of the 6th inning. When the Knights do come to the plate in the top half of the 7th, they will be down to their final 3 outs. The only question that remains is by how many runs will they trail at that time?
So Stephen Kalika, who does have an RBI double in the game, otherwise is 1 for 3, is the batter. So after the talking to, Interlandi comes with a strike. Interlandi in this inning is giving up a base hit, a walk, a triple, a base hit, a walk, and a walk. Nightmarish start for him. And he deals that one well outside for a ball, 1-1. Has 3 runs are already in the inning. And there's nowhere to put Kalika if he gets a ground ball, a hit in the outfield somewhere. Runners are coming home. The infield playing at normal depth. And that one is smoked into center field. Will it drop? It will. 1 run will score. The Dolphins will send a second home as well. It's a 2 RBI single for Stephen Kalika, and the Dolphins now up by a touchdown. It's 12-5.
Stephen Kalika just has a knack for coming through with men on base whenever he's been given the opportunity with runners on. He seems to come through, and right there he delivers yet again with a 2 RBI single. As Dave said, the Dolphins now ahead by a touchdown, and it's been quite some time since we've seen a football score, and I think that's for the best, as they don't typically make for great games most of the time. But for the Dolphins right now, it's a 12-5 lead, and that would be a very awkward score in football if there ever was one.
Yep. But Brian Burkhead with still 2 runners on base and nobody out for the Dolphins, looking to keep this going. Burkhead is 1 for 3. He did have an RBI ground out in the game as well. And he takes a big swing and misses there for strike 2. So the count 0-2 as Interlandi ahead. Burkhead has also scored a run in the game. That was way back in the first inning. Dolphins with 5 in the first, 2 in the second, and then after some really strong innings by Johnny Rodopoulos, have added 5 here in the bottom of the 6th against reliever Dante Interlandi, who isn't doing much to help his ERA in this one. He has not yielded a out yet and is responsible for all 5 runs that have come in this inning. Here comes a 1-2 pitch. Swung on and hit in the right side of the infield. Doing well to settle it down, but safe at first was Burkhead. I believe that will be ruled an infield single, Joe. Base hit. Runners move on to second and third. And the carousel continues for the Dolphins. Louis Mandil will be the batter. Nobody warming up in the bullpen for Queens. Dante Interlandi right now is on an absolute island.
He had a chance for the first out right there, and after Mahoney knocked that ball down, didn't really rush to his feet and try and make that throw with any sense of urgency, and that cost him any shot to throw out Burkhead.
And Mandil smokes one into left field. That'll settle down for at least a base hit. 2 runs will score. Mandil will hold at first. It's a 2 RBI single for Louis Mandil, and the Dolphins are up 14-5.
And I would guess that if they were ever going to get someone up and throwing in the bullpen, now would be the time. Interlandi yet to record an out in the inning. 7 runs are home, and the man who opened things up with his first collegiate base hit, is back at the plate. Nick Campese at the plate as Dave signals no action in the right field bullpen.
7 runs on 6 hits in the inning, and Interlandi has walked 3. And Nick Campese, who started this with a very controversial hit in the inning that was hit into the deep part of the shortstop area near second base. Nick with a single issued on that play. He stole a base, scored a run. That one in the dirt for ball 2. It's got to be a lonely feeling on that mound right now, Joe. If you're Dante Interlandi, you're looking at the first base side, you notice nobody's up. This game is his.
I'll tell you about my first ever appearance as a pitcher. It was quite lonely as well when we have a break in the action for just a few moments. So I'll very quickly summarize. My first ever experience as a pitcher was pitching in 3rd grade. We had a 3rd grade versus 4th grade game, and we had no one else on the team who could pitch. They told me, Joe, just go in and throw strikes. So I'd lob the ball right over the plate every play, and every ball was hit deep into the outfield. It got very lonely very quickly.
And more loneliness for Dante Interlandi as he walks Campese on 4 pitches. So for the second time in this inning alone, Campese is on base. He's also been on base 3 out of 4 times total in the game. That was the second walk he's been issued. And it will be Michael Crocco pinch hitting for the Dolphins. He takes the place of Julian Iacono. Iacono finishes his day 1 for 2, on base twice. Iacono finishes his day 1 for 2 with an RBI and a run scored and a walk. And Michael Crocco sees his first action of the afternoon in total. He did not play in game number 1 for the season. For Crocco, we'll get you his numbers in just a moment. And he check swings that one up the middle. Another tough play, but the throw to first is in time. It will be an RBI ground out for Michael Crocco. Dolphins improve on their lead. They're now up by an even 10. It's 15-5.
So finally, Interlandi picks up the first out of the inning, and judging by his reaction after that ball was hit, he didn't believe that they were going to get it out on the play. He looked visibly frustrated when that ball bounced off of the mound, but fortunately for him, his second baseman was there to make the throw over to first in time.
Yeah, Mahoney had to be on his horse to catch up to that one, and he did and got the clean throw. So credit a nice infield play by Mahoney on the play. And Cipoletti will be the batter. He had a 2 RBI triple in this inning that got the scoring going at least. And he takes the call, strike 2. So now the count 0-2 quickly here on Cipoletti.
We have a horde of deer over the center field fence running up the hill.
Yeah.
There's at least 4 that I can see, maybe 5.
Yeah, tough to see on your cameras, but it's kind of right to the left of the batter's eye. A lot of the deer that we see on campus now have been tagged. And there's a stroke and a base hit down the left side of the infield. Cipoletti takes a turn, but will hold at first. There'll be runners on the corners. It's an RBI single for Nick Cipoletti, his second RBI hit of the inning itself. Dolphins are up 16-5.
Right now, Interlandi has no answer for these Dolphins bats. 9 runs home in the inning. No action in the right field bullpen. Runners on the corners. 1 out for Thomas Martin. The Dolphins now have 13 hits in the game.
And officially the Dolphins' biggest inning of the 2021 season. Thomas Martin takes a call, strike 1 on the low inside corner. Martin in this inning had an RBI single and scored for the game. He's 3 for 4 with 3 runs scored and an RBI.
Is this their highest scoring output of the year, Dave? 16?
Yeah, it is. Just from my recollection, I know their highest before that was the 14 against Bridgeport in that wild 14-13 win that we covered. Thomas Martin telling the umpire that hit him. Umpire says, no, thank you. Ball 1. Runners at the corners for the Dolphins. one out here in the bottom of the 6th inning, where they have blown the doors open in this game. And there's a big swing and a miss for strike 3. So Insolandi gets his first strikeout of the game and of the inning. And the Dolphins are down to their final out. Peter Lombardo is still seated on the bench. The Dolphins are going to have a pinch hitter come into the game. It will be Noah Lunn. So Lombardo's afternoon is over. In this game, he went 0 for 1 with 3 walks. And Noah Lunn, who had 1 at-bat in the previous game, game 1, was out on strikes in that at-bat, has a chance here to keep this inning alive.
With a 16-5 game, I hate to pick on how particular we are with the time of day, Dave, but Lombardo's afternoon ended about 3 hours ago at 5 p.m.
That's right. That's right. And there is an inside ball that cut in on the hands of Noah Lunn. Afternoon plus evening, though, was very kind for Peter Lombardo. He finished 4 for 5 in the opener, and he was on base 7 times in total. And there's one smoke down the right side of the infield. Noah Lunn has an RBI single of his own. He scores Campese on the play, and the Dolphins are now up 17-5.
It's 1 base at a time for the Dolphins at this point in the game, leading by double digits right now. And out on the scoreboard in left field, that 9 changes to a 0 with the 10th Dolphins run home in the inning. They lead 17-5, and Angel Santiago will get his 5th at-bat of the game, 4th officially.
Crooked score in this one in a 7-inning game, 17-5 Dolphins. If the Dolphins are able to hang on and win this game, Joe, it'll be Mike Morrow's 267th of his career, 1 shy of the CSI all-time record. And there's a chance at Flushing tomorrow that if Morrow can pick up 2 wins, he breaks the CSI all-time wins record. So Dolphins are still 3 outs away, but looks like this one is going to be in hand here as the Dolphins have a commanding 12-run lead, their biggest lead of the season.
I was about to say the Dolphins are 3 outs away. The Knights are 12 runs away.
Right.
It's going to be a very daunting task. And taking a look at the CSI bullpen, lost in all of this, I think Frank Gulko might get a chance for a complete game. And if he doesn't surrender a run in the 7th, he would have pitched 7 innings without allowing an earned run.
Yeah, that'd be great for him. And, considering how Frank started his season, he was the game 1 starter for CSI in this 2021 season. And that one gets away. The Dolphins do not advance. But Golko got the opening day start for the College of Staten Island at Malloy College. Dolphins took one on the chin that day, but they've grown a lot as a team since then. You could see the maturity level increasing. You could see the Dolphins playing hard through all innings of all games this season. A couple of really tough, Joe, 1-run losses to Mercy College earlier this year. They could have arguably beaten St. Thomas Aquinas in one of the games. They had a lead late that they surrendered. St. Thomas Aquinas ranked number 2 in the region and ranked, I think, number 22nd nationally. So this Dolphins team has showed some moxie and some grit this season. And there's one hit sharply down at third base, but Vasquez is there to step on the bag at third, and this inning mercifully comes to an end for Queens. We head to Queens' last chance in the top of the 7th. The Dolphins with a huge 12-run lead. Stay with us.
Champions know how to seize opportunities. When they see moments of greatness unfold right before their eyes, they push as hard as they possibly can. And then they push harder. Because the heart of a champion never settles, never quits, and never stops giving its all. We are champions. We are Division II. We go big, we give it everything we've got, and we win. On the field, on our campuses, in our communities, for our causes, in our careers. We rise to become champions in everything we do. We are Division II, and there are no limits here. We make our time count. We set our own path. We become champions on our terms. It's time to up your game, because we're here to play and learn. But most importantly, We're here to discover ourselves, our vision, our heart, our drive to achieve every goal we aim for, because we want to be champions at the highest level, life. At Division II, the opportunities are here. Are you ready?
Welcome back here to the CSI Baseball Complex. The CSI Dolphins 3 outs away from picking up win number 7 on the season. They are up by a big 12 runs. That score is correct. The College of Staten Island with a season high 17 runs scored. They lead Queens 17-5. Here is Queens down to their final 3 outs. Mike Tagliarini will be the batter. He is officially 0 for 1. He walked and scored back in the second inning, the 5-run second inning for Queens. And he flied out to center field his last time up. All 5 Queens runs in this game, all unearned, aided by a CSI error. Golko looks to work quickly and efficiently here in the top of the 7th with the big lead. 1-1 count upcoming. If Golko is able to survive this 7th inning, it'll be his first career complete game. You'd like to think he will do so. There is one arm in the CSI bullpen, I believe, that remains Thomas Joyce, who was up earlier in the game. And there's a big swing and a miss, strike 2. Golko has been strong throughout, with the exception of that second inning where things kind of went downhill quickly after a CSI error. He has been very quick and very efficient on the hill. There's a big swing and a miss for a strike 3. And for Golko, I believe that is K number 6 on the game.
That is correct.
And James Mahoney will be the batter. He is one of those strikeout victims. He is officially 1 for 2. He did single and had 2 RBI in that second inning. He ended up scoring in that inning as well. In case we don't get a chance to mention it before we go off the air, we want to thank everybody for making the CSI home season a successful one here at the College of Staten Island, navigating all, of course, the COVID protocols, getting our teams on the field, the lobbying that was done by administration, the reopening plan that was put together. Head athletic trainer Allison Ocasio, former director Charles Gomes, Erin Van Nostrand, of course, new director TJ Tibbs, everybody combining to make this season happen. And then when we realized we would have game operations, the willingness of our entire staff to come in at first on a volunteer basis, lending their time. We've had athletic staffers come in and complete jobs. Jackie Bruno, our head women's soccer coach, was our site supervisor today. We've had a couple of tremendous interns, Gabriella Bartley and Marco Miranda, who've been just about at every single game this season. We've seen new head basketball coach Nick Duran come in and work some games for us. Sal Caruso, our intramural coordinator, working just about every game. Joe Masha, working just about every game as our engineer. You, Joe, working every single game as play-by-play and color man for softball and baseball. And, you know, this doesn't happen without an entire family of people combining efforts and making it happen, especially on the air. So we want to thank everybody for being a part of it, as we have 2 away here and 2 strikes on the batter.
It was great to be back myself, and I know that from my time here as a full-time staff member that everyone was always ready and willing to come and help with whatever they were asked to help with, and that was the case throughout this season as well. I wasn't surprised to see all of the full-time staff here that don't typically work game days but helped us all along the way as that pitch wraps up the spring 2021 season. For us here at home, the Dolphins still have 2 games left on the schedule.
Yeah, I don't know if the Golko family was able to see it, but Frank Golko waving at the camera as he came off, that was undoubtedly meant for his mom and dad, who've watched every game, have been big fans of ours. So thank you to all of our family and friends who've been with us all year long. The CSI baseball season's not over. They have a doubleheader at Queens, this very team, tomorrow afternoon, weather permitting, at 12 noon. CSI will finish their 2021 campaign campaign. If it's rained out for whatever reason, CSIDolphins.com is your home to find out the latest. A nice win for the Dolphins, one to grow on, a really good doubleheader if you're a CSI Dolphins fan. And just a tremendous season so far for the Dolphins. They pick up win number 7. Joe, it's been a pleasure working with you all year long. Look forward to doing it again come the fall for us here at CSI Sportsnet. For everybody involved with CSI Sportsnet throughout the year, both at softball and at baseball, we wish you the very best here for the rest of this semester. We'll see you back in the fall. For Joe Foreman, I'm David Pizzuto. Thank you for joining us. Once again, your final score, the College of Staten Island 17 and Queens College 5.